Today, on 31st May 2022, we are organizing a program that is called Cancer Survivors Day. Normally, Cancer Survivors Day we observe on 5th June every year. So, because of some other engagement on 5th June, we are organizing this program on today, on 31st May. 30, 31st May, it's also being observed as a No Tobacco Day, Global No Tobacco Day. So for us, it's being two events we are celebrating today, and both are associated with cancer. So on behalf of Amity University, Amity Institute of Molecular Medicine and Stem Cell Research, Cancer Biology Cluster, I, Dr. Dhruv Kumar, welcome you all in this cancer awareness program. So, with the blessings of Honorable Founder President Sir, Honorable Chancellor Sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam, we have organized this program in the collaboration of Peace with Cancer, which is a NGO that works for cancer awareness. And in this event today, we'll be listening to the clinicians, researchers, social workers, as well as cancer survivors. So we are a little bit delay in starting this program. So just to give you the brief of this program, in the morning session we'll have 3 lectures, then we'll have a lunch break at 1:30. After that we'll have lecture session from 2:30 to 3:30, and in the evening session we'll have survivors' life journeys. The cancer survivors will share their life journeys, how they have defeated cancer. So, to start this program, may I kindly request the guest, Ms. Kajal Pale, and the chairman of our institute and the mentor of cancer biology cluster, Dr. B.C. Das sir, and other guest to come forward for the lighting of the lamp. So please come. So thank you very much. And we have here Dr. Selvamurthy, sir. Sir, welcome you in this program, sir. And our chief guest, Dr.
And good morning to every one of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. So Dr. Puneet Gupta, our chief guest for this event, is on the way. So to start this program, now I would like to welcome and introduce the founder director of this NGO, Peace with Cancer, Ms. Kajal Pale. She is a cancer survivor as well. Twice she has defeated cancer. Once gastrointestinal cancer, and second time she defeated kidney cancer. And then she started working on cancer awareness program. She is a very strong lady and motivated thousands of people to work on cancer awareness. So with this, I would like to invite and welcome Ms. Kajal Pale, founder, director of Peace with Cancer, to share her thoughts and views. So ma'am, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kajal Pale, founder, director, Peace with Cancer. आज हमारे फैमिली में अगर हम कैंसर की बात करें तो शायद ही कोई एक ऐसी फैमिली होगी, लकी फैमिली होगी, जहां पे आपका कोई अपना इस नाम से अटैच नहीं होगा। हर एक घर में कोई ना कोई एक कहानी है कैंसर की, और हर किसी फैमिली में हर किसी ने देखा है किसी बहुत अपने को इस नाम से जुड़ते हुए। मेरी जर्नी पीस विद कैंसर की स्टार्ट हुई थी जब 13 साल पहले, जब मैंने अपने भाई को खोया। मेरा भाई सिर्फ 26 साल का था जब उसने 3 बार हॉजकिंस लिम्फोमा सफर करने के बाद उसने अपनी इस दुनिया को अलविदा कह दिया। पीस विद कैंसर स्टार्ट करने से पहले बहुत सारी इवेंट्स मैंने अटेंड की और ये समझने की कोशिश करती रही कि इसका इलाज क्या है। सबको ये लोग बात करते थे कि ये सिम्टम्स हैं कैंसर के, कैंसर हमने कैसे लड़ा, लेकिन वो चीज समझनी बहुत मुश्किल हो रही थी कि कैंसर हो तो गया, इस बारे में तो सब बात कर रहे हैं, पर कैंसर नहीं हो उस बारे में कोई बात नहीं कर रहा था। कैंसर के जनरली हम लोग बात करते हैं लाइफस्टाइल पे, हम लोग बात करते हैं कि हमने ये ठीक नहीं किया इसलिए मुझे कैंसर हुआ, या इससे हमारे अपने को कैंसर हुआ। लेकिन अगर सिर्फ लाइफस्टाइल ठीक करने से और फिटनेस रूटीन फॉलो करने से कैंसर नहीं होता, तो आज हमारे पास बहुत सारे ऐसे नाम हैं जिनका खाना, जिनका फिटनेस रूटीन एक्सपर्ट्स जो हैं वो तय करते हैं, लेकिन फिर भी उन्हें कैंसर हुआ। युवराज सिंह, मनीषा कोइराला, ये कुछ ऐसे नाम हैं जिन्होंने कैंसर को बहुत करीब से देखा है। लेकिन अगर हम लाइफस्टाइल की बात करें या हम फिटनेस की बात करें तो ये एक नाम है, युवराज सिंह एक नाम रहा है फिटनेस पे। पीस विद कैंसर को स्टार्ट करने का मेरा सिर्फ एक ही मकसद था, आप कैंसर की ट्रीटमेंट के लिए डॉक्टर्स हैं, एक्सपर्ट्स हैं, और कैंसर हो गया तो आपको बताने के लिए बहुत लोग हैं जो आपको ये बता सकते हैं कि आपको कौन सी ट्रीटमेंट करनी है, कहाँ जाना है, किस डॉक्टर के पास जाना है। लेकिन जिस मेंटल ट्रॉमा से आप गुजरते हैं, जो इमोशनल स्ट्रेस आपको होता है, आपकी फैमिली जिस दौर से गुजरती है, उसमें आपके साथ खड़े होने के लिए कोई नहीं होता। और हम इस चीज को बहुत नॉर्मल ले लेते हैं कि कैंसर है तो पेन तो होगा ही, कैंसर है तो रिएक्शन तो होगा ही, लेकिन हम उसको ठीक करने के लिए क्या कर रहे थे। पीस विद कैंसर एक ऐसी पहल है जहां पे हम कैंसर पेशेंट्स और कैंसर सर्वाइवर्स की मेंटल हेल्थ, उनकी डाइट, और कैंसर जब होता है तो मूवमेंट बहुत रिस्ट्रिक्ट हो जाती है कीमो के बाद, रेडिएशन के बाद। तो हम पीस विद कैंसर में थोड़ी थोड़ी मूवमेंट स्टार्ट करते हैं। क्योंकि मुझे याद है जब कोमा से बाहर आने के बाद मुझे पहली बार डॉक्टर्स ने चलने के लिए कहा था।
We welcome Dr. Puneet Gupta ji. So he is just stuck in the gate somewhere. So he is our one of the speakers, chief guest and speaker. So welcome. Thank you.
वेलकम डॉक्टर पुनीत। डॉक्टर पुनीत और मेरा रिश्ता बहुत पुराना है। हम लोगों ने बहुत सारे कैंसर पेशेंट्स और मेरे भाई की कैंसर की जर्नी इन्हीं के साथ पूरी की है। पीस विद कैंसर का मकसद सिर्फ आपको अवेयर कराना नहीं था कि कैंसर हो गया तो हमें किस डॉक्टर के पास जाना है। पीस विद कैंसर का मकसद था उन सारी प्रॉब्लम्स जिनको हम इग्नोर करते हैं, आपकी मेंटल हेल्थ, आपकी इमोशनल हेल्थ, आपकी डाइट, आपकी मूवमेंट, उन पे ध्यान देना। क्योंकि एज अ कैंसर सर्वाइवर आपको पता है आप किस दौर से गुजरते हो। आप एज अ केयर गिवर, जब मेरी मदर को कैंसर था और मेरे भाई को कैंसर था, तो मुझे पता था एक केयर गिवर जब सुबह 10 बजे रिपोर्ट आती है तो किस दौर से गुजरता है। ये मकसद है पीस विद कैंसर का, आप सबके साथ जुड़ने का। एक थ्योरी है जिसको जितने कैंसर एनजीओ हैं उनको सनफ्लावर थ्योरी ऑफ काजलपल्ली कहते हैं। और वो थ्योरी इस तरीके से है कि सनफ्लावर हम सब लोग जानते हैं कि जब सूरज होता है, रोशनी होती है, तो सन की तरफ अपना फेस कर लेता है और उससे अपनी एनर्जी लेता रहता है। लेकिन जब शाम होती है, दिन ढला होता है, उतनी रोशनी नहीं होती, तो क्या सूरजमुखी का फूल अपना सर झुका लेता है? नहीं, वो सब सूरजमुखी एक दूसरे की तरफ अपना फेस करते हैं और एक दूसरे से ताकत लेते हैं, एनर्जी लेते हैं। और वो दुख का टाइम, वो दर्द का, वो रात का टाइम जो होता है वो निकालते हैं और सुबह फिर सूरज निकल आता है। तो पीस विद कैंसर का, सारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के साथ जुड़ने का सिर्फ एक मकसद है कि हम लोग जब एक दूसरे की तरफ, एक दूसरे के नॉलेज की तरफ, एक दूसरे की पहल की तरफ, कैंसर की तरफ जो है, जब हम एक दूसरे को जानेंगे, एक दूसरे को समझेंगे, तो शायद हम इससे बाहर निकल पाएंगे। थैंक यू सो मच। मैं इनवाइट करूंगी डॉक्टर दास को।
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for, and for sharing your thoughts and the mission and vision of Peace with Cancer. We know you are doing great. Your organization is doing great. So we have our chief guest with us here, Dr. Puneet Gupta. He is a senior consultant and oncologist in Apollo Hospital, New Delhi. To continue this, to move forward in this program, now I would like to invite and welcome our own Dr. B.C. Das sir. He is a director of Amity Institute of Molecular Medicine and Stem Cell Research. He is also Dean of Health and Allied Sciences. He is a Vice President of Amity Science Innovation and Technology. He is also Chairman of University Research Committee. He has spent his whole life on cancer research. He is a great scientist, well known around the globe. He worked with the Nobel laureate who discovered HPV in HPV associated cancer and HPV. So he worked almost 10 years with the Nobel laureate Dr. Jorhausen in Germany. Then he dedicated his whole life to work on HPV and HPV related cancer. And today we are going to listen such a great scientist, the person, those who have made a huge contribution in the field of cancer awareness. He is one of the pioneer in contributing in the government policies related to cancer prevention and cancer therapeutics. So with this, I would like to invite Dr. B.C. Das sir. Sir, please.
At the outset, very good morning to one and all, and I welcome to this celebration of the Cancer Survivor Day today, but it is celebrated on the first Sunday of the month of June, and this year it is on the 5th June. But because we wanted to celebrate earlier because of some not feasible to organize on Sunday, so we wanted to have it earlier. So that's why today we are observing this Cancer Survivor Day with the collaborations with the Peace with Cancer, which is a Noida-based NGO, which whose the founding director has already spoke to you, Ms. Kajal Palli, and his whole family is here, her husband and his son. So it's a great initiative. She has been doing a immense job to help the cancer survivors and how they can be. It's a very difficult situation. I will come to that. And before that, I give you a little bit of introduction that first of all, I welcome you on behalf of the Amity University and the Amity Institute of Molecular Medicine and Stem Cell Research. So this institute is mainly working on cancer and the stem cell biology and tissue engineering and the host pathogen interactions. So the major program is on cancer, and I have spent whole life on cancer research. So there are major faculty are on the cancer in different types of, which are the highly prevalent cancers we are engaged in on these cancers. So on cancer research and their better treatment and biomarker discovery. And this is the institute which was created by none other than our Honorable Founder President Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, who is a great visionary and great inspirator for the research and innovation. And with his, it is a brainchild, and he has created this institute some 7-8 years before when I joined from the ICMR to Delhi University and to the Amity University. So with my joining, this institute was created in 2014 and 1st April 2014. And since then, so this has started a journey, and it has become one of the flagship institutes. And also the blessings of our honorable, not only our honorable founder president, but also our dynamic chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, and also our most respected honorable vice chancellor, Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla. So this institute is so this is just to briefly to tell you about this institutes, and we have been observing and many of the cancer, World Cancer Day and many other Cancer Day, Hepatitis Day, and all, and the Cancer Awareness Day and Oral Cancer Awareness Day, and all these time to time we observe these days, and also we have this year in March we had an international cancer meeting and the cancer conference, as well as we have the also the Indian Society of Cancer Research annual meeting here, a 4 days meeting, and here from several participants from abroad, and especially two the very famous scientist, Professor Weinberg, Robert Weinberg, who discovered the RB gene and the RAS oncogene, and also Professor, I'm forgetting the name. So he also attended this meeting, and we have felicitated them and give the honoris causa, doctorate honoris causa to them. So this is briefly to tell about this institute, and I will now come back to the this today's program. So before we, cancer is a dreaded disease, and before we go to talk about the cancer, but it's most important that when there is anybody has the cancer, it is very difficult, and they are half dead. The person is half dead psychologically, and not only he or she himself or herself, but whole family and the relations are all very affected, and they are near and dear, and they are very affected. So, and the cost of the treatment is enormous, and whether they will survive or not, it depends on the stage of the disease and all. But most important is that how you can prevent it. So this is what I am going to talk about, is the how the preventive oncology. This is the how the cancer can be prevented. There are many of the cancer can be prevented or early detected, and if it is if it is early detected, then it could be completely cured. Not only best treated, but completely cured, and that is what the brightest example is here today. Kajal Palli, who had two cancers, stomach cancer, and when she became all right in stomach cancer, then she had the kidney cancer, very dreaded cancer. But then now she is sitting in front of you, so that how she could beat the cancer or fight with the cancer, and she is the winner of the cancer. So I will tell many of the, and there are many of the participants will be participating in this conference or in this celebration day. They will share their experience. That will give the courage, but at the same time, you will need to know how you can prevent cancer and what are the warning signal that we can follow. And we should be, it is very difficult that if you say, oh, it's maybe acidity, it may be some pain, it may be, oh, it will go in a day or two. And if you just make delay, and then it becomes too late when you reach to the hospitals. So there are several people will be participating in that. Our chief guest, we welcome our chief guest, Dr. Puneet Gupta, who is the director of oncology in the medical oncology in the Metro Hospital, as well as he is associated with the Apollo Hospital. And by chance, I am also recently, Dr. Gupta, I am associated with your stem cell committee and the member of the stem cell committee. So Professor Ganguly proposed my name. So it is, the committee has been constituted, and the first meeting will be held sometime. We are developing the rules and regulations and the working principles, and so that way I am involved there. So and then Dr. Selva Murthy would be also speaking how it can be rehabilitated and how mentally they can have the peace. So this he will be going on after my talk, and he will be speaking on this. And also there are several cancer survivors. Among them, we have a doctor also, Nikhil Agarwal, who is also speaking on this occasion. So, and there are also my junior colleague, my student, or he is the, you know that I was director of Delhi University, the SBR, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Center, who is the present director, who happens to my student also sometimes in the early time on the school's time. And then she is the present director, but Professor Dr. Daman Saluja, you might have met. She is in the several committees, but she also a cancer survivor. So when I was director there, she developed cancer, breast cancer, and then she is completely cured now. And she will be also speaking her experiences. So there are several other people will be. I will not go into the detail, but I will now speak about what is I wanted to speak today, that one should be careful about the how to prevent, what are the warning signals and all. But before that, we should know some basic things about the cancer. The cancer comes from the Latin word crab. So many of the cancer institutes and anywhere you will see that the picture of the crab is given. But why crab? Because if you want to catch a crab, how it just hold it in different his legs and paws and all. So it is like that when the cancer occurs. It is the way the cancer adheres to all parts of the body. So it's very difficult to get rid of. And this is was worded by the greatest cellular pathologist, which is German, Rudolf Virchow, who was the father of cellular pathology, is called, and he recognized the cancer as the alteration of the native tissues. Means there is some alteration of the which is abnormal than the normal. So he said that there is some alterations in the normal tissues. So this is what. But normal, the cells divides and we grow. It starts from the zygote when the sperms and ovumes mates, and then it becomes zygote, and it's a one cell, and that then multicellular organisms, and including a human. So the body cells grow, divide, and die in orderly fashions. So we know those who are scientists working on this field. But cancer cells, because they do not die, they are immortal. So first criteria of the cancer cells is that they become immortal or amar ho jati hai. So they become immortal, so they go on dividing and increasing and just continue to grow and divide disorderly and makes a tumor, or it may make a lesion also. So you can imagine that 3 deaths per minute is the cancer deaths. And if there is 4 deaths, 1 death is of cancer. There may be many other diseases. If there is 4 deaths, then 1 death is of cancer. Lung is the most dreaded cancer. And now it has come, the pancreatic cancer is also very serious cancer. And that is only 2 to 3 months' time. Breast cancer is 1.45 millions. Lung cancer is 1.3 millions, and then colon cancer is 1.9 million. So these are very prominent cancer. Global cancer statistics, I may not go into details. Many people know that the breast, lungs, colorectal, and the prostate cancer has come. Many of the cancer, the colorectal cancer, prostate cancer, and breast cancer was much less. Some 10 to 15 years back in India, it was not, because cervix cancer and other cancer were very high, and the oral cancers. But now this cancer, breast cancer in women, has increased tremendously. It has become number 1 cancer. And very important to realize that it occurs in the early age. We have done a study and reported already that this breast cancer in Indian women occurs before the premenopausal stage or the before menopause. But in the US and Europe, foreign countries, the women gets after 50, means after menopause, they get the breast cancer, majoritarily. But in India, it is majority cancer occurs premenopausal, means when we have reported almost 74% of the prevalence in the in the age below 35 years. So it's very alarming, and it has taken the number 1 place in the women cancer. Then lung cancer is very high, colorectal and prostate has increased. It was not before, now it has become very high. And the Indian scenario that it is 13 lakhs new cases, around 14 lakhs new cases are coming per year, and 8 to 9 lakhs, 8.5 lakhs deaths occurs, and 70% of the cases report at the advanced stages. That is the most important thing. More than 70% it comes in the advanced stages. So what are these main? We have the lips, orals, or the head and neck cancer, and then lung and stomach and colorectal and pharynx. And women, breast at the top, and then the cervix, colorectal also there, ovarian cancers, and also those who are in the village side, those who smoke and take tobacco and all, they also suffer from the oral cancer. So this is an annual incidence. I will not go into the detail. These are statistics. The recent scenario, the breast cancer is the top. then in the women, and then the cervix cancer, then oral cancer, liver cancer, colon cancer, prostate cancer. So these are the 1.91 millions of the new cases in 2020, and the around 8 lakhs deaths occur due to cancer in India, and 1 to 10 Indians will develop one or the other type of cancer somewhere between 0 years to 70 years time. So at least 1 in 10. So that you can imagine it's very high incidence that 1 in 10 anybody will develop a cancer when he reaches to the 70 years. So as the age advances, the majority cancer occurs after 50 or so. So many of the things they get exposed to many of the, I will come to that. 94% of the per 1 lakh males get the cancer, and then the 1.3 in 1 lakh is in the females are high, and the Kerala has the highest incidence of the cancer, in spite of the fact that that is the state which has a major arrangement for the cancer management and cancer hospitals, and lot of prevention measures and the awareness program runs in that state, and they are very literate state. But in spite of that, it has a highest incidence there. Globally, Australia has the highest incidence of cancer, 300 per 1 lakh, and in Kerala it is 135 per lakh. And the most aggressive and the dangerous cancer are pancreatic cancer and lung cancer. It is pancreatic cancer 2 to 3 months after diagnosis, because there is no signal at all, no symptoms. So once it is diagnosed, days are counted. And lung cancer also, it is 4 to 5 months or 6 months at best. So, but one can get completely cured, or like we'll give the example, like our big cricketer, the Yuvraj, and he got, because he was detected early from lung cancer, so he is hale and hearty. So the most common cancer in both men and women are the oral cancer or head and neck cancer. So cancer develops several years, over several years, and has many causes and several factors, both outside the body, from the external and the internal factors, which contribute to the development of the cancer. Outside the body, environment, that from morning to evening what we do, like, and what we practice, like cigarette smoking and the tobacco use, alcohol consumption, poor diet, lack of exercise, excessive sunlight exposure, heavy metal toxicity in the workplace, environmental chemicals, various chemicals, many of the places, and gases, pollutions, water, food, workplace, sexual behavior, and the increases in the certain viruses also and bacteria also causes the cancer. So, and we take a lot of vegetables and all, their pesticides are given to protect from the insecticides and all, but that insecticides, insects and all, but then we take that, we don't take a lot of precautions, and that's why they are the source of the cancer, or because they cause the genetic damage, and that genetic damage leads to the development of the cancers. And the factors inside the body, abnormal hormone levels, alter genes, and the weakened immune system, and many other things which can be inside the body and the body. So what would happen? All the external factors, pathogen, radiation, chemicals, and pesticides, smokes, pollution, all affects three health: plant health, because we take our lot of food from plant; environmental health, the pollutions and all, gases and all; and the animal health, we take a lot of animal products, the meat and the fish and the all poultry products, and but they are all, we do not know what we are eating. They are all adulterated, and that affects, we take our inside the body, we do not know, we are unaware of that, and it is random, anybody can be affected, and that becomes the personal susceptibility. No two individuals are same, so anybody which has a less immunity or less and a high susceptibility, they get affected. And one would say कि सेम फूड घर में सब लोग खाते हैं, तो इनको क्यों हो गया, एंड कोई नॉन वेज नहीं खाते हैं, वेजिटेरियन खाते हैं, तो हम लोग सारे लोग एक ही खाना खाते हैं, तो इनको क्यों हो गया? क्योंकि वो जेनेटिक ससेप्टिबिलिटी वो डिपेंड्स पर्सन टू पर्सन, क्योंकि 100 पीपल स्मोकिंग करता है लेकिन किसी को लंग कैंसर हो जाता है, किसी को होता ही नहीं है, वो सारा जिंदगी भर जन स्मोकर है, उसका कुछ नहीं होता है। तो ये जेनेटिक ससेप्टिबिलिटी, उनका अपना इम्यूनिटी एंड ससेप्टिबिलिटी ऑफ दैट, सो दैट डिपेंड्स फ्रॉम पर्सन टू पर्सन। तो कोई ज्यादा दौड़ सकता है, कोई कम दौड़ सकता है, कोई ज्यादा खा सकता है, सो पर्सन का टॉलरेबिलिटी एंड ससेप्टिबिलिटी डिफर्स, सो अकॉर्डिंगली इट इज अनप्रेडिक्टेबल कि किसको होगा। So that if it is affected, then human health. So all these three health, plant, environment, and animal health affects our human health. So current data says that the WHO predicts that there is significant increase in the cancer every day. It is increasing, and 2025 में इसका this will increase to 14 millions and 19 million in 2030, and 21 million mean it is go on increasing. It will go on increasing, and by 2035 it will be 24 millions. So it will increasing the global burden of this cancer, and the prevention and early detection is the most important thing, because cancer, if it happens the cancer, then it is very costly and it is very difficult to treat, and you will survive or not, nobody knows. So that's why it is better that prevention is better than cure. So prevention and early detection. If you detect early in the stage 1 or stage 2, you are well treated and you can survive. So that is why we should try कि कैसे हमको पहले हमको पता लग जाए, and if there is any doubt, we should not delay, we should go to the doctor and get it checked. So genetic, environmental mutagens, carcinogens, so cancer causing agents including bacteria and viruses, this causes like hepatitis viruses cause the liver cancer, and cervical cancer cause the human papillomavirus. So these are and bacteria like Helicobacter pylori cause the stomach cancer. Initially it causes gas and acidity, and then it causes the stomach cancer. So this is a multi-step process. I will not make ज़्यादा डिटेल में नहीं जाऊंगा, because this is a different colon cancer, head and neck cancer, lung cancer, different stage. एक दिन में कैंसर नहीं हो जाता है, it takes different times. It takes like colon cancer 5 to 20 years. So उसमें कभी कभी आपका बाउल का the मोशन का कोई चेंज होता है, कभी कंस्टिपेशन होता है, कभी लूज मोशन होता है, कभी क्रैम्पिंग होता है, तो कुछ कभी ब्लड आता है, तो ये सब कभी ब्लैक स्टूल आता है, तो दीज आर इंडिकेशन. सो हम रिजेक्ट करके नहीं ठीक हो जाएगा, अभी ठीक हो जाएगा, बट करते करते ये डिले हो जाता है. इट टेक्स 5 to 20 years. Head and neck cancer 4 to 10 years. So the cervix cancer some 10 to 5 to 20 years it takes. But lung cancer generally it increases with the stomach, the smoking and all. One should smoking makes the heart problem and the cancer, the oral cancer and the lung cancer. So one should avoid smoking or the tobacco use. More than the carcinogen occupational workplace में जो लोग फैक्ट्री में काम करते हैं, केमिकल इंडस्ट्री में काम करते हैं, जूट फैक्ट्री में काम करते हैं, तो these are very I will not go into the detail. These are very dangerous cancer. ब्लैडर कैंसर होता है, लंग कैंसर होता है, जो जूट फैक्ट्री में काम करते हैं. तो these are occupational exposure, मतलब काम का जगह में उनका एक्सपोजर होता है, उसमें उनको काम के लिए वो नौकरी लेते हैं, लेकिन वन शुड बी वेरी केयरफुल कि कोई खतरनाक कोई चीज केमिकल और कोई एक्सपोजर ना हो. एंड दिस आर थिंग. कैंसर 2 टाइप्स का होता है. एक चीज होता है कि बिनाइन ट्यूमर व्हिच इज सम ग्रोथ और ट्यूमर बना है, बट थोड़े दिन होने के बाद वो वहीं पे रह गया, इट इज नॉट मोर चेंजेस. बट जो कैंसर मैलिग्नेंट होता है वो बढ़ते ही जाता है, एंड पहले initially there will be no pain, later on it will cause pain and it will go on increasing in size. So that is malignant tumor. But some people may have some growth or the tumor, but it is remaining same. After some time, a month or 2, it remains same. It doesn't increase. So it means it is not a problematical or it is not dangerous. But if it goes increasing, then you should go to the doctor and show it. So there are different terminologies used. So adenoma, generally cancer of the gland-like tissues, or adenocarcinoma. So it is a gland-like tissues. They are very little dangerous. And there are blastoma, carcinoma, there's cervical carcinoma, breast carcinoma, and hepatoma. There's cancer of the liver, lymphoma or leukemia. So lymphoid organs, the lymphoma, cancer of the leukocytes, which are leukemia. Variety of leukemia are there. So melanoma, which is a cancer of the bone marrow, then myoma or the connective muscle tissue, sarcoma, the connective tissue or bone or cartilage, mesothelioma, it is very dangerous cancer between the lungs and the body cavity, in between that. And there cannot be any treatment can reach except chemotherapy. So these are the names given, and the known risk factor are smoking, dietary factor, obesity, lack of exercise, occupation, and the genetic susceptibility. I will come to that. Infectious agents, reproductive factors, socio-economic status, and the environmental pollutions, ultraviolet light radiations, sometimes radiation exposure, too many of radiation, X-ray, and the PET-CT and many other, we go for a radiation, MRI and all these things. They are many a times doing is not safe. And the prescription, there are different drugs which are the adverse effects. So these to be electromagnetic, the mobile phone, sometimes it's also to be careful, not excessive use, and susceptible to all these diseases, including cancer, because exposure to the environmental factors like, so that leads to the genetic damage. And once that is genetic damage, which is responsible for the uncontrolled cell division or a cell proliferation, like there is a gene called BRCA1 and BRCA2. If there is a genetic changes, mutation means changes, so that leads to the breast cancer. So example is a celebrity, American actress Angelina Jolie. Those who have know that she was at 35, 37 years, she got done the, would come to know from the molecular study that she has a gene mutation of the BRCA1. तो उन्होंने क्या किया कि दोनों ब्रेस्ट mastectomy कर लिया, मैंने remove कर दिया. She is a very famous heroine, but she removed both the breast and she is fine. But it doesn't rule out because it's gene mutation. It is in the genome, and so she may develop, but she is very vigilant. अभी तक तो कुछ नहीं है. She has now 10 years over almost, so she is okay. But she is recognized in 2013. So now it is 22. So 2022. So it has gone long time. So here is a one family. There are 9 people in the family. They detected some hereditary mutation or changes in the American family. So genetic testing detect defective genes to show 70% chances of the rare hereditary stomach cancer. So they removed that their stomach, so that you can see their face. They are not looking healthy because they have no stomach. They keep the food in their pocket, biscuits and everything. Every 2 minutes they are eating something little bit. So they cannot eat much. So they have removed the stomach. So they eat very less. So this is one time came in the Times of India. So I got this picture. So this is, and cancer, there are many important area or the body parts like the eye and the lung cancer, esophagus, and the stomach cancer or gallbladder cancer, breast cancer, head and neck cancer, and prostate cancer, but genital cancer. But any organ can develop any cancer from toe to hair. So that is to show that any cancer can happen, but they are rare, but many are very common. So what are the common symptoms? A change in the bowel habits, means it's and such as the diarrhea, sometimes constipation, and narrowing of the stool, and very thin stool is coming for a long time, and they last for more than a few days, not for a few days, but maybe months it goes on, or 15 days. So you should get it checked. Rectal bleeding and the dark stool and the blood in the stool, cramping of the abdomen and pain. But abdomen we generally suffer, but not that. You have to rule out that it is time to time continuing, persisting for a month or a few months. So the weight loss is the most important indication without any reason that if you have a no reason, but it is weight is getting lost and continuously losing your load. Then fatigue, lack of energy, new back pain, something in the lower back pain, and changes in the appearance of the both nipples discharge, the general pain or on part of the breast, and irritated, itchy breast, and irritated or itchy breast. So change in the breast color, size, and shape and touch. So one can realize that, and feeling of the, it is like a, the skin is coming out on something rough of the nipple skin, and the vaginal bleeding and unusual vaginal discharge, and there is some bad odor and the pelvic pain, and all these things are very common symptoms. But cancer has become now proved to the major killer disease. Earlier it was the heart disease, cardiovascular. Now it is declared in 2020 that it is the highest killer, the cancer, in the all the developing countries and developed countries in the US and Europe. But in the middle income countries also are in this, where India comes in. But you can see in the graph in the beginning that the in the left side that the it is it is not visible. It is not visible here. So it is the highest cancer is the leading cause of death in all these countries, in the rich countries. You can say below rich countries, but middle income countries also it is picking up. So just to show that, whereas poor countries it is less. So yeah. So you can say this 40% here and 26%, but then India comes in the middle income countries and it is picking up. And the top medical journal Lancet, which has through its global survey along with the WHO projected that by 2030, every second person around the world will suffer from one or the other form of the cancer. According to the GloboCan, which keeps the track of the prevalence of the cancer or the incidence of the cancer, and WHO India's cancer says that India's cancer burden will double in next 20 years. And it indicates that cancer will be epidemic in India, which will soon be the cancer capital of the world. Globally, cancer looks also epidemic, as 1 in 2 men and 1 in 3 women develop cancer. So it is because cancer is becoming why epidemic in India. It is why should it be epidemic in India? Because that it is because of the uncontrolled pollution, rampant adulteration, contamination of the air, water, soil. So what we eat and what we breathe or use in daily life from morning to evening causes heavy exposure to all of us to harmful chemicals and adulterated foodstuffs, lifestyle, smoking, radiation, pesticides, antibiotics, including pathogenic bacteria and viruses, affect not only our health but also the health of the plant, animal, that I already showed that picture. And the cancer detectable early and preventable if and curable. These are the few cancer which are easily detectable early and can be curable. Cervical cancer in women, it takes 5 to 10 to 20 years to develop to the invasive cancer. Oral and tongue cancer, you will have some whitish patches in the mouth, so you should be very careful. And it can be because of the vitamin less, or it may be because of something is happening, and it should be there should be pain and all. So you should get it checked. And this both in men and women: breast cancer, colorectal cancer, skin cancer, prostate cancer. Then what are the deadliest cancer? Lung cancer, 5 to 6 months survival. Pancreatic cancer, I told 3 to 4 months survival. Breast cancer, 3 to 5 years survival. Prostate cancer, 3 to 5 years or more. And colorectal cancer, 3 to 5 years. So, but if it is detected early, it can be cured. The priority, what do you do the research? Those who are researchers, that the two things are very important: early detection. So if you early detect, it is best treated or prevented. And if cancer is detected early, the majority of cancer can be preventable and can be treated effectively and ultimately curable. So effective treatment, if progressed to an advanced stage, then more than 70% cancer is generally comes in the clinic in the advanced stages. So it is very difficult to treat that time. Chemotherapy, radiotherapy is given, so that there are a lot of side effects and all. So best way to detect early, and that's why I write always that the detect cancer early, save life. So this is the most important thing. The reliable, affordable, so research do some biomarker or some symptom, some markers should be discovered in the blood test or some non-invasive by urine test or stool test. It can be done, and there is a primary prevention and secondary prevention. Primary prevention, if there is a vaccine available, I will come to that. Vaccine can be taken, or anything. The Ayurveda products or some herbal products can be taken. That can be natural products can be taken on which are antioxidant basis that can be taken to prevent the cancer and to be world cancer free. The preventable cancer, not all, the WHO called for the elimination of cervical cancer, which was the number one cancer. It has come to the stage, third most or fourth most cancer, but still there are more than lakhs women gets every year this cancer. So the WHO has declared that this can be in 2018. They have given the call that by 2050, if not by 2030, this cancer can be removed, like your smallpox or polio, which we have been successful. It is now proposed to make on world cancer, cervical cancer free, means genital cancer, women cancer free in 2050 with the following: that vaccination, 90% of the girls which are can be vaccinated. This vaccine is available. The first cancer vaccine, that is HPV, human papillomavirus vaccine. That is my area of research. I have whole life worked on the human cancer. So major is the HPV work. So that can be given 9 to 19 years girls. That can be given up to 46 years also. But they should not be HPV positive. It can be tested and then can be given the vaccines. And screening. It takes 5 to 20 years time. So anytime, any doubt can be screened, and by pap test, it takes very 5 minutes time and easily can be detected. And it is, there are several centers, can be the government centers where it can be done easily, freely, and or it can be very cheap cost, 200, 500 cost, and they can give the, and that can be once you do 30 to 35 years screening, then it can be easily known that whether you have any changes, so that you can every 5 years you can do later. This is what's called that 90% you can be given the vaccination, and 70% women can be screened, and if they are found positive, they can be treated and they can be cured. So this is what is the target that was the Lancet Oncology discovered, and because of different ethnicity and okay.
Just a quick one, a small announcement. Arrangement of water and tea has been made outside, so please feel free to help yourself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So this, because of different ethnicity, this cancer can be also prevalent from place to place. So, prevention, that the major public health problem, but persistent infection of HPV or any virus, just infection of the HPV doesn't mean that you have the cancer. But if it persists for a 1 year or 2 years, then you can think that it is going to develop cancer. So this is a pap smear can be done by screening, but some of the herbal products or natural products like curcumin, turmeric can be taken. I have given a lot of patients along with the cancer drugs. It can be given to the patients, so it takes care of the side effects as well as it helps as an adjuvant. And the basant, that also multi-herbal products, neem, polyherbal cream. So these are herbal products can be already clinically trial. So cancer prevention, there are mainly where the 4 P's stands for, that is preventive. First thing is that you can do the prevention and you can predict, you can have some assumption that there is some problem maybe, and then personalized medicines, and then participatory, the social participations. So the regular screening, the prevention program, important to control the cancer. So screening, regular screening, oral, tongue, esophageal, cervical, colorectal, and breast. So I'll come to that. I will not, it is taking much time, the screening, and there are warning signals. So you can have a lot of, I have already told, the unable to, means there is a blood in the stool or unexplained lump, some growth is there, abnormal pain, and the back pain, and all these I have already told, so I will not repeat it. So cancer prevention is the most important, defined as the protection of the health by personal and community-wide efforts. So somebody in the family or somebody, you yourself, you look at that, there is some problem. So let's beat cancer sooner. So there are 4 in 10 cancer cases can be prevented if you are taking all these precautions. So there, the absence from the smoke free and all these. So there are several cut down the processed meat and avoid pollutions, and so there are many things you cannot avoid, but you have to be very careful. So your life should be, so cancer prevention intervention, that let's beat cancer. So there are screening test, vaccine protection, and surgery. So that comes later. Surgery is the invasive procedure, but first thing is the screening and prevention. And if it is not, then you go for screening, and if there is and take vaccines, and if it is not protected, then go for a treatment. 2 things, the early detection, and if it is not possible, then targeted treatment. So primary prevention by taking all the precautions and taking vaccines. Secondary prevention is by screening, and the tertiary prevention by adjuvant, taking a lot of palliative care and all these treatments and all. So I'm not going to in detail because of the lack of time. The cancer is the third most in the women, and the 70 or 80% women can develop anytime in the cancer HPV infections, and 90% of the cases they remove their body immune system can remove this virus infection. That's why I told it should persist for a year or 2, because if it is 2-3 months, doesn't matter, it will get removed. But you have to get it tested and to know that it is persisting or it has gone. So we have the immune system, it can remove any type of infection within 3-4 months. So this is a human papillomavirus, which is called the genital cancer in women. So 1.3 lakhs women, Indians, male, females, develop this cancer, and 1 out of 2 women die cancer, the cervical cancer in India till death. And there are all these, the early age marriage. So this is my study has gone to this. That's why earlier the marriage age of the women was fixed at 18 years when I was in ICMR. So from the health ministry, but now it has become 21 years. The multiple sexual partners, poor genital hygiene, number of pregnancy, total and oral contraceptive use, smoking, genital warts, and all these and dietary factors and many things which helps the factors expose them to for the. So there are several procedures that can be detected by pap smear and all these. So HPV testing and all. So this is and cervicography and all, colposcopy, and there is a vaccines. So there is HPV vaccine, there are Gardasil and Cervarix. There are 2 vaccines, and there is a nonavalent or 9-valent vaccines. So that is also by Gardasil. So these vaccines are not incorporated in the national immunization program yet, but you can get to the private clinics, and those who are already, it is there in the TV and newspaper, always there. Delhi has taken this vaccine program. So in Delhi, private clinics, you can get it. And in Punjab also, they have taken it, and Northeast states. So you can get it in the personal level and get it vaccinated, those who are young adolescent girls, those who are in the schools, 9 to 19 years. And mammography can be done, and the preventive services and the screening, the breast cancer self-examination can be done. And this is a breast self-examination. You go to the net, you can, I think everybody has the internet, the smartphone, you just say that best self-examination. So you will know methods are been described. This is just shown. You have to go to the bathroom. When you are bathing, you have to put the soap and take it from the below to up, put your own hand and see that if there is any gut or anything, anything you are feeling odd. And then that could be, that can be done in a month once. If they remember to do it, then that will protect you. That is a self-breast examination. No doctor is needed. You do yourself in the bathroom itself, and you should be easily do either before the mirror, or you can just without mirror, you can do that. So this is what it is all. I will not go into details, but everywhere you will get it in this. So also the mouth, you can see it is easily visible. You can already see in the mirror whether there is a white spot, why there is a pain and all. So this is all if there is unusual bleeding, wounds or whitish, that is called the whitish patches. So that starts initially like that. So you should be, these are all available in the smartphone. You can just go through. Primary prevention involves the tobacco, alcohol and the betel squid. It is very known factors. If somebody, this pan masala and all is very dangerous. Once upon a time, you do take sometimes this, okay, some party or something, pan or pan masala or smoking infrequent, that is okay, but not regular. And very seriously, many ladies and many people sleep with that in the mouth. They'll just sleep in the daytime or in the night. They put in their mouth and they sleep. Those who are taking khaini and other tobacco product, that is very dangerous. And they are likely to develop cancer, oral cancer, certainly, 100%. So secondary prevention, that you need to do the screening, public awareness. So these are all, I will not go into the all the detail, but last but not the least, that is there, you have to have the courage, get the courage that how these people have very careful, and they are taken the strong mind and strong courage to overcome the cancer. They are the fighter or the who have won the cancer. And now these personalities, the celebrity who have won the cancer, and they are the emperor of all diseases, that is the cancer. There is a person who himself is a cancer doctor. He is the Dr. Siddharth Mukherjee. He is a cancer physician. I think Dr. Puneet Gupta knows. So he is famous. He has a book. He has a film. He has several things. He has got that book, The Emperor of All Maladies. So that is nothing but cancer. So he got the Pulitzer Prize from UK for that, and he has a film also, documentary also. He is in Columbia University. He is a medicine, physical cancer medicine in Columbia University and medical school. And he was diagnosed with leukemia, and the very rare form of leukemia, but he fought with that. And so he himself is a cancer person, but a cancer specialist, but he suffered from cancer and he won the cancer. There is Tahira Kassab, who had breast cancer in 2019, and he has cured from cancer. Then Sonali Bindre, you know, we wanted to bring her in the earlier in the cancer meeting in March, but we could not be successful. Diagnosed with the metastatic cancer in 2018, and he is now fine. And you know, very famous Yuvraj Singh, a cricketer, famous cricketer, he diagnosed with the lung cancer, dreaded lung cancer, but he is fine after they got married and he is leading a good life. Manisha Koirala, you know, that diagnosed with a ovarian cancer in 2012, but he is fine now. So this is what, and our own Kajal Palli is here, dual cancer. So she could fought, and she is sitting in front of you, and there are many other people who will be sharing their experience. So this is all about, I wanted to tell you that the prevention is better than cure. So these are my colleagues from starting from the ICMR Institute, which is the National Institute of Preventive Oncology or Now it is NICPR, National Institute of Preventive Oncology and Research. Earlier it was named as ICPO. So from there to SCPR in Delhi University, Biomedical Center, and then to AMSR here in the Amity University. So there are several people who have contributed in this research. So thank you very much for your patience. I have taken a little more time.
So thank you very much for sharing your views, thoughts, and new knowledge regarding cancer prevention and therapeutics. As you have rightly mentioned, we need a rigorous campaigning to promote cancer prevention, specifically for cervix cancer, the vaccination. And as the chief guest of this program, Dr. Puneet, he has worked rigorously on that and the Meghalaya state. So we need active campaigning. We need a rigorous program to organize awareness program frequently to make the people to understand them, the cancer, how cancer grows, how we can prevent it in the early stage. So, sir, thank you so much. And moving ahead, we have next speaker, Dr. Selvamurthy, sir. Sir, welcome to this cancer awareness program. Sir is president of Amity Science and Innovation and also Chancellor of Amity University, Chhattisgarh. Sir is a renowned scientist. He has devoted around 40 years on naturopathy, including yoga and herbal medicines. Sir was a Director General, DG of DRDO Life Sciences, and now Sir is with us here in Amity. And Sir is an excellent mentor, excellent human being. So with this, I request.
Thank you, Dr. Dhruv.
I request you, sir, to share your views and thoughts how naturopathy, how our lifestyle can help us to manage cancer or to help us to prevent from the cancer. So, sir, it's over to you. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Puneet Gupta ji, the Director of Oncology and Clinical Oncology at Metro Hospital, and our distinguished Miss Kajal Pali, Founder and Director, Peace with Cancer. So first of all, let me welcome on behalf of Founder President Dr. Ashok Chauhan and the Chancellor Dr. Atul Chauhan, both these very distinguished people who are example radiating at how do we bring peace with cancer. And also my salutation to all the cancer warriors and also the cancer survivors, and who are now setting examples that how do we make our life beautiful in spite of all these problems, difficulties one would undergo. How do you build a very happy, harmonious life? So, and also my salutation to all the researchers, NGOs who are rendering human service to take care of the cancer patients, to give them treatment. So all the health workers who are rendering human service to take care of the people who are afflicted with cancer. And salutations to you as well. As was rightly mentioned by Dr. B.C. Das in his very extensive presentation, that cancer is one of the major killers. Next to perhaps cardiovascular diseases, cancer is the most responsible for the death of the people today. So then he also emphasized on the prevention, because for a country like ours with 1.4 billion people, and if we have to have Swasth Bharat, that we must focus on prevention rather than tertiary care and treatment. So that is where it is very important to look at how do we prevent cancer, and also he emphasized on the early diagnosis, effective treatment, and also recovery. These are the 4 phases in which one has to focus, and also finally the improving quality of life of these people. That is most important, is quality of life. Even if they have to survive for 6 months or 1 year, how do you keep them happy, peaceful, and also the quality of life increase? So that is where we need to also focus. If somebody has cancer, how do you keep them happy? The other one is my association with cancer has been right from DRDO days. And I did three important modest contributions in this field. One is we developed a cytoscan for detecting the cancer cervix, early cancer cervix. That we developed an automatic scanning of the pap smear, which you take for cancer cervix. Instead of pathologists seeing every slide, which is very difficult, cumbersome, thousands of slides he has to see. So can we identify automatically putting the slide, it scans and looks for patterns, normal cell vis-a-vis the cancer cervix cell. So this is where then we have given the pattern recognition. So this is already in production. It has been transferred. Technology has been transferred. The other one is 2-deoxy-D-glucose, which is a cancer sensitizer. That is, when you are giving radiotherapy to cancer patient, it not only kills the cancer cell, but also kills the normal cell in the vicinity. So how do you sensitize the cancer cell? So this is where 2-deoxy-D-glucose, which is an analog of glucose, which will resemble glucose, but it cannot participate in the ATP synthesis and energy release process. So that is where when the cancer cell is hyperactive, it is hungry for energy. It keeps on multiplying, proliferating. So then when you give before cancer radiotherapy to cancer patient, this analog glucose, 2-deoxy-D-glucose, the cancer cell will take more of this because it is hungry for energy. It's multiplying at a very fast rate. So having taken this, it will not get the energy. So it's a weaker cell now. So you can optimize the radiation dose in such a way. In that dose, the sensitized weaker cancer cell will be killed while protecting the normal cell in the vicinity. This is 2-deoxy-D-glucose, which has gone into manufacturing after phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 clinical trials. Now it is in the market by Dr. Reddy's laboratory in Hyderabad. They are manufacturing and it is in the market. This was repurposed during COVID situation, during the corona attack, that people used it for the repurposed drug for application for preventing the cancer, the multiplication of the virus itself, the coronavirus. So this was another second area. Third one is very interesting with regard to the palliative support therapy which cancer patients should receive. This is what is very important. This we worked together from DRDO with Bangalore Cancer Research Foundation, Dr. Brinda Sitaram, as well as Dr. Kilara. So we worked together. That what we did, psychoneuroimmunological axis, we were trying to approach for the cancer patient. So we took breast cancer patient who underwent mastectomy. Then they also had radiotherapy, chemotherapy, and a lot of side effects. So they are in high level of stress. So we took them as the subjects. Then we also had spouses who are and the caregivers. So three population: patients, spouses, and the caregivers as a system. We measured their perceived stress. What is the psychological level of stress of the patients, spouses, caregivers? Then each one adapts their own coping styles. So what type of coping style? Somebody will avoid, somebody will own the responsibility, somebody will go for meditation. So somebody will go for counseling. So we looked for the coping strategies adopted by these three populations. Then we looked at the neurological axis through sympathetic activity. What is the stress level? Sympathoadrenal axis we measured, including cortisol, catecholamines. Then we looked at the immune profile, that is CD4, CD8, NK cell activity, which will indicate the immune profile. So then we did a multivariate analysis, which if the perceived stress, how does it correlate with the progression of the disease? If we are able to ameliorate the stress, how does the prognosis improve? And also, what is how the psychotherapy can become a very important part in the treatment, which should be given. Psycho-oncology is very important. So this we proved by this study by a multivariate analysis. And we also looked at which coping strategies lead to better prognosis. So this was a work done when I was in DRDO. Now in Amity, Dr. Das is spearheading this. Cancer biology is a strong cluster. This is the first research cluster which founder president Dr. Ashok Chauhan established. And the first research cluster in Amity Group is the cancer biology cluster, which Dr. Das is the chief coordinator and Dr. Dhruv is the coordinator. So this is doing, Das is the mentor as well for this. So there's a strong R&D in all disciplines, all types of cancer. Amity is carrying out research for setting early diagnosis and also the therapeutic approaches, novel therapeutic approaches. So early biomarkers we are looking at, and also can we predict the people who will go into metastasis? Can there be indicators, markers, which will indicate this person will get into metastasis faster? How do we prevent it? Then he is also developing a new drug, triple conjugate, which is a known anti-tumor agent combined with curcumin and also the folate to give the signature of the cancer stem cell. So this is a research which Dr. Das is doing in Amity. So we are also focusing on chemo prevention. There's a center for chemo prevention. Then we are also looking at homeopathy. Dr. Nilanjana, who is sitting there, she is looking at the molecular mechanism of homeopathy drug. How can it be used in cancer? And what is the mechanism, the mechanistic aspect she is looking at? So the quality of life using meditation, all this we are doing. So we are trying to contribute our little bit of modest contribution from Amity in this area. Now the final message, I will be very brief. The final message is, let us prevent cancer by a good, healthy lifestyle. So even if there is a genetic predisposition, how do we delay the expression or prevent the expression of those genes which are responsible? Can we do that? So let us prevent. Then the biomarkers are very vital. Let us focus on early biomarkers which can spot people early so that their health span as well as the longevity goes up and the quality of life improves. And the awareness creation is important. Cancer is treatable. Many people feel, they get dejected, frustrated. Why cancer for me? So this is like any other disease. So it is treatable. So we want to create that awareness among the general public. This is very important. So all of us who are here on the screen as well as who are attending this online, offline, please create this awareness. Cancer is treatable, is preventable and treatable. Finally, let us not mark a person as cancer patient. This is like any other clinical abnormal physiology or pathology. So let us create that kind of social support. Let us not label a person as cancer patient. So like I see the person who is sitting there, Kajal Pali, she is a very vibrant, as normal as anybody and as more vibrant than all of us. So she sets an example, Ms. Kajal Pali. Such people, there are many people Das showed in his presentation as well. So let us create that social support to the people who are having this problem of cancer. All of us will do it. And my best wishes to Dr. Das, Dr. Dhruv for taking this initiative to organize this Cancer Survivor Day. And also my compliments to all the participants. But let us take a resolution that we will not just learn something from these deliberations, but let us make a resolution that we will give that support, required support to the cancer patients. So with this, my best wishes to every one of you. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts and views, how naturopathy, how yoga can help in cancer prevention. And what I see a few days back, this WHO has approved globally this traditional medicine system. And that includes homeopathy, Ayurveda, all this yoga. And it's coming in a big way to help cancer patients as well, because we say that it's a lifestyle related disease. So sir, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts and views on this program. And we have our next speaker, Dr. Puneet Gupta. He is here. Dr. Puneet Gupta is a most qualified cancer specialist in India, and he's a MD, DNB, DM, all in cancer. He's the first in India to start cancer education as DNB in medical oncology, diploma in nursing oncology, diploma in psychology oncology that we run in collaboration with Amity Schools of Psychology here in Amity. So that's a diploma course Dr. Puneet Gupta started in collaboration with Amity. He has done cancer service screening for all over the state of Meghalaya with Dr. Somya and Cancer Roko NGO. The interesting thing is that Dr. Puneet Gupta, he has treated more than 30,000 cancer patients, and we have one of the patients who is a survivor, who is a winner, is here, Mr. Yogesh Rohilla. So long back, 27 years back, when Mr. Yogender, he was in 6th standard, and he treated Mr. Yogender, and now he is successfully is living his life. He is a survivor. So with this, I invite Dr. Puneet. He is a senior consultant and oncologist in Apollo Hospital as well as in Metro Hospital here in Delhi. So, sir, please, it's over to you.
Gupta ji, namaskar and welcome. Thanks for accepting our request. Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure. Thank you very much. So it's a great pleasure to be among all of you, and I understand this gathering is going to be quite meaningful for the lives of each one of us, because sharing our experiences can mean a lot, and what we can do forward in the society. And we understand that, you know, surviving cancer is a real, I will say, a lifetime challenge, and it changes the, you know, perception towards life of the doctor as well as the patient. So caregiver and care receivers, they actually form a great team, and they have to work with a notion of serving each other and with empathy. So, you know, the highest challenge is surviving the cancer. And in this, I'll say that there are multiple needs of the client with cancer. Now we have to understand that it is a multi-dimensional approach towards the patient that I have learned over time, and I have worked to seriously promote it. And it is not just like you know, the like a proverb that what we call as a total cancer care. Here we look forward into the physical well-being, mental well-being, social well-being, spiritual well-being, and the as well as the economical well-being of the patient. So all these dimensions have to be addressed. And for this, it is very important to understand that the physical dimension of the client with cancer, they are almost always compromised. Why? Because as Dr. Das has very rightly highlighted, you know, these people, if you study the profile of the clients with cancer, they usually have, you know, what we say, the habitual problems like tobacco smoking, heavy use of tobacco, or tobacco plus alcohol, or heavy use of alcohol, or, you know, some other body problems which are as a result of the chronic use of the tobacco and alcohol, or the lack of vitamins, or dietary problems, or lack of fibers, or we can say the lack of exercise and obesity and all those, you know, prominent features which lead to end organ damage. Let's say heavy smoking has caused the problem in the heart, they have caused the problems in the lungs, there is a, let's say, problem in the kidneys, liver, blood problems, and there are associated mental problems, and there may be brain pathological problems. Let's say we know alcohol encephalopathy is there, alcoholic personality is there, the substance abuse is there, or we understand that dependency and what we say addiction is there. So all these things we have to address, considering that the physical performance of the cancer patient is almost always compromised, and you have to look into all the physical dimensions of the client, and into the each and every organ has to be addressed very, very, I will say seriously, because there is a chronic damage to almost in all the patients. You will find some or the other organs being hit because of their, the agents which are causing cancer. They go hand in hand, causing the other organ insults beside cancer. So these organs may not be directly affected by the cancer. You must remember, they can be affected something other than the cancer itself. Now the mental well-being, we call it the what we call as a DADA protocol. Means there is a cancer patient can present you with the DADA scene. DADA means DADA, denial or anger. Then there is depression or altered sleep pattern, anxiety, and finally comes the acceptance. So all these mental problems can be there in a person with cancer, beside being the other physical problems. And the most seriously, which I think need great addressal, is the impending death syndrome, what we call as a impending death syndrome. Because once any client has cancer, the life has shrunk. So it has a meaning that the life, the lifespan has shrunk for him or her. So it's very important that they started questioning their own self, that what is the time left? Will I survive or not? If I survive, for how long? Is this survivor useful? Is I am going to have good quality of life? Is I am going to have a pain-free life? Will I suffer from extensive pain in the end? Or, these are realistic questions, and this we call as the impending death syndrome. They go on thinking about the, let's say, the thought of death. And this impending death is kind of hits your in neuroanatomical, it becomes the dominant part of your worry, which is processed in prefrontal cortex. So this is how we'll go more biological aspect of this. So this is about the mental health scenario of a client with cancer. Then the social aspect, then social dimension we have to see. There is professional caretaker is required for each and every one, but now we have to see really, is it affordable? Is it available? Is there any other NGO? Or sometime, even I have learned over time that more important than doctor, sometimes even a social worker can play a very important part. I remember one of the cancer patient, she suffered from cancer cervix. It's a real case scenario. It's not a story. It is a real event. I hate calling them as stories. I call them events. So it's in this event, what happened? This cancer cervix lady, we told her, this is your stage, this is how we are going to treat you, this is the expected result, expected outcome, and we are going to use multimodality therapy to better your results, better your outcome. So, at the end of that day, she says, sir, I don't know, whatever you are doing, it's okay, I give my consent for everything, but my most important dominant worry is that my little daughter should get admission in 10th class. So luckily I called my social worker. I said, okay, let's look for, there is one of the, principal of one school. She was known to me through some other patient. So I just requested social worker to contact that principal, and she was good enough to give her admission in 10th class. And that moment her daughter got admission in 10th class, she was like a person, without any worry. And she said, now I'm free of all the worries and everything. Even if I die, I don't bother now. So that is the scenario. Sometimes, better than doctor, the drug, the devices, sometimes the things which really hitting your prefrontal cortex, which is giving you worry, that's most important. That requires the most important addressal. So it's not necessarily that even a doctor is important, but the whole of the team is important. So whether, it is an NGO, or it's a social worker, or it is a financial worker, or it is a medical attendant, or it is a social attendant, or it is a, home care givers. So all these work towards the betterment of the patient. And not the least the spiritual aspect. You know, the patient we have to see, they will come in all shades and in all types. There may be believers, they may be non-believers, there may be atheists, they may be, you know, and very important scenario I have seen in my lifetime seeing all these patients, and is the shift in faith. So shift in faith happens from believer to non-believer or vice versa. Many non-believers will become believers and many believers will become non-believers. So it is not always that, you know, so they really kind of always gel with the concept of the divinity, but vice versa can also happen. So this is very important change that we have to look for, you know, spiritual wisdom, spiritual backup, and can we really heal them? And very important, you know, if you look into the international scenario, there was a big challenge when I became a you know, cancer specialist. So I really started wondering that how to provide them with the, you know, spiritual care. That was a big challenge for me. And when I read the international papers, I have been to MD Anderson Cancer Center, trained there. I have been to Austria, Vienna University. I was trained there, and then I have been to other universities in Japan and UK and other places. But ultimately, I found that nobody is actually have done work in spiritual, you know, biology. And then in India, I took a pledge. Okay, let's do something in psychology, oncology. So Amity University was very instrumental. We had the diploma in psychology oncology approved by the Amity University, and there we did a special course plan where we spiritual biology was a integral part of it. And here in this we developed a protocol where in this we had a what we call a book. I published a book. This is published by JP Medical Publishers, and they are the best, you know, medical publishers around in the country. And I had published in this book 3 studies which I conducted. 200 patient studies I have projected in Hong Kong University, where we did how our clients they do, you know, self-awareness. And in this technique, so their prefrontal cortex is not taken by the impending death syndrome, but we are able to give them the what we say the self imagery. They have to imagine their best of their self, the what we say the best of the positive thought. So I really started, you know, working on what is the best positive thought you can have. So it is very simple to say no, be positive, be positive. But I really, you know, went into it. What is the best positive thought a cancer patient need to have? So next is the economical dimension of the patient. So economical dimension is that you really have a anti-cancer scheme which have a value for money. They say your job continuity is there, cost of carrying out dependent activities of daily life. Let's say some of the patients, they become handicapped. Sometimes you have a brain tumor, spinal cord tumor, you are paralyzed, and somebody is, you know, they have the mental disabilities, physical disabilities. They cannot carry out activities of daily life. So that comes with the cost now. So really, is it affordable? Continuity can be there. Can they really be taken care for 2 months, 3 months, 1 year? You know, because anti-cancer treatment will go for at least 6 months. So you have to find a cost-effective protocol, and total course viability has to be there. You have to integrate radiation therapy with surgery and medicine, and maybe multimodality therapy is the norm to give patient a better chance for survival as well as the least side effect. Because sometimes if you do a very kind of let's say integration, then what happens? The best advantage of multimodality is there. The toxicity will be minimal if you are able to use one or the other elements in a very balanced way. So this is how that role of the tumor board comes. So all the 3 doctors, to find the best economical plan, they need to sit together, because cancer is run by 3 specialties, mainly surgery, radiation and medicine. And India, I am proud to say that we have a degree in, let's say, DM in cancer medicine, we have MCH in cancer surgery, and we have a program what we call MD in radiation oncology. So surgical oncology, radiation oncology, medical oncology, we have qualified oncologists in India. If you see in British India, there were no qualified medical oncologists. Their radiation oncologists used to do all the medical oncology. But now in India, we have really grown, much better than even the UK system. And I'm proud to say that in country, institute like Adair Cancer Institute, Madras, where I did my DM from, they were the first in the country to start this program in MD in radiation oncology and DM in medical oncology. And this is a very heartening thing that, Dr. V. Shanta, she was my mentor, and she really contributed a lot in Indian scenario for cancer education. And I'm proud to say that I'm able to carry a bit of her light forward, because I was moved to start, a DNB in cancer medicine for doctors who have done their MD in medicine. And we started the first course in India at Dharamshila Cancer Hospital. And the second thing, I started diploma in nursing oncology. That again, it is approved by Nursing Council of India. And it's a 1-year program. And it is, I'll say that it is still running in many institutes in India today. And third one, we started off it, as I mentioned, diploma in psychology oncology in Amity University. And now I am planning to start one more new course. And I am proud to say that DNB medical oncology, I started first in Dharamshila Cancer Hospital. Then I took the torch to Apollo. I started the DNB medical oncology in Apollo. And the third one, recently, I started the DNB medical oncology as a faculty at Metro Hospital and Cancer Institute. So this is how, each one of us can contribute. And I really feel proud that in India, we have a kind of a, environment where our students and our, I will say the upcoming generation, they are really up to it. They come up to your expectations. They still do better. And, they start taking the challenge. So now very many institutes in India, they are having DNB medical oncology program and in nursing oncology program. And I'm sure in time to come, psychology oncology program is also going to come up, in a big way. And next, we understand once such a demanding things are there to be, provided to a client with cancer. So how they are done, we have to have a good organization. So there is a medical hospital personnel, then medical home attendants should be there, social attendants should be there, social worker, NGOs, religious organization, banking and financial help systems. So all this, have to be geared up to help a cancer client, and that's environment we have to create among them, so that they can even I say transport system is very important. Some of the NGOs, I simply tell them arrange transport for the patient, because they have to be regularly picked up from their homes, and sometimes there are social challenges. Attendants are busy, they may not be able to come all the time, and they may not be able to afford for that very distant away transport. So all these things needs to be arranged and needs to be looked after. So follow-up is also very important. So all these things, when we come, what we have to deliver in a hospital. So in a hospital, the anti-cancer care, I always say they can, start with, preventive, or they can be diagnostic, prophylactic, therapeutic, presumptive, palliative care in end-stage cancer, or end-of-life care in end-stage cancer, and research-based care. So now it is very, very important here that, in India, we have to now look for the way forward in research-based care. We have to do more and more of what we call as a CRO, clinical research organizational unit, so that we have, whenever some international project comes, there are good, well-trained CROs there in India. So these clinical research organizations, they take away these clinical trials, they give the latest of those technology, techniques, drugs and devices through clinical research to the client with cancer. So this is very, very important. So that beside doing the routine care, we must also have weightage towards what we call as the clinical trial setting. So clinical trial setting is not easy to set up because the premier hospitals only are able to afford them, because it is not that the other hospitals they don't want it, but because they are not thinking on those lines. So we have to start thinking that our institute should have a clinical research organization. We should invite other trials in our organization. We should encourage our doctors to enter patients into clinical trials. But clinical trial here doesn't mean that we are trying something foolish on them, but here means we are trying the latest drug which is not available in India. It is coming from US, or it is coming from the latest research lab, from AstraZeneca, or from the top leaders in the world of cancer research. So very many companies, they have made their molecules, but in America and all that, they don't have so much client load. They don't have so many patients. So there, a patient accrual of 300 may take 3 years, 4 years, but here we can accrue the same patient within 3 months. So this is very, very important. And in cancer survivor, even if you give a difference of 10%, 20%, 30% in response rates, or in complete responses, or even total response rates, so the drug becomes approved. So this is how we can introduce new technology, new techniques, and new devices, and newer learning curves. You don't have to go outside and learn them and come back to India, but you can do them under clinical trial setting. So I think this is a very important area where we should develop. And also in preventive, what is lacking, if you see all the premier institutes in the country, they are, if you ask them their preventive programs, we leave it to the NGOs. If you see in NGOs, I did one of the program with Roko Cancer. Even it's a London-based NGO, and Sardar Chawla ji, he had his wife. She was surviving a breast cancer survivor, and then we lost her due to breast cancer later on. But he took a pledge to really do the breast cancer screening and cervix cancer. As Dr. Das very nicely highlighted, it is, to make it simple, in ladies, the cancer of pregnancy related, or you can say reproduction related organ is common in India, whether it is cervix, it is breast, or ovary. So these kind of sex related organs are more affected by the cancer, because they are more related to the hormonal control. And whereas in males, our habit forming, let's say tobacco use, alcohol use, so whether it is a head and neck cancer, or it is lung cancer, or it is colorectal cancer, they are habit-based cancer. They are more seen in our male population. So this is how we can understand the cancer scenario in India. But the positive thing, the light at the end of the tunnel is there, as Dr. Das has very nicely highlighted, is the preventive aspect. All these cancers are highly preventive, whether it is head and neck cancer, lung cancer, or colorectal cancer. If we stop smoking tobacco, you will be surprised that tobacco plant was never there in India. And who brought the tobacco plant to India? It was the great invader Vasco da Gama. So it was not that he found India for the first time. India was already existing, and India has existed through, in 5000 BC, 4000 BC, 3000 BC, first civilization to settle on Earth, where the human civilization, a very big area, around 1 million square kilometers. So this was already there in 5000 BC. So what Vasco da Gama, what he did, he brought the tobacco plant to India. He landed near Kochi, and he invaded, killed the local people, and started cultivating the tobacco there. So this is how the tobacco spread. And before that, in India, the major plant which was consumed as a smoking habit was, Indica sativa. So the bhang plant. So the bhang, if you smoke it, or you whatever use you want to, we say substance abuse, but it never causes cancer. That is the beauty of the Indica sativa. So once the tobacco landed in India and its cultivation started, so what happened? The cancer rose. Today, 60% of the cancers are caused by tobacco smoking. And even the government cannot stop it, because this consumption is, so high, revenue is so high, and economics is so I will say, forcing that it is difficult to really give away the advantage of what we say the tobacco finances. But the sad part is that in preventive part, I think it is very, very important to make tobacco so costly that it at least become unaffordable to the people who should not actually be spending money at all on tobacco, because if they consume it and at a very high cost, then they should know it that it is something which is really, it is something like that you don't get sulfuric acid so easily. So it should be with all the registration and everything, and person who is consuming tobacco, then there should be some kind of tax or something extra given to him if he consumes more than 20 cigarettes or 40 cigarettes, so that we know, and his insurance should go high. If he's claimed that you are buying tobacco 10 cigarettes a day, your insurance monthly, which the company is taking from you, that should also go higher. So this is how we have to, checks and balances. We have to make sure that who consumes tobacco, he is given a strong hit, and he thinks 10 times before becoming a smoker or consuming tobacco, because he is affecting his health, he is affecting the family economics, he is affecting the national economics, and he is misutilizing the resources of India. And these things was pushed on to India because we are not a tobacco country. Tobacco plant was not there at all. So this is very, very important that we should have, many checks and balances in India, and it is the right time to do it, because in 2030, India is going to be number one, I will say, country in the world to have the cancer patients in a given scenario. The heaviest load of cancer patient is going to come to India, because 2030 India will become the world will become, the cancer will become one of the major chunk of death related causes in humans. So 2030 it will take over tuberculosis, malaria, or cardiac diseases, or road traffic accidents. So it will become number one killer. So this is very, very important. If we start now, then we will see the effects, maybe after 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, they will come very quickly. So I think second important thing in prevention is what we call as the cancer screening. If we went, I must thank Dr. Sangmaya from this platform. He was the minister at Meghalaya, and with the ROCO Cancer NGO, which is a London-based NGO, we started a program here. We screened whole of the state of Meghalaya. We had 2 buses. In those 2 buses, we had a mammography machine, and we had a cancer cervix, taking the sample, and we did it by liquid pap method. Liquid pap method means you are testing the virus also, and you are testing the cytology also by laser method. And here it is no human is actually seeing the slides. By the conventional way, we see it under the optical microscope. Here you don't see under the optical microscopic. A laser beam will see, register, and it is a patented method. And this method, what do you say, liquid pap method, is patented by an American company. They give the report whether the patient is having pre-cancer, yes or no. So you test for virus, you have an algorithm, you test for pre-cancer situation, and what kind of treatment patient requires, how many screenings, more regular screenings, vaccination, and all these things. So screening plus vaccination, once they go hand in hand, it is a wonderful, cancer cervix can virtually be eliminated. In countries like Scandinavian countries, where they screen each and every home, they have the data for each and every female, each and every home, each and every family. But here I am sad to say that in India, no political party till date has even thought or mentioned, or in their political agenda, they ever talk of even a potential program in their election manifesto that they will vaccinate each and every female, why you can vaccinate them from age of 11 to 25. And this vaccination, HPV, Dr. Das has very beautifully highlighted the research part. The 3 people, they got the Nobel Prize for finding this virus. So HPV, it was a secret disease. How it happens, why it is happening, it took quite a lot of time and resources to find, and ultimately a Nobel Prize was awarded. to a team of 3 people who found that it is actually a virus. Just like COVID is caused by a virus, cancer cervix is also caused by a virus. Then other company, they made vaccination against it. And now we have, as he has highlighted in stock, the Gardasil 9, that vaccination is there. And we need to give it to all the females. In Canada and in some, all over the globe, we have 200 countries, 200 plus countries. Out of them, 100 countries, the vaccination is free. But the sad part is that in India, most populous country on earth, and the most democratic country on earth, nobody actually takes a decision, nobody talks about whether they are women empowerments or whether they are NGOs or whether they are government bodies or there are healthcare leaders or what do we say, health ministers or health, I say whatever health organizations. Nobody is talking of a very highly preventable, recommended and widely practiced. 50% of the world is practicing it. And I will say we are one of the very, upcoming country with a, democratic viewpoint, and we must set an example, just like we have done in COVID vaccination, which was, was very costly for outside world. But now we could have a cheaper version. We can do research, our own research. We don't have to have that, foreign vaccination. I am not promoting that we should vaccinate them only with the foreign thing. We can make our own vaccination, and I'm sure that will be much cheaper. It may be affordable into 100 rupees, 200 rupees, 300 rupees, and because present vaccination is quite costly that way. And we must, the people who are, at least government can make a start from today onward, that if the people who are paying their income tax, at least their families will be vaccinated free of cost. At least we should make a start. This benefit should go to those people who are paying income tax. So this is how in a democratic setup we have to do things, and we have to start innovative. We have to start a selective population who are there doing things for the nation. So if you are to the nation, by the nation, for the nation, I think you will get those benefits. So that policy we should work upon, and from this platform, I'm sure that the message will reach to the right people, and we are able to vaccinate and make a start, because it is kind of a herd effect. If somebody sees that section of society is getting the benefit, why not me? So they will start getting it on their own personal basis. So many VIPs, rich people or other people who can really afford, but they are not paying their income tax, second step they will come. And slowly the government will also see the cancer in them has reduced significantly. Then they will also start pushing things like, we already have many good schemes. So they can push up through those special health cards, which have been, Ayushman cards have been issued. So if they want to start their, in selective population, people have Ayushman cards. So they can start with those selective people. This is how we can really, take up this preventive effort in a very big way. Now, continuing with the science of anti-cancer therapy, now as a doctor, how really we have to look into it, how we treat cancer, and how as a researcher, because I know in this, they have told me in this lecture, we have many researchers with us, as Dr. Das has highlighted the other aspects. I'll say the therapeutic, how I really treat a client with cancer. So we have to have 4 dimensions to my, what I say, my algorithm, what I call as the best outcome practices. So best outcome practices for cancer, you have to think 4-dimensionally. Number 1 is the cancer biology. So cancer biology, there are 100 types of cancers are there phenotypically, and genotypically each cancer is different. Each cancer you have to customize. Every patient have a special cancer genetic problem. There are definite genetic errors, and they sometimes run in families. And what most important thing I want to make from this, because practically in my lifetime experience, when I was enthusiastic young person, used to give lectures. So after the screening process, I say people are not coming out for screening. What is the problem? They said, no, cancer, sir, doesn't run in our family. It is only for those guys who have cancer in their families. They need to come to your lecture. They need to be there, with the in the cancer detection camps or in the other lectures. in our family, nobody has cancer. But I may tell you the sad part of it. The sad part of it is that only 2, 3, 4, or 5% of the cancers they run in families. 95% of the cancers are going to hit newer families only. Cancer always find a new family. You must find. You must remember this. And this is how it makes the fool of the population. If you see, out of 1 lakh, wherever the 1 lakh population is residing, and nobody has cancer. So next year, there will be 200 people who have cancer there. So if you want to know how many cancer cases will be there in a given pocket, that's in a population. If that population has 10,000 people, 10 lakh people, so out of 10 lakh, you multiply by 200. So 10 multiplied by 200, 2,000. So 2,000 people are going to have cancer in 1 year, fresh cases. So now you detect them, don't detect them, treat them, don't treat them, that's your problem. But this is how worldwide data, almost, this is, you can, all over the globe, this pattern is seen. Sometimes you can put, 50 down, 50 plus, like that, region to region. But this is, in general, you will find this is happening all over the globe. So very, very important to understand is that a subset of the population will always have cancer. Number one. Number two is that we need addressal. We need preventive efforts, and majority of them, they will have different kind of cancer biology, and in that biology, they will have different types and they will have different genetic inserts. Second is the client biology based. As you already know, I have highlighted, different clients will have different bodily problems. Somebody will have heart problem, lung insult, kidney insult, liver insult, blood problems, mental problems, brain insults. So because of their use of tobacco, heavy alcohol, heavy, lack of fibers, lack of vitamins, other patterns, bad sleeping patterns, and other lack of exercise, obesity, and other allied diseases, that they will add to the problem. Let's say diabetes, hypertension, and many other 1,000 diseases. Beside cancer, client can have anything. So you have to really think of the client overall biology, because you don't treat the tumor, you treat the person as a whole. Next is the third doctor have to think about the drug suitability. Whether the drug, what is the pharmacokinetic, which organ it is effective. Some drug is affecting, the cancer has affected the liver, patient is having jaundice, and the drug is also going to affect the liver. So you can't use that drug for him or her, because that drug may be very good, but the cancer client, you cannot give the benefit of that drug. You have to, switch over to some maybe inferior drug or whatsoever, because otherwise you will lose the client. So this is also very important, that which drugs are available in the country, what is the fitness of the patient, and which is the, whether some drugs are available only in clinical trial setting. Sometimes I see a young patient is there, and in India we don't have any drug for that. He is a failed patient. He has failed first line, second line, third line, and now their new drug has come up in Singapore, or their new drug has come up in US. So in fact, sometimes I know I have referred the patient to Singapore or to outside to go into a clinical trial. So this is how I know the importance of, setting done, because I don't want to do it. So I want that our next generation, we should make clinical research organizations. Each and every hospital should now have a clinical research team. There should be a clinical research nurse, there should be a clinical research junior doctor, there should be a clinical research wing, there should be a clinical research head of the department, and there should be a clinical research registrar. So this is how, until unless, and none of the institute in India today really have it, I may tell you. That's the sad part. So this kind of scenario, a dedicated person has to be there. But now it is kind of a scattered here, there, they will do some research, we are doing on under DNB programs, we write theses, we do all those things, but it's not a structured research. If you go to MD Anderson Cancer Center, so I went there for 2 fellowships. I was shocked, when I went there where research is happening, it is a 15-story building. It is a 50-story building, 15-story building, and if you go to each floor, they have different projects. So 15 floors, only research, clinical research, and not animal research, I may tell you. It is human research. And, this is a this is how that they are #1 cancer center in the world. So this is the premier, what we say, they are the, Makkah of medicine, Makkah of cancer medicine. So this is very, very important. They have really changed the world scenario. So this setting is very important to understand, because some of the drugs are available only in clinical trial setting. And if we are not doing that in India, we are missing the, what we say, leadership role. In India, we get 300 patients within 3 months. They get 300 patients, not even after, I may tell you, after 3 years, 4 years. So, and they have to, many studies get closed, and they have found the drug is there. They have to give it under, free under clinical trial setting, but they are not able to test them. So this is the opportunity, a big opportunity is there, and we must now adopt a leadership role in the cancer research. So total last part, the doctor has to really discuss with the client for the best outcome practices is the total plan. Total plan viability, financial viability, physical viability, biological viability, will patient, and tolerability. Will the patient tolerate this medicine or not? Will the patient can afford this or not? So will the patient able to sustain this or not for 3 months, 6 months, or some drugs will continue for 2 months. You will assess after 2 months. Some will come, let's say radiation will come for, let's say 6 weeks. So you have to really think of all the logistics, that multimodal surgery, radiation, drugs, you have to integrate along with the spiritual and the other consideration. So cancer patient care armamentarium, I call it, to simplify it, we require for best survivor outcome 4D. What is that 4D? D for doctor advice, drugs, devices, and disease-free thought. This is very, very important. The last driving force, the disease-free thought. How you can give your client a disease-free thought. So I really worked on what we call as a positive thought. What is the positive? Cancer, a person is dying of cancer. He says, but he hell with the positive thought. I don't want to, think anything. I want to think about my cancer only. My cancer is killing me. So you have to really, I started thinking about it. And I found the answer after 7-8 years of my research. And what happened? The best thing I found, the answer came from spiritual biology. When I started integrating how your thought, how your positive, that thought, why I'll call it positive, because that thought should change your immune system, that should change your biology, that should change your outcome. Because as a doctor, I understood that what is important is when I'm giving surgery, radiation, or cancer medicine to the cancer client, why I'm giving? I'm changing the cancer biology. Okay, I'm changing the behavior of the cancer, the physiology of the cancer, what we say, the spread of the cancer, the nature of the cancer, the behavior of the cancer. So if I am giving my client a thought, is that thought going to change the behavior of the cancer? Is that thought is going to change the body of the client? Is that thought is going to affect the immune system? So the answer has to be yes, then only it is effective. So what I found, the answer lies in your integration with your prefrontal cortex, because prefrontal cortex is your worry center, what we call as the worry center. If you want to get up early in the morning, what happened? I say, okay, 4 o'clock is your train, and you will miss it if you don't get at 2 o'clock. So what will happen? In your exam days, you must have found, you will see the watch, you are exactly getting up at either at 1:30 or 2, something like that, because your mind, somebody is clicking inside. You say, I'm surprised, it's 2 o'clock, it is exact time. Alarm will just ring after that. So who is telling you this thing? Who is telling you? This is your prefrontal cortex, because that worry center is there. It's processing all the information, and it is there is a timeline. There is a pineal gland in human body that also keep the track of the time. That's known as chronomodulation. So all these organs in the brain, they work together, and they give you what we say, the worry, the genesis of worry. What we say as the impending death syndrome. You are thinking of death, cancer. What will happen? What will happen? But now, if you want to change that with a positive thought, what is that thought? That is this, what I call as the 4D again. This thought itself, the 4D thought, is the diseaseless, deformityless, deathless, darklessness form of your body. That your body is glowing, it is bright, it is beautiful, it is glistening, it is self-glowing. So if you think that you have a, let's say your breast have been amputated for a patient, a limb has been amputated, a patient is having sarcoma and the limb has been amputated, the hand has been cut, the leg has amputation has been done for the osteosarcoma of the limb. But what have happened? Once you imagine your body, you sit and do a imagination where you think that your body is, you know, what is your body? This whole body, now it is made up of different organs. But we don't imagine that there is a lung, liver, bone, brain, there are different organs are there. But what is important now, how we imagine? Here it is, this cartoon is showing that what we imagine is we imagine our body is the bed made up of white light body, which is there in the, you know, cover of my book. So if you see here, your body now is made up of the whole white, your lung, liver, spleen, everything is white. And number two is it is self-glowing. There is no darkness, there is no disease, there is no deformity. Your all the, you know, breast and bones, muscles, limbs, everything is intact. They are perfect in shape. And what is happening? The body is glowing. It is beautiful and glowing. So this maximum positive thought, how it's going to work, how it is going to change the scenario. So the scenario is going to change because now this will change your prefrontal cortex. It will change, it will go to your thought, will go to your worry center. And instead of thinking about, you know, your impending death, we have to think about that this beautiful body, white light, full body is going to change your immune response. So TH, we call it TH0, TH1, TH2. TH2 for T, OW and T for tumor. So you can just remember if TH2 response becomes more, this what will happen? You will get a therapeutic effect, that tumor biology will change. And second scenario is that if this spiritual pathway is there in this book I have highlighted, there is a spiritual biological pathway. Here the body organs with dedicated single autonomic nervous system supply, they become activated. And now the studies have proven, this is my hypothesis, latest hypothesis, Dr. Das will like it, it affects your stem cell health. So that spiritual biological pathway which I have highlighted in my book, here the body organs which contain only a single autonomic nervous system supply, I have enumerated in detail, and how they are mentioned in different, you know, texts also I have mentioned, and what modern studies they are doing it. So you will find that once that biological pathway of specific autonomic nervous system, where only a single supply is there, a dedicated single supply, not dual supply. Majority of our body organs, they have dual supply, means they have double supply. They have sympathetic supply also, parasympathetic supply also. But the spiritual organs are only those ones, selective ones, which contain either sympathetic alone or parasympathetic alone. Because in science, there was a lot of controversy. You know, people were really finding, if you see the old literature, other than this book, they will some say no, it is always the, you know, sympathetic system is damaging and parasympathetic system is relaxing. And this is how in spiritually biology, we activate the parasympathetic. That's not true. Well, they were not able to find the real answer with that. The real answer is that it is neither sympathetic nor parasympathetic. It is only those organs which have a dedicated supply of either sympathetic or parasympathetic alone, only a single supply. If there is a dual supply, it's not a spiritual organ. So this is how, you know, this is the biological pathway has been defined. So that activation, particular activation of that pathway will now affect the stem cell health. Now we have stem cells in lungs, we have stem cells in liver, and Dr. Das is doing a lot of research. We have to evolve the models now. So that really to study, in my book, I have mentioned few studies where they have studied it in, you know, in pig epithelium, in pig intestine, they have studied the stem cells, and their relationship with the autonomic nervous system. And this is how our, we can do it in human research also, and how our stem cell health will improve. It's a matter of intense research. In the next 10 years, I'm sure my book will make a difference, and we are going to have more and more people in doing the research associated with our, the serious aspect of our, what I say, the importance of best positive thought. So I just want you to go home with the message that how your best positive thought can affect your stem cell health. So there is a definite biological pathway, definite, things to work for research, and this ancient, very age-old thing. So cancer, this is a gift, I will say, the gift of cancer which have given us, told us now how to really go for survivorship, and how we should really go for the fighting cancer with the old, knowledge. So in this technique, what I have done, we start with the heart, and then we imagine that white light is going from the feet to thigh to arms to face, and then the brain and prefrontal cortex. So this is how we have to go in that fashion, and then we address the white light is addressing the whole of the thing. So this applied spiritual biology is available in Amazon, and I think you can study there. And thanks for patient hearing. Thank you very much. Any question is there, then I can address.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your very interesting views on spiritual biology and how spiritual biology can help cancer patients through psychologically as well as physically to improve their disease condition. So we are at the end of this first session of today's program. And before we go for lunch break, I would like to request Dr. B.C. Das sir and Ms. Kajal to felicitate our chief guest, Dr. Puneet, with a Tulsi sapling and with mementos.
We have to do research on Tulsi to find out anti-cancer effects. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Now, may I kindly request Dr. Puneet and Dr. Ms. Kajal to present Tulsi sapling and mementos to Dr. B.C. Das. Now, may I kindly request Dr. Puneet and Dr. B.C. Das sir to present Tulsi sapling to Ms. Kajal. So thank you all. Thank you very much for listening and participating in this morning session of today's event. And now we'll have a lunch break. We'll come back again with the second session at 2:30. So please enjoy lunch. Good afternoon to everyone. and welcome back to the next session of Cancer Survivors Day. And this session will be moderated by Ms. Kajal. And our first speaker is Dr. Daman Saluja. Ma'am, if you can hear us, could you please turn on your camera?
I would like to take a privilege to call Professor Dr. Daman Saluja. She is a professor and director, ACBR, University of Delhi, Joint Director of Delhi School of Climate Change, and she is a cancer survivor. She will share her story about her fight with the cancer. May I welcome Dr. Daman Saluja?
All right. I think now you can see me and also hear me. Right?
Now, before you start, I will just.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah, before you start, I will just say that few words already. Our cancer survivor and Peace with Cancer, the founding director, Ms. Kajal Palli, she has told about you and introduced, but I would just tell that she is not just a cancer survivor, she is a cancer researcher, one of the top cancer researcher. The institute, she is the director now. I was director there. Before that also she was director, and then I took over, and then she took over from me, and so she is now presently director. But most importantly that she is day in and day out do the cancer research, and she suffered from cancer, and she has proved her credibility to come out of the cancer, that how she has fought. She is the warrior or the winner of the cancer. So welcome, Professor Dr. Daman Saluja.
Thank you, Professor Das. It is really a pleasure to connect with other cancer survivors and other community members. Yes, when we hear about cancer, we definitely get disturbed, and it is very common response. And many people will feel it that way, that cancer means you are going to die. And I just want to say that it is not really true, but we have to take care of few things. Many of the cancers are preventable. Others are which can be treated if diagnosed early, and only a small subset is there which is difficult to diagnose, and therefore it is difficult to treat it in an early stage. And it is only those cancers which are associated with morbidity or death, as we call it. So I think it is very important that we learn how to identify a cancer, and before that we have to be aware of cancer as a disease, not to be panicked, which is treatable and if diagnosed early. And nowadays there are many ways by which there are many new techniques which have come up for early diagnosis. Not only the standard protocols, but also a lot of antigens have been identified. They are called tumor antigens, and for prostate cancer, a simple blood test like PSA can be used. For breast carcinoma, regular monthly self-examination followed by once in 3 years a mammography after 30, 40. These are the ones which can really help the patients come to the hospital or come to the doctor at an early stage. So it is very important that we do look into the early diagnostics. And as such, I would say it is also half of the fight is fought for you by the clinician. He is giving you medication, doing his best or her best, and 50% of it you have to do. You have to have the right mental setup for fighting it out. which is very, very important. Because when you think you can do it and you work towards it, then your whole immune system becomes active. Your body response is in a different manner altogether. And I would say that I was very lucky. I had a very supportive, not only family, but very supportive friends and colleagues who were with me at that critical time, who were ready to be of help, any kind of help. Almost all my colleagues came to my help in one way or the other. And of course, family was there. So all these things put together had made me very comfortable and gave me a big, courage to fight out this breast carcinoma, which I had. It was in stage 2. I was fortunate to detect it early, and by the time it was, verified by biopsy and other methodologies, MRI, ultrasound, and mammography, of course, it was confirmed, and then the treatment routine followed, which was chemotherapy, surgery, radiotherapy, and all throughout. At work, my colleagues helped me stuff of right kind of thinking. A positive attitude, a positive fighting attitude is very helpful for surviving the cancer, or making the things easier for you, your family, and for all people around you. That is also very important. But at the same time, as a scientist, I think we need to go a long way in doing, as being a Satarina, doing very well now into various areas of research. So new techniques are coming up. So I'm sure one day we will have to be aware of the cancer. We need to be, we need to develop as researchers. We need to develop good diagnostic kits, good diagnostic methods, because for different types of cancers, we need different types of diagnostic tests. All will not work for, like one method will not work for all. We know that very well. And then the treatment, and of course, drug discovery. We need to do a lot of research in specific drug discoveries for cancer. So as a part of that responsibility, I think my lab is doing a little bit in that direction. We are trying to develop good diagnostics for leukemia, and also for trying to understand the various molecular pathways that are disturbed during cancer, so that we can utilize this knowledge to identify good target proteins that can serve as good target proteins for drug development. So that is the main crux about it. And I will like to tell you, and one more thing here. Very recently, we have started. I have, along with one of my colleagues, we have started cancer awareness program. We have done 3 camps of cancer awareness among poor population, because I think uneducated poor people, they get diverted towards, fake treatments more, and they also ignore their health more than people who are educated and they have access to the knowledge or to the medical facility. So we have started that. They are also going to have some online seminars for college students, so that they can also spread the word among their family and also they become conscious. So it will be both for breast cancer and also for the prostate cancer, which is very common in after 40, 45. And then, of course, oral carcinoma and cervical cancer, I think is very important that we talk about to the college students, because we do not want them to get into the habit of chewing tobacco. And also cervical cancer, I think we still need a lot of population to be aware of cervical cancer, and also availability of vaccine now for cervical cancer. So we have started this awareness camp, and we will send the link, and I'm sure more people join on online, especially. So we have done this in Nithari village. We have done it in Sector 91 of Noida. We have done it in Kushambi. In the last 2 months, we have done these 3 awareness camps. And I think it is very important that we serve the society by helping many of these people, those who are aware of cancer, those who are survivors or otherwise also. If we can educate our population how to do early diagnosis, and then so that they reach the hospital at the right time. So all the youngsters, they should talk to their family and parents that how they should go about early diagnosis of breast cancer, because that is really increasing in India. I'm sure you all must be aware of this, that breast cancer is really on the top in India, among women, and oral carcinoma and lung carcinoma and prostate cancer, cervical cancer. They are like, top 5 cancers in India. So I will be happy to answer any questions. And so
any questions from participants? You can put in a question answer box, Q&A box, and we'll try to answer that. Or maybe during open discussion session, we'll address all the questions together. I can see in the chat
sure.
a couple of questions, but that is related to the previous talk.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Saluja. It was wonderful having you here. And it is actually a privilege to listen to you about your research. And I just came to know that you are working on cancer from 40 years. And it is a great thing, because cancer is something which we have to work together to fight it back. And one day we will be a cancer-free world. That is what I dream of. So thank you so much, Dr. Saluja.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Now I welcome Professor Dr. Ranjana Bhatia. She is the Acting Director, Amity Institute of Psychological Science. It is always a privilege meeting Ranjana Bhatia in my sessions in the psychology department. She's a very enthusiastic about sharing her views, and she's a very jolly and happy person. I just request her to please share her expertise. Thank you so much, Dr. Bhatia.
Thank you, Kajal, for introducing me. I only hope I can, say something which is not already known to the audience online and offline. I was talking to Dr. Das in the morning, and I am actually not a cancer person, but what I'm going to speak is what I have seen in life and my long association with Amity of almost 24 years, and what I have learned from Amity and the culture of Amity and our founder president. So, since I am not a cancer person, I did some browsing on the internet, and there are certain things which I liked and I picked up, and I'm going to read out and maybe explain a bit to all of you in on the basis of what I've experienced in life. There are two quotations that I like very much. In fact, I follow that. I follow chanting. I do chanting, and the mentor of this group is Daisaku Ikeda, and there is a very beautiful quotation that he has been talking about, which I have written. It says that we are not defeated by adversity, but by the loss of will to strive. First of all, I am sorry, I forgot to thank the panel, the people on the dais. So thank you, Dr. Das and Dr. Puneet and all other fellow colleagues who are sitting on the dais, and of course Kajal. So back to the quotation of Daisaku Ikeda. He always teaches us hope, determination, never to give up never to give up attitude in life, and of course helping others. So this quotation, as I was reading, we are not defeated by adversity but by the loss of will to strive. When we feel defeated from within, then that is the time that all the negative powers or situations overtake us. It is always the game of mind and body. He further says, however devastated you may feel, so long as you will to fight on, you have the will to fight on, you can surely win. I think this applies very, clearly and strongly to the cancer survivors that we have heard since morning. And so, if you really want to, face situations head on, then there is nothing that can stop you from winning. The second quotation, second quote of the Ikeda is when your determination changes, everything will begin to move in the direction you desire. Many years back, I had done a course in management. So we were taught that when you are asked, how are you? You say, I am on top of the world. And when you say that I am on top of the world, your mind starts giving that command to your body and you start feeling really on top of the world. So that is what is the determination. So when your determination changes, everything will begin to move in the direction you desire. So the moment you resolve to be victorious, that come what may, I will overcome this problem. Come what may, I will win. So the moment you resolve to be victorious, every nerve and every fiber in your body, in your being, will immediately orient itself towards your success. So that is the whole game, that if you say that, no, I am not going to, or, you are sending a message to the universe. And you all have read The Secret. We all have read The Secret, that whatever you give to the universe, it gives back to us, So we say, no, it's not going to work. Ye to hoga hi nahi, ye to main theek hi nahi honge, to fir to nahi hoga. So give a strong, powerful message to the universe, and everything will start working in that direction. So that is what, these are the two quotes which I like. Now, the power of mind. As I mentioned, I'm not going to tell you something which you do not know. You already know it. It is only reinforcement. So your mind can be your best asset or your worst enemy. I listen to a lot of such spiritual talks because I feel very nice. Mind will always show you two pictures. मैं चेयर पे बैठी हूं, अगर मैं गिर जाऊं तो यही डराता ही रहेगा माइंड, ऐसा हो जाए तो, वैसा हो जाए तो इमीडिएटली काउंटर देना, क्यों हो जाएगा, क्यों ऐसा हो जाएगा. So he says that your mind can be your best asset or your worst enemy. We all know it, but despite knowing all this, we are swayed towards the negative feeling, negative direction that mind constantly gives us. So learn how to train your brain to help your body perform at its peak. Everyone has the ability to build mental strength. With practice, mental exercises could be the key to living a long and happier life. So, for centuries, man has sought to understand the mysterious link between mind and the body as it relates to health and healing. You know, some people, even if they are taking medicine, they recover very fast, while some others take a very long time because they are not mentally strong. So the medicine is also not working at a speed or at an intensity where it can give 100% result. So can we really unlock the power of our mind to improve our health and heal ourselves? So the answer is resounding yes. So it is power of mind, and power of mind is what is very important, and that is what helps us to win over any difficult situation. There are 7 ways we can use our mind to promote our physical health. I have liked this from the internet, as I told you. One is that make your treatment more effective by expecting the treatment to work. If I start doubting the doctor who is treating me, if I start doubting the medicine that I am taking, then the medicine is not going to help me overcome the disease very fast. Countless studies have shown that placebo effect influences the effectiveness of treatment. If someone tells you a pill will cure your headache, you are likely to find the treatment helpful, even if the pill is sugar pill. The doctor says that, okay, you take the pill and you believe you have that hope and expectation that yes, what my doctor is telling me is true, and that even if it is a sugar pill, it will help. The second one is sleep better by writing in a gratitude journal. This is something which I've really started practicing these days. Gratitude is something which will really take you a long way. Gratitude, the moment you get up in the morning, thank you. We all do it. I'm not saying something which you don't know. So gratitude in the morning, thank you for giving me one more day to live. Thank you for giving me such a beautiful environment. Thank you for giving me such a beautiful place to work. Thank you for giving me such lovely colleagues. So gratitude and gratitude. So once you sleep with gratitude, you sleep with those thoughts, then you will feel that everything is working very fine. Identify 3 things you are grateful for and write them in a gratitude journal. You do this before you go to bed. Feelings of thankfulness will help you a great deal in everything, in curing the disease. Disease is what? Disease is dis-ease. You are when you are not at ease, that is what is disease. So once you are grateful, maybe you are grateful to the doctor who is treating you. Maybe you are grateful to the universe which has taken you to the right doctor. Maybe you are grateful to the family which is supporting you in the kind of dis-ease that you are facing. Gratitude and gratitude. The third thing is live longer by focusing on the purpose of life. If there is a purpose in life, I think we all have experienced it. I at my age is feeling more these days that there has to be purpose in life. If we do not have purpose in life, then hope is gone. So once you have purpose in life, then the disease or the dis-ease is also eased out. Feeling like you have a sense of purpose could actually increase the length of your life. Studies consistently show people who believe their lives are meaningful are more likely to live healthier and longer life. That this is what I have to achieve in life. I have so many years. I mean, we actually do not know how many years and days are there in our life, but whatever time we have a target, we have some goal, we have some purpose. So when that goal and purpose is there, then the life becomes more meaningful, and naturally the mind starts acting positively. Then is be optimistic to boost your immunity. The speaker before I came on the dais was also talking about positive thinking. So be optimistic and boost your immunity. Several studies have shown that optimistic people are less likely to get sick. Even if they have a little problem, like they say that if you have a problem, you keep thinking about that problem. So what are you doing? It is like, you have a plant and you go on feeding that plant, with the manure and with the water, so that plant will grow. So if you have a problem, there is an dis-ease in your body, and you are all the time supplying all the energy to that dis-ease, then that will grow. So the problem will grow. So several studies have shown that optimistic people are less likely to get sick, because they ignore small problems, they ignore. And if they have bigger issues of health issues in life, then they take the right course of action, but they don't keep thinking about that all the time. More recent studies have shown that a hopeful outlook is actually what influences immunity. Looking on the brighter side makes you less likely to fall sick. Optimism keeps your immune system performing at its peak. You are positive about it. You are sending a positive message to the universe. I have to come out of it, come what may. Universe will ensure that you come out of it. Then is slow aging and cure disease with meditation. We all know about it. Meditation is again calming your mind. We all know. Then the sixth one is build muscles by imaging your workout. Now here, like whatever you want to be, whatever you want to achieve, you start imagining that. When you start imagining that, you are bound to get that. The seventh one is reduce your risk of disease by laughing. Laughter therapy is also known to us. So whatever I have read, these 7 points, this is nothing that we all do not know. And I'll finish. And then, the last para that is here is also very good. The power of your mind. So your mind can be your best asset or your worst enemy. Learn how to train your mind. The moment mind gives you a negative picture, aisa ho jayega, like I was giving you the example, if you fall, so then quickly question your mind. Why should I fall? If this chair breaks, why will it break? So immediately give a counter, because mind will, dwand chalta hai dimag mein, So all the time, mind is giving you two sides, and the negative side is more. So immediately stop and answer that doubt which mind is creating in your mind. So everyone has the ability to build mental strength with practice, mental exercises. This could be achieved, and it can become the key to a longer and happier life. I will finish by talking about a very good, famous, useful quote of our founder president. The quote may apply to this peace with cancer or power of mind directly or indirectly. The quote, the abbreviation, acronym is BHAG, BHAAG. Now, what is B? B stands for behavior. Now, when we are talking about behavior, he's a great behavioralist, behavioral scientist. So he says behavior is the most important thing in life to overcome anything, any problem. And what does this behavior include? Gratitude, optimism, helpfulness, empathy, and all these positive emotions. The second letter of this word is H, hard work. If we talk about hard work in this situation, in this peace with cancer, hard work, I would say indirectly, well, you are going to the doctor, taking the right treatment, following the instructions, and doing all other things that you are being told. So that is H. The third one is attitude. Very, very important. Attitude of gratitude. A lot of people write, my attitude is gratitude. So attitude of gratitude, attitude of being positive, attitude of being humble. So this is A. The next letter of this word bhag is again A. It is ambition. That I am capable. In the morning, when we get up in the morning, the prayer to the universe, to the Lord, is that I am a peaceful soul, I am a powerful soul, I am a healthy soul, and there are all deities and all powers in the heaven which are protecting me and my family. No harm will be done to me. No harm can be ever done to me. So that is what is the ambition of living happily. So I am capable and I will overcome this problem and I will achieve what I want in life. And the last, which he very, very firmly believes, and we also, you must have seen Havan going on in our MIT campus all the time, that is God. G. So BHAAG. G is God. Above all, believe, you have to believe in God and the immense power that God is. Immense. I have practiced it, I have experienced it, that power of prayer and power of God is above everything. Doctor will do the treatment. But these days, even doctors I've heard, I'm sure Dr. Puneet will agree with me. They say that I am doing my best, the rest you pray to God. Do you say that to your patients? So, power of God. So when God's power is there, then but God's power does not mean that we don't take any action, that we sit here, that God is doing everything. No, we go to the doctor, we take the right treatment, we follow the instructions, and we do everything that is desired. And then the rest, it is the power of God. So thank you so much. Whatever little I knew, I have shared it. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ranjana Bhatia. It was wonderful. What I could gather from Dr. Ranjana Bhatia's lecture is everything is inside you. You can find everything inside you. Your positivity, you have to create it from your inside. And if you are positive, you can win over anything. Thank you, Dr. Ranjana Bhatia. Now, I would take a privilege to call Dr. Nikhil Agrawal. The first, whenever we get ill or we get any issue, any health related issue, first contact is a physician. And Dr. Nikhil is a cancer survivor also, and he is a physician. And he is the person who is first contacted by anybody who feel any kind of comfortness in their body. So we will know from Dr. Nikhil how he deals with things when your reports are not good, but you feel something is not right. And what about being a physician and he himself got a cancer? So we will know his stories after with the cancer survivors, but now he will share about his journey as a physician when he meet somebody who he thinks could be a cancer. Thank you so much, Dr. Nikhil.
First of all, I thank Peace with Cancer and MIT University for giving me this opportunity to be here and speaking with you. I'll just talk a little bit about my journey. I mean, in detail, we will go when I talk as a survivor. But when I got cancer that time, I just did my graduation 1 year back and I was not into clinical practice. So the day I got my blood reports and it showed high TLC, the first person whom I approached, it was my general physician. And then he, I would say, gave me emotional support and referred to me a very good hematologist. And from there, my journey began. And throughout my journey of cancer treatment and after the treatment, like it has been total 10 years. And I am always in touch with my general physician. And he has guided me, I would say, much more than what my cancer doctors have done. And they have been excellent. They have done their part. But in routine day-to-day life, we get so many issues, so many cancer-related issues, so many issues related to the treatment and psychological issues. Sometimes I'm depressed, sometimes I have some side effect. Whatever it is there, my first contact is my general physician. So if something falls in his purview and he can manage, then I just get treatment from him. And I keep my oncologist in the loop. It is not that they don't know about the issues, but he is the first person to contact. So, doing this has been very good for me. And that way only I would say something about the role of general physicians. So particularly in our country, like we are fortunate to be in Delhi NCR region and we have access to a lot of oncologists but a lot of people who are from remote areas or even tier 2 3 cities, they don't have access to oncologist. They have to go at least 2 3 hours journey to reach their oncologist, and it is not easy to run for every small and small things. So for such patients, the role of general physician becomes very, very important. And not only in the cancer, like life with cancer, even before getting diagnosis, a general physician who is, I would say, a little bit aware with the cancer prevention and screening test, they can help their patients to have a healthy lifestyle and follow the prevention, cancer prevention things. And they can also guide their patients to have various screening tests. Along with that, we know there are some vaccines which help in prevention of cancer or at least reducing the risk, like the HPV and hepatitis B. So those things are mainly to be, discussed with your primary physician. Then second thing is, when somebody gets cancer and they are getting the treatment. So just the diagnosis of cancer is a big shock to the patient as well as the family. And when they go to oncologist, it's all a new thing, and patients are many times not comfortable talking to the oncologist like each and every thing they feel. So at that time, if you have a general physician with you whom you have a good rapport, it is much easier to talk your emotions and understand the things and how to proceed further from there. So another thing is, even with cancer, like these days we know a lot of young people are also getting cancer, but still a huge proportion of people suffering with cancer are from advanced age. So for them, they also have like sometimes they have comorbidities like diabetes, hypertension, thyroid issues, and so many other things. So for those things, oncologists, even they try to provide the treatment, but because of their busy schedule and not so easily accessibility, a general physician has a very important role, because if those things are not managed properly, even the cancer treatment can be affected. Another thing is side effects of the cancer treatment, like the mucositis, then constipation, nausea, vomiting, and pain. Even though, again, oncologist has provided treatment for all those things, but we can't like talk to or meet your oncologist each and every day. And in those things, your general physician has a very important role. Another thing is, even if we have one cancer, even after the successful treatment, we still have a risk of relapse or getting some another cancers. In those things, again, the same role of the physician comes in prevention, in promoting healthy lifestyle, and regular follow-up and regular screening tests. Then even somebody gets treatment of the cancer, the treatment is completed, and we are free from cancer. But still the treatment has to continue, and a general physician has to be in regular touch. Another thing is, unfortunately, many people who are diagnosed in late stages, or if their cancer progresses to stage 4 or further, so for them, sometimes the survival is difficult, and there is a situation of end of life care. In the end of life care scenario, again, there are a lot of psychosocial factors and emotional factors. There again, if we have a general physician with whom we are in regular touch, we have a good rapport, it is easier and comfortable to discuss the things, mainly the decision making process, and referring to the hospice and symptomatic management, like a lot of people will have pain and other issues in that stage. So in all those things, the role of general physician becomes very important. So for this thing, I would suggest that anybody who is diagnosed with cancer, even if they don't have a family physician or the general physician previously, they should find someone who is near to their place of residence, who is easily accessible, and who has some good knowledge of cancers. And be in touch with your physician, have a regular, I would say, follow-ups with your physician as well as your oncologist, whatever treatment you are getting for the cancer, whatever investigations you get, and if there is any significant procedure or anything which you think should be aware. So tell your general physician about all those things, and along with that, whatever treatment your general physician gives you, your oncologist should also be aware of those treatments, because there are lots of medicine interactions. So for that, your physician and your oncologist, both of them should know whatever treatment you are taking, whatever side effects you have, and whatever procedures you are going through. So these are the main things for which a general physician has a significant role in your cancer prevention, cancer treatment, and your maintaining good health after the cancer treatment. So that is all. Any questions for that? Okay. Thank you.
In fact, I'll like to add you in my thanks for raising a very important concern, and I think I also can add to one step further what I do, because my patients, they come from Himachal, Punjab, Haryana, Bengal, and even now many patients from Bombay itself. So what has happened, because many patients are abundant kind of thing, and they are after initial treatment failure, first line failure, second line failure, so they becoming a very challenging scenario. And as you very well know, these patients are compromised in more than one way, whether it is on mental, physical, or economical levels. So what I always do in my practice, I always ask them, I in fact talk to the physician. I say, who will be taking your care, and I wrote the protocol. Let's say if I have to give a chemotherapy, let's say to a patient in Africa, I write down the protocol for, let's say, 3 months, and then let me have a talk with the physician who is going to take your care, whether he's a oncologist or even a non-oncologist, because as you have very well said, a patient who is coming from Africa, they don't have oncologists there. That's why they have come to India. So what I do, but say the physician who is going to take your care, I must talk to him. Then I raise him with the important concerns that sometimes patient may have bleeding, or patient may have jaundice, or patient may have tumor lysis syndrome with the drug, or patient may have herpes or fungal infections. So I pre-warn them, because we know the natural progression of the disease with and without treatment. And even for effective palliation, pain management, because many of the drugs you are writing here, we think they are easily available. They are not available in Africa, or they are not available, so we get a kind of a preview of the situations, things there. So whether they have radiation therapy there or not, whether they have, let's say, medical oncology nurse there or not, and who will be giving them the nutritional support. So all these things are very, very important. And not only that, I will go a little further also, things like a dietitian or a physiotherapist. So your point is very, very valid. I think that team has to be there, and the oncologist in charge must talk to the team at home. Thank you for really highlighting that point.
One more thing I want to add, like my transplant was at CMC Vellore. So generally they keep a patient for around 3 months for the follow-up after the transplant. But because I belong to Gurgaon and they knew I am also a physician and I have good access to my physicians, so they let me go in 1.5 months only, and I could continue the follow-up with my hematologist here in Gurgaon as well as my physician. And they were in touch with my team at CMC Vellore. So that is very important. And as a physician now also, as I am in many cancer groups, so people keep asking me, because many times what happens, they will get some MRI scan or PET scan or something, blood investigations, but their appointment with your oncologist is after 1 day or 2 days. So till that time, they are in a lot of, I would say, worried, and they're highly concerned. So in that time, they discuss their reports with me as a physician, and not always, but most of the time, I'm able to explain them what is going on and what is in the reports, and they feel much better as compared to the anxiety they would have waiting for 1 or 2 days meeting their oncologist. So yes, again, everybody who is diagnosed with cancer or any, I would say, serious illness, they must have a regular follow-up with their physicians also. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nikhil. General physician is the first contact. Even after cancer, even after you are given a clean sheet from your oncologist, you need many things to be taken care of. So, general physician is equally important as our oncologist are. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Dhruv. Dr. Dhruv, this program is successfully able to conduct because of Dr. Dhruv only. And Dr. Dhruv is the Assistant Director, Amity Institute of Molecular Medicines and Stem Cell Research, Cancer Biology Cluster, Amity University. And he has always been a very good, very strong support for Peace with Cancer in organizing this program. Please, Dr. Dhruv, share your expertise.
Thank you, Kajal-ji. It's a really great event today that we are organizing. It's close to my heart. Whenever I see, I do lots of campaigning. I do give lots of lectures on cancer awareness. And that's my one thing that I have in my academic curriculum. Even out of the way, I go and talk to the people and tell them about how to prevent cancer using just changing their simple lifestyle. So today, I'm working on oral cancer, specifically on cancer cell metabolism. So a little bit I will talk about how cancer cells, they utilize your energy. And then I will share two stories that I have, seen during my academic and research career and in my family friends. So first, let me talk about this cancer cell metabolism. Though many of you, you are aware that cancer cells are highly glycolytic. They utilize lots of glucose because their mitochondria stops working and because of the damaged mitochondria. At the same time, there is a question: one glucose molecule produces 38 ATP through normal glycolysis process, but cancer cells produce just 2 ATP. But what's the reason why cancer cells, they grow fast? Why they even in the low amount of energy? And the reason is, though they utilize 2 ATP, cancer cells then starts utilizing more and more glucose, even hundreds and thousand times more than normal cells. And this is the reason why, and glycolysis is 100 times even faster than the normal energy production rate of the normal cells. And this is the reason why cancer cells, they fulfill their energy, the demand, and they survive very fast, grow fast, progress fast. So as a common man, even you don't know about cancer, if you know about cancer cells utilize glucose, you should stop taking all the food supplements which are having glucose. In a simple way, cancer cells will naturally die. You don't have to go through even cancer treatment. This is the one way. And I will share the experience of my family friends, how even in third stage of pancreatic cancer, they have managed it. Second, integral way of cancer therapy. So this was the story of cancer cell metabolism. Now I will say the story of how the therapy comes from the kitchen for the cancer. That's a very, very important for all of us to know. Though the most of the cancer survivors, they know, they have gone through all these natural products and how it works. But when I was doing my postdoctoral training at University of Kansas Medical Center, USA, there every year we were having this cancer survivors meeting actually there. And because my department was oral cancer, oral surgery, So we were getting lots of oral cancer patients, survivor patients, the post treatment. So during that meeting, we found that many of the cancer patients, those who go through the surgery and radiation, they develop fibrosis in their external part, in the oral part. Okay, and that we call radiation-induced fibrosis. And it's a very challenging, even after cancer, when even it gets cured. Okay, the fibrosis, it's a very painful for them. They can't open their mouth, they can't even chew. So it's a very difficult for them. So patients, they die not because of the cancer, they die because of the side effect of radiation therapy, radiotherapy, the fibrosis. So one patient one day he shared his the approach that he was using, and he was a Native American. He was having a close Indian friends. So Indian friends suggested that, oh, why not to use haldi powder, turmeric powder. So in Europe and America, it's a very cheap. You can purchase virgin this olive oil. Those people, they don't like cow ghee. Okay, they use olive oil a lot. And so what they suggest, okay, you just have a lukewarm olive oil and you put turmeric powder, you make a paste and you just massage, you rub on the area, on the surface where you get radiation. And that patient was having even, not even a 1%, the radiation induced fibrosis after this radiotherapy. Other people, those who were, who went through this radiotherapy, they were having severe side effect. That's called a radiation-induced fibrosis. So the director of that department, School of Medicine, he asked us, can we do some research on that? And luckily, the son of that survivor, they said that, okay, I'm ready to fund. What amount of money you require for that, and what kind of research you want to do, just do it. So we planned our team and our guide. So, during surgery, we asked clinician to take this, the tissues from the boundary of the tumor that we call adjacent tissues. And we isolated primary cells from there that we call fibroblast cells. And we had a radiation facilities there where we used to radiate mice. There we radiated those cells isolated from the patient, and we induced the fibrosis in those cells. We used curcumin, that's the active component of turmeric powder that we use as an anti-cancer, not as a medicine, but anti-cancer supplement. And then we saw reduction in fibrosis in that in vitro model. And then to make that much better, more efficacious curcumin, we modified it in the form of difluorocurcumin. Okay, and that research we published in a World Radiation Society. That's all. It's on internet. If you search Dr. Dhruv, Radiation Research Society, you will find that paper. And that paper we published. The first time in the world, we developed a radiation-induced fibrosis model that can be treated. And you see, the concept came from just from the kitchen. The Indian guy suggested that person, okay, why not to use that? After that, after publishing that work, that University of Kansas Medical Center has made mandatory for the patients, those who are coming for the radiotherapy, have a turmeric powder massage before radiation and post radiation therapy. And they are getting minimized their radiotherapy effect. So that is very, very important, the thing. And such kind of things we know in our society that exist. Second thing, integral way of cancer therapy, like the Western medicine, homeopathy, Ayurveda, our traditional medicine, it's coming up in a big way to, if you put all these therapy together, it really helps not only cancer patients but almost on all diseases. So just let me give you another example of pancreatic cancer. In stage 3, when you go to the doctor, Dr. Puneet is here. When pancreatic cancer patients comes with the stage 3, doctors say you will survive just for 3 to 6 months. You don't have more than that life. And my family friend, his mother came to Delhi. She got all these checks, everything in 2 big hospitals in Delhi. and they said that we'll go through chemo. There is no other treatment. And they said that, okay, not chemo, why not surgery? Because chemo is very painful. And even then survival rate is less. Okay, just 3 to 6 months she will survive. So she said that, okay, aise bhi marna hai, aise bhi marna hai. Oh, let me go back. Okay, she went home and she started just a naturopathy, natural therapy. Okay, and let me tell you, but what just now Dr. Nikhil has mentioned, oh, you should be in contact with the physician, the regular physician. She went back, she started Ayurvedic treatment, and then for the 3 months she did not get anything changed in their body, and she realized her body, she realized that nothing is changing, I'm not dying, what is happening? Actually, literally the same language she has said, मैं मर नहीं रही हूँ, डॉक्टर ने बोला कि 3 से 6 महीने में यू आर गॉन, मैं तो स्टिल सर्वाइव कर रही हूँ, हट्टा कट्टा मैं ठीक हूँ, कोई दर्द भी नहीं हो रहा है. With the Ayurvedic medicine, I suggested her son, my friend, just to consult your doctor, go and check what all parameters have changed, or because many times you see patients, they look healthy from outside, but inside something is changing. So they went to the doctor. Doctor said, okay, let's continue 3 more months the medicine that you are continuing, that Ayurvedic medicine. She continued. What is surprising results in the PET CT scan she got? Tumor was as it is. Tumor did not shrink. But what happened? The metabolic activity of that tumor went down. Means cells are there, cancer cells are there, but those cancer cells are not metabolically active. Then they said that, okay, that's a good time to attack with the chemo. Because if tumors are aggressive, if you are giving chemo, there is a chance for metastasis, and this is the reason why patients die. Because there are reports when you give chemo or radiation, there is a chance, even in the surgery, there is a chance in stage 3 to metastasize the tumors, the cancer cells detach from there. And then she got, since 2 years, she is surviving well, she is living well, she is having in a regular touch, that Dr. Nicholas said, with the, the regular physician. So this is how now we should change the cancer therapy approach. So we talk a lot about cancer prevention, but what happens when patients, the people, they get cancer? Means I have seen the families. Dr. Kajal, means many of you have witnessed that. It's like आप भूल जाते हैं, कुछ भी याद नहीं रहता, सिर्फ एक ही चीज याद रहता है, कैसे हम बचें, कैसे ये बीमारी खत्म हो, है ना? उस सिचुएशन में if you get such kind of positive things and this way of treatment, integrated way of cancer treatment, now I think people should think about that, people should talk about that, how this homeopathy, Ayurveda, other, the treatment can help together with the allopathy, okay, to help the cancer patient. We have here Ayurveda, Indian system of medicine. Dr. Nilanjana she is sitting here. She is a practitioner in homeopathy, and she has already treated several patients with the homeopathy together with this Western medicine system, allopathic system, and they are surviving well. They are doing well. So now this is the high time when we can put together all these medicine system to help to the people for the social welfare. And just for the, maybe 2-3 minutes, if you have time, you can share your expertise, Dr. Nilanjana, how you are dealing with the cancer patients, how you're providing, the support, the therapy support to the patients. That would be great. Thank you. Come.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dhruv. So as already Dr. Dhruv had talked about how people are turning towards complementary medicine, alternative and complementary, like Ayurveda, homeopathy, fine. But there is a word of caution here. What happens that people, when they come to know that I have cancer, they turn up, they said, no, allopathy has side effects. If I go for chemotherapy, I'll have side effects. If I go for surgery, there will be complications. If I go for blah blah blah. So but that is the time they try to decide and they come to homeopaths, or they come to they go to yoga therapy, they go for ayurveda. That is fine, but for as a physician, what I feel, as a complement homeopathic physician or an ayurvedic physician, the people should be knowing when to treat the disease. That is the basic problem, when you should not treat the disease, when you should refer the case, and when you should keep the case. So these all depends upon the stage and the state of the patient who is coming to you. So this was just before I gave an introduction, since in continuation with Dr. Dhruv's talk, I just started. But in before that, I also want to mention during this Cancer Survivor Day, so I am very charmed today to meet all the victorious men and women. During the lunchtime, we were talking to the Mrs. Bhavna, Mrs. Kajal, and Mrs. Suman, and now I came to know about Dr. Saluja and Dr. Nikhil. So this is very important, like 2-3 things. When patient comes to you, as a, like for me, when they come to me, we have to find out whether they are in the preventive stage or in the curative stage. And if it is in the curative, so for example, if I say, like everybody knows that chronic Crohn's disease and ulcerative colitis, these are all the disease which are prone to, they ultimately can turn into cancers, okay, gastrointestinal cancers. But here in this stage, we can along with the allopathic medicine, if we continue with homeopathic medicine, we can prevent. So that is a preventing aspect. In homeopathy, we talk about constitutional medicine, as sir already mentioned, about personalized medicine, individualized medicine, which has an action of physical health, mental health, spiritual health, everything. So that together, the holistic approach has been taken care of in homeopathy always. So in curative also, there are different stages. We have to see whether, if the suppose patient having breast lump, and if she just require a simple lumpectomy, she will, and if the breast cancer is a hormone dependent, so she can go under a hormone therapy, and that lumpectomy can save her life. But in that case, if say no, we will only treat with homeopathy, that is not the right choice. So here also, hearsay should be avoided. So from my point of view, cancer is a social disease. We discussed during the lunchtime. So social disease, we always, not only the cancer patient is involved here, but the family and all their friends, everybody has something or the other to say. You go there, you visit there, that doctor is good, that does. So have faith. Sir was talking about faith on the physician or the oncologist. You have to have the faith. If you don't have faith in a particular doctor, then that becomes a problem. So depending upon the stage, you have to decide. So if a lumpectomy is there, so you can go for a post treatment morbidity treatment for homeopathy or Ayurveda in that case. So, and then there can be an add-on type of treatment. So when your chemotherapy is you are undergoing chemotherapy or surgery, or you are undergoing radiotherapy, then homeopathy can act as a targeted therapy as well, a complementary therapy or an add-on therapy for avoiding the side effects and all. Then also the palliative, sir had Dr. Das sir in the morning, he has given all the stages. So in the palliative stage, we can also prevent pain. So we can do pain management with homeopathic medicines. And ultimately what we need to do, we have to only need to improve the quality of life of the cancer patient. So that is the utmost requirement. So in the last, during the last 2 years, we had, I had a, what I say, idea in my mind that why don't we target or treat those patients who has post-treatment morbidity. Like already you had mentioned that fibrosis, or somebody with mucositis, somebody has breast resection and there is pain after that, constipation as you mentioned. So that is post-treatment morbidity. So now with the help of some oncosurgeon in Dhamshila Hospital, so I try to get in touch with those patients who are having these problems, and then we can work hand in hand as a integrated approach. So again, as I already mentioned, so Dr. sir was mentioning in the morning session about social, physical, mental, spiritual well-being. So that recalled that homeopathic philosophy in Hahnemann's Organon of Medicine. Those are the lines, exactly those are the words which are used in aphorism 5. So we take into consideration that social aspect, everything which is needed to prevent and cure the disease, right? So for a word of caution, so a constant worry and irregular pattern of diet, uh, irregular pattern of sleeping, not sleeping in the at night and working in during the night, sleeping the day. These are the constant factors with triggers. So these are in our hands, which we can modulate, right? So lastly, don't fall into pieces. Just make peace with cancer, as I heard it since morning, and it is really encouraging. And I would love to join your NGO in any type of health, physical, mental, any well-being, if I can help you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, Dr. Dhruv. Very rightly said by Dr. Dhruv and ma'am that we need integrated medicine. We have to come together. As in the morning session, I said that Sanchar theory. When we are down, we are dull. We have to turn towards each other and take the power, take the knowledge from each other and fight this disease together. So we will take a break for the tea now, and then we will meet our heroes, our cancer survivors, and
Before break,
yeah. So after a break, we will meet the warriors, and we will listen their journey, their fight, and I would like to call cancer caregivers also to share their prospect as a caregiver, how they handled the situation. So we have four caregivers presently, and so we would like to know from the caregivers also. So I would request Dr. Dhruv and Dr. Puneet. So please felicitate Dr. Ranjana Bhatia. Dr. Das, I would request you to please join Dr. Puneet and Dr. Das. Thank you, Dr. Ranjana Bhatia. It was a privilege for having you here. I request Dr. Das and Dr. Puneet to please felicitate Dr. Nikhil. Thank you so much, Dr. Nikhil. I request Dr. Ranjana Bhatia and Dr. Das to felicitate Dr. Dhruv. Thank you so much, Dr. Dhruv. Thank you. So we'll take a break for the tea, and we will be back. Doctor, अभी डॉक्टर ला रहे हैं आप अभी नहीं अरे नहीं आप पीछे बैठिए डॉक्टर पुनीत आप इधर आ जाइए आ रहे चेयर लेके
Yeah, welcome back in the last session of this Cancer Survivors Day. And in this session, we have cancer survivors from a different part of the world. And Mr. Mehul is from USA, so he will be talking first. We have total 6 survivors. Mrs. Suman Kumari Yadav, Mr. Mehul Vyas, Dr. Nikhil Agarwal, Mr. Yoginder, Mrs. Bhavna Saxena, Ms. Kajal Pale. So these survivors will be sharing their life journey, how they have defeated cancer, how they won over the cancer, such a big problem, how they have solved together with their family. So this session will be moderated by Kajal ji, and she herself is a cancer survivor, defeated twice cancer. It's over to you, ma'am.
Welcome back to meet our heroes, Dr. Nikhil, Jogender ji, Mrs. Bhavna, Mrs. Suman Yadav. And now we will be listening to the story of Mehul Vyas. हम एक छोटा सा वीडियो देखेंगे मेहुल व्यास का. ये स्मोकिंग को लेके we'll just have a look at Mehul Vyas' journey of throat and neck cancer. नहीं ऑडियो. Hello, Mehul.
Hi, am I audible? I'm visible.
There must be a very early morning there.
Yeah, it's almost 7 in the morning, but I'm up. I'm up from 3, listening to all the wonderful speeches and speakers, and it was very informative and many things to learn.
Thank you so much, Mehul. Mehul is actively working for head and neck cancer, and he run one Facebook page and one drive against the tobacco and smoking. So we will over to you, Mehul, and it will be great listening from you, your story, and we have just seen the visuals, and I know I can understand what you have gone through. Over to you, Mehul.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Kajal, for giving me a chance to speak here. And I appreciate all the efforts you and your organization takes. I am also greatly honored to be along with so many speakers and esteemed people here. Thank you again. So to start with, I was a smoker. I used to smoke a packet of cigarettes a day. I was smoking since my college days, and it went on. I had friends who spoke more than me. I thought, they would get cancer and I will stop my smoking, and it never stopped. They still smoke, but I got cancer. So it doesn't work like that. And then I started losing weight. I had trouble swallowing. I had trouble breathing. And I was diagnosed at stage 4. So there was a tumor on my vocal cord, which had almost touched my spine. And it was at the time when I was to move to the US with my family. So एक तरफ मैं दूसरी दुनिया में मतलब next part of my life I was looking at, and this happened suddenly. Everything came crashing down. My wife was already in the US, and I was to travel after my kid, who was 7 years old at that time, after his school year was completed. And then I was diagnosed I'm basically from Pune. So there I was diagnosed, and then my wife came to know. She did some research, and then I had my documents ready to travel. So I was, my family took the decision to treat me in the US. So I got my treatment at James Cancer Hospital in Columbus, Ohio, where I stay. So when I was scanned again in the US, they bluntly told me that I had around a month to survive. I would not survive more than a month. This was in 2014, so I'm pretty much cancer-free now. And but I did not give up hope. I had a tracheostomy tube in my throat put in India because I could not breathe. And then they said that we can try aggressive chemotherapy, and if the tumor might shrink, if it shrinks, then we might remove your vocal cord. So I said, okay, fine. कोई option नहीं था, but I had made up my mind. I'm not going to die. कुछ भी हो जाए. So chemotherapy चालू हुआ, and it was very aggressive. And gradually, my body started responding to the chemotherapy. 1 month became 2, 3, 4, and went on. After my chemotherapy was over, they scanned me again. They still found some traces of cancer in my throat, and they again gave me an option, like either we still remove your vocal cord, that would be much safer, or we can do chemo and radiation together. I was very optimistic. I said, no, I've come this far. I'm confident I can still beat cancer. And I still wanted to talk again. So they did a chemo radiation together again. That went on. And at the end of the treatment, they scanned me. They didn't find any traces of cancer. So gradually all the tubes, I was on a feeding tube in my stomach. I had IVs in my hands. You saw the pictures just before my speech. So miracles happen. And you need to make them happen. So it is very evident that, even if the doctor tells you, there are less chances of you to be alive. But as the earlier speakers, I'm sorry, I'm bad with the names. I don't remember them. But as the earlier speakers said, that is God. People who send you blessings, they do work. So that something has worked for me. After my cancer journey, I changed my lifestyle completely. I naturally didn't smoke again, but I went into a lot of, while on my treatment, I did a lot of research on cancer. I'm not an expert. I'm not a doctor. By my profession, I'm a financial fraud investigator. I work with a bank in the US. So I had done a lot of reading and tried to understand my disease and how it works. And I read stories of people who survived cancer. I learned from them on my own. And then upon end of my treatment, I changed my diet. I changed my lifestyle completely. I went into more vegetables. I'm a Gujarati, so junk food, Fafda Gatia was a part of my daily intake. So I stopped everything and completely changed it to, veggies and fruits. I don't like fruits, so I make a smoothie out of it and I drink it. But till now, the same routine continues. So I am, as my friend Dr. Nikhil said, that, I'm still in touch with my general physician and I keep him updated about what's going on, even though it's so many years, but I cannot trust on cancer. So taking advice from him every time, because I still have, after my cancer, again, as the earlier speaker said, there are many, many things that are still going on. What did I lose? I lost my teeth. I had to lose all my teeth because of the radiation. They kept falling. Half of them were removed before the treatment, half chipped out and fell down. So I have 12 implants in my mouth. And I have tinnitus, that is the ringing in the ears. That is also one of the side effects of chemo, is what I was told. I cannot run because my mind and my body don't collate. I feel like I'll fall down. So I don't run. These are some of the things that are still with me, and they'll always be with me. I have thyroid problems. I have hypertension. Everything is there. But what I won, I won my cancer. I won my life. I am able to live my life with my kid, my family. I'm able to give back. So doing all this, I started, thinking of giving back. How can I give back? How can I play a second inning in a better way? So I started I administer a group called Cancer Survivors in India, wherein I interact with cancer people, try to help them out in always possible. I also have a group called Youngsters Against Smoking. I started going to schools and colleges and showing my presentations to them, showing my life before cancer, during cancer, and after cancer. And then I make them realize that I am lucky to survive, but everyone is not. So if you want a life like, I learned to fly a plane, I drive bikes, I do all the things that a youngster would like to do. And I show them, see, this is not life. Going high is a different prospect, actually. Like you fly a plane, you go high. You don't smoke and you don't go high, you just crash. So I try to talk to them. I give them I being a live example. When they see my burnt throat and the tubes in me, they get scared. And I'm fortunate, like I have many students who are in touch with me, who gave up smoking tobacco, and I continue it. I have a group that's Youngsters Against Smoking, over 4,000 members in that group, all youngsters. So this is something I do for my, apart from my job, and I keep myself busy. I like talking to students. I like talking to people. I'm very much on social media. If anyone of you want to connect with me, please do so. I'm always open to share myself as an example, as a horrible warning to anyone who wants to, make use of my past history. I'm very open to say that, yeah, I was wrong and I did the wrong things, but now I've got a second chance. I'm doing the best of it. And this is my story so far. And I thank you again, everyone, for, giving me a chance to talk. Thank you, Kajal.
Thank you so much, Mehul. And it is a wonderful use of second life. What you are doing to, I know you personally because you use your heart and soul to work towards cancer. Thank you so much, Mehul. We will come back to you in a question answer session.
I think
Thank you so much. You have a question.
I'd like to comment that it's a great fight. You are really a great warrior against cancer, but I'm little wondering that it's great that you have retained your voice. So since there is a lump in your larynx, because I have been working on the head and neck cancer. I am not a clinician, but a researcher. And it is because of at this moment, there are 2-3 people are working on this. The base of the tongue or the larynx, they are mixed up. And that is the highest prevalence of the human papillomavirus. And question is that I would like to learn from that what the surgeon did, that they could save your vocal cord during the operation, that you could retain your voice. It is a nice, you are talking and there is no inkling of any change of the voice. That was wonderful. So, yeah,
definitely, sir. Actually, there was no surgery performed on me. They wanted to do a surgery and they wanted to remove it was on my right vocal cord. So they wanted to actually remove it, but as it had spread out, they gave up surgery and they just did a chemo. So right now my right vocal cord is paralyzed. Only the other one works. I can definitely share I'm not so technical in medical terms, but I can share my reports, the treatment reports with you if you would like, to see what kind of chemo regime and the radiotherapy they did.
Yes,
So surgery was the plan, but that didn't help, and that was in disguise. It was a blessing. So I still have my vocal cord, one of them.
Yeah, thank you.
You are going through some procedure even now. What is that procedure? You want to share about that?
Yeah, definitely. So what happened is that during the radiation on the neck, my esophagus has been kind of damaged. It has become weak. So recently, a year back, I could not swallow anything. Even a small pill was difficult to swallow. It used to go and get stuck. So I went back to my doctor. They again did some tests and they figured out I have the dysphagia kind of thing. The esophagus is sitting down, it's shrinking. So they did a dilation with the balloon dilation on me, and they stretched it out. So I'm a little better now, but I've done 2 dilations till now, and they say that I might have to continue doing it till whenever. So I'm trying different things like yoga, breathing exercise, and to see if anything helps in that. So that's what the current situation at this point.
Thank you so much, Mehul. It was wonderful experience, and I wish this treatment will go well and you will recover soon.
Yeah. This actually made my voice like Amitabh Bachchan. So I see positive in the negative.
Good. So thank you so much, Mehul. We will get back to you in a question answer session.
Definitely.
Now I would like to call Mrs. Suman Kumari Yadav. She is in armed forces. She started her career in armed forces. She was in a first Mahila Battalion CRPF. She is into the narcotics department, and she is a director now in a Lok Sabha Parliament in security. Yeah. So you will. She had a breast cancer. And when I met her first time, I was wondering the lifestyle, the diet, and we talk about lifestyle, diet, and armed forces people are example of discipline. So we will know from her only how her cancer was detected and how she handled it.
नमस्कार, सभागार में उपस्थित गणमान्य सदस्य और श्रोतागण, मैं स्पेशल थैंक्स काजल पल्ली को देना चाहती हूँ, पीस विद कैंसर। लास्ट ईयर वुमेन्स डे पे एक अवार्ड सेरेमनी में काजल से मुलाकात हुई थी। उस टाइम जो लेडी ऑफिसर्स, पुलिस वाले और एनजीओज वालों को सम्मानित किया जा रहा था। काजल पल्ली मैम ने बताया कैंसर से, तो मैंने इनसे पूछा कि ये जो इतनी सुंदर फिगर है आपकी, ये कैसे है? तो पता चला कि इसके मल्टीपल ऑपरेशंस और कैंसर से इसका ये फिगर इतनी सुंदर बनी है कि इसके जो कट हुए। और इन्होंने बताया कि मैं कैंसर पे काम कर रही हूँ, और हमारी सोसाइटी में ब्रेस्ट कैंसर जिनको हो जाता है, इवन देन उनको घर वाले भी छोड़ देते हैं, हस्बैंड छोड़ देते हैं कि अब मेरे को जरूरत नहीं है। तो मेरे को ये सुन के ना बड़ा अजीब सा लगा। तो मैंने कहा नहीं यार, ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता है। कहती है नहीं मैडम, आपको नहीं पता। मैंने कहा अरे ये छोटी सी बात है। अब इन्होंने जब मेरे को देखा, इनको उम्मीद भी नहीं थी कि मैं कैंसर सर्वाइवर हूँ। तो मैंने कहा अभी तो मेरा, कहते हैं नहीं आपको कैसे, आपको लगता है? मैंने कहा हाँ, कुछ नहीं होता, ये तो मेरे साथ भी हुआ है अभी। तो इसने ऊपर से नीचे मेरे को देखा, कह रही कब? मैंने कहा अक्टूबर में। और तब से हमारी दोस्ती दिन प्रतिदिन बड़ी गहरी होती गई। और काजल से मिलके मैं दूसरों को जरूर मोटिवेट करती हूँ, लेकिन मेरा मोटिवेशन इसकी जो जर्नी, इससे बातें करके, इसकी मदर और ब्रदर के बारे में जान के, तो मुझे लगा मेरा तो कुछ भी नहीं है। तो मैं आपको बताना चाहती हूँ कि मेरा कैसे डायग्नोज हुआ।
पहले मैं अस्थमैटिक थी, काफी एक्यूट, उसके बाद मेरे को एलर्जी आईजी भी है, लेकिन मैंने जिंदगी को ना इतना सीरियसली नहीं लिया। मेरे को हमारी सिखलाई में सिखाया जाता है कि एज सून एज पॉसिबल कोई भी चीज होती है तो जितनी जल्दी से जल्दी उसका इलाज किया जाए वो बेस्ट है। हमें फर्स्ट एड में भी यही सिखाया गया। मैं महिला बटालियन की फर्स्ट बैच की थी, अनाम कम्बैट की टॉपर भी रही, 94 to 99 एज ए इंटेलिजेंस ऑफिसर रही। मेरे हस्बैंड यूनिफॉर्म सर्विसेज में थे, अभी बैठे हुए हैं। मैं बैडमिंटन खेल के आई थी, घर में कोई नहीं था, तो जैसे अमूमन आदत होती है कपड़े निकाले, हम लोग बहुत शर्माते हैं, लेडीज अपने आप को देखती नहीं है। मैं जितनी भी यहाँ पे लोग बैठे हैं, मैं सबको ये मैसेज देना चाहती हूँ कि वो अपनी वाइफ को, बच्चों को ये सब चीज दिखाएं कि वो अपने आप को निहारें, अपने आप को देखें, और 35-40 के बाद तो बहुत जरूरी है। जब मैं खेल के आई पूरी तरह से पसीना पसीना थी, घर में कोई था नहीं, मैंने अपने कपड़े निकाले, मैंने अपने हाथों को ऊपर करके देखा तो मेरे को कुछ अपने ब्रेस्ट में चेंजेस नजर आए, क्योंकि 2011 में मेरे को लेफ्ट साइड में फाइब्रॉइड था, एम्स में मैंने उसको निकलवाया, लेकिन वो बिनाइन था। और उसी के ट्रीटमेंट में मैं एम्स में जाती रही और वहां से मेरी अवेयरनेस और बढ़ती चली गई। पहले ईयरली जाती थी, एज बढ़ती गई तो हाफ ईयरली, फिर क्वार्टरली, इस तरह से जाते जाते मेरे को उसके बारे में काफी पता लगा। मेरी फैमिली हिस्ट्री में भी था, मेरे ताया जी को कैंसर, उनके बेटे को, एक साइकोलॉजिकल था कि मेरे को कैंसर होगा। मेरी एक बहुत अच्छी दोस्त है, हेड ऑफ डिपार्टमेंट है ऑन्कोलॉजी की, डॉक्टर गीता कादप्रा। जब मेरे को कैंसर नहीं था तो मैं एक दो बार ऐसे मेरे को गले में या वो, तो एक दिन उन्होंने कहा, सुमन एक चीज बताओ, अभी तक तुम्हें कैंसर नहीं है, अगर होगा तो क्या करोगी? अरे दुनिया में इतनी बीमारियां, होगा तो ट्रीटमेंट हो जाएगा। और जिस दिन ये मैंने सिम्टम्स अपना देखा कि मेरे चेंजेस हैं, और फर्स्ट डे देखा, हस्बैंड को कॉल किया, मेरे बच्चों को, तो उन्होंने कहा मम्मी तो ना ऐसे ही दिमाग में फतूर पाल के रखती है, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। हस्बैंड ने कहा जाओ भाई दिखा के आओ। ही वॉज पोस्टेड इन कूच विहार, वेस्ट बंगाल में। और वही 3 दिन डेली मैंने अपने आप को देखा। 4th डे मैंने गीता को कॉल किया और मैं चली गई। देखते ही, क्योंकि डॉक्टर है, एक्सपर्ट है, उसने एक स्माइल दी और सारे टेस्ट, मेरे 5 टेस्ट उसी दिन उसने करा डाले। दोस्त भी थी, और अब उसको कि पिछले 5 साल से मैं आ रही हूँ कि मेरे को ये तो नहीं है, ये तो नहीं है, और उसने उस दिन बायोप्सी के लिए लिखा। तो मैंने कहा मैं थक गई हूँ, मंडे कराऊंगी। और मंडे मैंने बायोप्सी कराई। 5 डेज के बाद मेरी रिपोर्ट आ गई और वो पॉजिटिव आ गई। अब कहते हैं सुनना, और जब सामने चीज आती है, कुछ समय के लिए तो मैंने कहा हे भगवान, कोई चीज ऐसी बचेगी जो मेरे साथ नहीं है। अक्यूट अस्थमैटिक भी हूँ, एलर्जी है मेरे को, कभी नी में फ्रैक्चर हुआ, कभी कुछ हुआ, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी रुकी नहीं। मेरा जो लाइफस्टाइल और मेरा घर, कभी मेरी गाड़ी रुकी नहीं। अब गीता ने बोला कि हम तुम्हारा उतना ही पोर्शन निकालेंगे, उसके बाद प्लास्टिक सर्जरी कर देंगे। अब मेरे बच्चे, मतलब किसी की शादी नहीं हुई, तो एक अब मेरे मन में जीने की इच्छा पैदा हो गई, नहीं मेरे को जीना है, बच्चों को देखना है। मैंने गीता को बोला कि यार मेरे को जीना है, गो फॉर बेस्ट ऑप्शन। वो कहती है वो तो रिमूवल है, तो भाई साहब आ जाएंगे तब आप बात करके वो कर ले। मैं कहा वो कौन होता है अभी डिसाइड करने वाला, मेरा शरीर है, इट इज माई चॉइस। मैंने कहा गो फॉर दैट। और मैंने इनको कॉल किया, मेरी रिपोर्ट आ गई और आप छुट्टी लेके आ जाइए। और 7 तारीख को बड़ी बेटी का बर्थडे था, डॉक्टर फैमिलियर थी, उसने कहा ठीक है पार्टी मनाओ और 8 को आ जाओ। 8 को एडमिट हुई, 8 अक्टूबर को, 9 अक्टूबर को मेरी सर्जरी कर दी। सर्जरी के बाद देखो ह्यूमन बीइंग की नेचर है, महिलाओं के लिए उसके शरीर का सबसे सुंदर अंग वही है। एक बार तो मतलब अपने आप को झटका लगता है, ये सब कहने की बातें हैं, आप समाज में सबके सामने सीना चौड़ा करके खड़े हो सकते हैं, लेकिन कभी जब आप अकेले होते हैं तो ये चीजें जरूर आपको कहीं ना कहीं तकलीफ देती है। लेकिन एक चीज है, अगर आपको जितनी तकलीफ होती है, आप उससे ज्यादा के एक बार हॉस्पिटल में चले जाइए और एक राउंड लगा के आ जाइए और फिर अपने आप को निहारिए, तब आपको लगता है यू आर द बेस्ट। भगवान ने आपको ऐसा बनाया है, अभी भी है। और कैंसर जो चीज है, ये समाज की सबसे बड़ी मतलब सामाजिक बीमारी है, ना कि इंडिविजुअल की। जैसे ही कैंसर डायग्नोज होता है, हाय इसको तो कैंसर हो गया, आस पड़ोस फैमिली सारे ऐसे दिन काउंट करने लग जाते हैं कि जैसे अब तो इसकी मौत ही आ गई। ऐसा नहीं है, समाज में इससे भी भयंकर बीमारियां हैं। अभी साइंस इतनी एडवांस हो गई है, कैंसर क्योरेबल है। और मैं कहती हूँ गॉड हैज गिवन अपॉर्चुनिटी टू मी टू डू समथिंग फॉर द सोसाइटी, फॉर योर फैमिली, फॉर योर सेल्फ। क्यों? अगर हमें मरना होता, कोविड में भी मर सकती थी मैं, एक्सीडेंट में भी मर सकती थी, मेरे को सोचने का समय भी नहीं मिलता। लेकिन कैंसर हुआ तो हमें पता है हम बेटर ट्रीटमेंट के साथ और अच्छी लाइफ जी सकते हैं। जब भी मेरा पर्सनल अपनी लाइफ का ना नॉर्मल से एक अलग एटीट्यूड है। आपकी गाड़ी खराब हुई, आपने रिपेयरिंग में भेजा, इंजन खराब हुआ, इंजन चेंज किया, बोनेट हुआ, बोनेट चेंज करा दिया और आपकी गाड़ी स्मार्ट होके फिर सड़क पे आ गई। तो हमारा जो शरीर है, मेरा अपना मानना है, वो भी उसी तरह का है। जो चीज खराब हुई कट किया, फेंका, आगे बढ़िए जिंदगी में। दूसरा, जब भी आप अपने आप को नर्वस फील करते हैं, जिस दिन मैं बहुत दुखी होती हूँ, मन होता है आज मैं ऑफिस नहीं जाऊंगी, मेरे हस्बैंड का काफी बहुत बड़ा सहयोग है इन सब चीजों में, क्योंकि वो मोरल अब बहुत करके रखते हैं, मसाज करेंगे, ये करेंगे, मेंटली प्रिपेयर करेंगे, नहीं तुम जाओ। जैसे ही आप नहा के निकलते हो, अपनी वार्डरोब में देखते हो सबसे बेस्ट कौन सी ड्रेस है। आपने उससे पहले आपकी तबीयत बिल्कुल डाउन है, नहा के निकलते ही आपने बेस्ट ड्रेस निकाला, ड्रेसअप हुए, आप शीशे में देखिए। जैसे ही आप शीशा देखते हैं, आपका उस परमात्मा को धन्यवाद बनता है। देखते ही लगता है यार, उस हे प्रभु, सलूट करते हो, हे प्रभु ऐसा भी बना के रखेगा तो बहुत अच्छा है। और गाड़ी में बैठ के जैसे ही आप ऑफिस पहुंचते हो, 100% जो आपकी इलनेस थी वो खत्म। 8 घंटा कैसे बीता, लोगों से बात करते हुए, काम करते हुए, पता ही नहीं चला। तो कैंसर ठीक है, एक चीज हमारे पास आई तो उसके साथ अपॉर्चुनिटी भी तो आई। जैसे ही जिंदगी में मौत सामने नजर आती है, इंसान अपने आप को पहचानने लगता है। पहले, कैंसर से पहले मैं सिर्फ और सिर्फ अपने परिवार के लिए जीती थी, अपने बच्चों के लिए, हस्बैंड के लिए, सास ससुर के लिए। और जिस दिन मेरे को कैंसर डायग्नोज हुआ, मेरी मस्टक्टमी हुई, मेरे को लगा मैंने तो कुछ किया ही नहीं अपने लिए, मैं तो पूरी जिंदगी औरों के लिए जीती रही। अब मेरी जो जिंदगी है, मैं इतनी सेल्फिश हो गई हूं, मैं अपने लिए जीती हूँ। घर में कोई भी इंपॉर्टेंट काम है, क्योंकि सब 18-20 से ऊपर हो चुके हैं, आई हैव गिवन अ गुड एजुकेशन, सबकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी होगी, लेकिन मेरे को कौन देखेगा? मेरे को स्वयं देखना है। अब जो चीज मेरे को अच्छी लगती है मैं जरूर करती हूँ, जहां मुझे जाना होता है मैं जरूर जाती हूँ। मेरा खेलने का मन है तो मैं खेलूंगी। मेरी डॉक्टर ने बोला, मैं बैडमिंटन खेलती हूँ और बहुत शौक से खेलती हूँ, और 5 साल में लगातार अपने लोकसभा सेक्रेटरीट में चैंपियन भी रही। अब मेरे को लगा क्योंकि राइट हैंड है मेरा, अब मैं खेलूंगी कैसे? तो जो डॉक्टर निखिल ने और सब लोगों ने बोला, हमें फेथ होना चाहिए अपने डॉक्टर पे जिससे ट्रीटमेंट कर रहे हैं। मैंने गीता को बोला, क्या मैं खेल सकती हूँ? करिए, क्यों नहीं, कोई ऐसा काम है जो तुम नहीं कर सकती हो? धीरे धीरे 1 किलो 2 किलो वेट की एक्सरसाइज की, और अब मैं दोबारा से बैडमिंटन खेलना शुरू कर दिया। और अपने कैंसर के बारे में मैं बहुत बताती हूँ। लोग कहते हैं तुम क्यों बताते हो इतना? इसलिए बताती हूँ कि जो लोगों में अवेयरनेस नहीं है उनमें ये जागे। अभी रिसेंटली मेरी ब्रांच में एक इंस्पेक्टर नरेश यादव अलवर से, उसकी भाभी को 2 महीने पहले कैंसर हुआ, ऑपरेट हुआ, मस्टक्टमी हुई। अब उस लेडी ने अपने हाथ को हिला नहीं रही है 3 दिन से। अब नरेश ने देखा मेरी मैडम तो 20 दिन बाद ऑफिस आ गई और मेरी भाभी कुछ नहीं कर रही। उन्होंने मेरे को बोला, मैडम आप 5 मिनट मेरे घर चल सकते हो? वहीं गोल्डा खाना के पास बालकनाथ साहब ऑनरेबल मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट के घर पे वो लेडी रुकी हुई थी, उनकी भाभी। मैंने कहा हाँ। अब जब उन्होंने देखा मेरे को, पहले तो उन्हें विश्वास ही नहीं हुआ जब मैंने उन्हें बताया कि ऑपरेशन हुए कितने दिन हो गए, कह रही है 4 दिन, हाथ बिल्कुल ऐसे लेके यूं बैठी हुई है, कोई मूवमेंट नहीं है। जबकि मेरी डॉक्टर ने जिस दिन मेरा ऑपरेशन हुआ था शाम को बोला धीरे धीरे हाथ को खोलना शुरू कीजिए। जो फिजियोथेरेपिस्ट आते हैं उनको बोला कि ये योगा की भी टीचर है और पुलिस ऑफिसर है, एक बार बता दीजिए, बाद में ऑफिस इधर नहीं आएगी, अपने आप करेगी। मैंने उस लेडी को बताया वो सारी एक्सरसाइज, फिर जाके रूम में मैंने उसको दिखाया अपना कि देख मेरी भी हो रखी है, जब मैं कर सकती हूँ तो तुम क्यों नहीं। साहब 15 दिन बाद जब वो स्टिचेस कटाने के लिए आई, उसका हाथ 360 डिग्री में पूरा का पूरा मूवमेंट कर रहा था। उसके हस्बैंड कहते हैं मैडम आपने मेरी वाइफ को दूसरी जिंदगी दे दी। आपसे मिलने के बाद जब भी ये खाली टाइम में बैठती है वो सारी 10 की 10 एक्सरसाइज करती है। उसकी वजह से उसके हाथ में स्वेलिंग नहीं हुई, वाटर रिटेंशन नहीं हुआ और वो बहुत अच्छी लाइफ जी रही है। तो मेरा जितने भी किसी के साथ ना अपने एक्सपीरियंस जरूर शेयर करें। हम सोचते हैं क्यों बताएं, लोग क्या सोचेंगे, लेकिन मैंने अब इतना चेंज किया। ऐसे ही और लोगों के फिर बात हुआ, काजल पल्ली ने उसमें यूट्यूब में डाला था, मेरे एक ऑफिसर डायरेक्टर थे, उनकी वाइफ का मैक्स में ऑपरेशन हुआ था। उन्होंने जब देखा तो मेरे रूम में आए, कह रहे मैडम मेरी वाइफ की अभी मस्टेक्टमी हुई है, क्या मैं आपसे मिलाने लेके आ सकता हूँ। मैंने कहा हाँ क्यों नहीं, और वो लेके आए, 2 सेशन बैठी वो, और उसके बाद वो कहती है मैडम मैं जितनी होपलेस हो गई थी, हाय मेरे को कैंसर है, पता नहीं मेरी जिंदगी कितनी है, कितने दिन जीऊंगी, इसी उम्मीद में आपसे मिलके तो बहुत अच्छा लगा। मैंने उन्हें बोला यार सबके बीमारियां इस सभागार में अगर सबका मेडिकल कराया जाए 1% भी आदमी हेल्दी नहीं मिलेगा, किसी ना किसी को कुछ ना कुछ जरूर होगा, चाहे हाइपरटेंशन हो, डायबिटीज हो, ब्लड प्रेशर हो, कितनी भी चीजें हैं। तो हम कैंसर से क्यों डरे, क्योंकि समाज ने हमें डराया गया। ये एक मीडिया का सबसे बड़ा, पिक्चरों का मैं कहती हूँ हमारे इस देश में डराने का बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। आप कोई मूवी देख लीजिए, कैंसर पेशेंट दिखा देंगे, किसी मूवी में बचता हुआ नहीं दिखाएंगे, उसकी लाश में मौत दिखाएंगे। अब जो देखेगा कैंसर पेशेंट है होगा वो तो बेचारा देख के वैसे ही मर जाएगा कि मेरा अंत भी वही है। तो ऐसी समाज में नेगेटिविटी नहीं फैलानी चाहिए, ये मेरा मीडिया से भी अनुरोध है। आपको पॉजिटिव दिखाना चाहिए कि हाँ उसको कैंसर हुआ और उसके बाद वो पूरी ट्रीटमेंट के बाद पहले से भी बेटर लाइफ जी रहा है। तो जब भी किसी को कोई इस तरह की बीमारी होती है, मेरा सबसे अनुरोध है कि जो देखने वाले होते हैं घर परिवार में, उनका बहुत बड़ा योगदान होता है। आज मैं यहाँ पे खड़ी हूँ तो इसके पीछे मेरे बच्चे, मेरे हस्बैंड, मेरे कुलीग्स, उनका बहुत बड़ा मोरल सपोर्ट है। मेरे हस्बैंड ने 100 दिन की छुट्टी काटी मेरे उसमें, जब तक मेरे नॉर्मल लाइफ नहीं हुई ये वापस यूनिट नहीं गए। मेरे बच्चों ने मेरी बहुत केयर की। अभी रिसेंटली 10 दिन पहले मेरे हाथों में स्वेलिंग आई और फीवर आया और दर्द हुआ। मैं अपने फिजिशियन के पास गई, डॉक्टर भटनागर, क्योंकि पार्लियामेंट में है तो नीचे ही बैठते हैं। उन्होंने मेरा इमीडिएटली ब्लड टेस्ट लिख दिया तो सीआरपी मेरा बढ़ा हुआ है। अब उसको पढ़ के फिर टेंशन हो गई कि ये बचा था अब गठिया भी आ गया। मैं जब ऑफिस से घर आई मेरी आंखों में आंसू थे, तो मेरी छोटी बेटी कहती है मम्मा क्या हुआ। मैंने कहा मेरी रिपोर्ट वो आ गई है, इसकी पॉजिटिव आ गई है, मेरा सीआरपी बढ़ा है। कह रही है माँ तू तो ऐसे डर रही है जैसे पता नहीं क्या हो गया, इतनी बड़ी बड़ी चीजें लड़ रही है, आपके हाथ पैरों में कब दर्द नहीं था। पिछले 20 साल से हम सुनते आ रहे हैं इधर दर्द है उधर दर्द है, पर जिंदगी की गाड़ी तो रुकी नहीं ना, ये तो माइनर चीज है, ये भी ठीक हो जाएगी। तो मेरा आप सबसे एक यही है कि महिलाएं अपने आप को जरूर पहचाने, अपनी केयर खुद करें, और आप सब लोगों से है कि आप अपने साथ साथ अपने घर की महिलाओं की देखभाल भी अच्छी तरह से करें। और जिंदगी में किसी चीज से डरने की जरूरत नहीं है। आप शिद्दत से जिस चीज को भी पाना चाहेंगे आप पाएंगे, ये मेरी खुद का मानना है। और कभी हार नहीं मानना जिंदगी में। मैंने सोचा है कि मैं बिस्तर में बैठ के नहीं मरूंगी, मैं चलते चलते ही मरना पसंद करूंगी और आखिरी दम तक चलती रहूंगी। ये मेरी अपने दिल से, कहते हैं ना सारी चीजें जो बीमारियां आपके विचारों से है, आप जितना नेगेटिव सोचोगे आपकी बॉडी ने वैसे ही रिएक्ट कर देना है, आप जितना पॉजिटिव सोचोगे उतना ही। ये ऐसा नहीं है मैं यहाँ से बोल रही हूँ, मेरे अंदर भी आता है, आप एकदम बिल्कुल जीरो हो जाते हैं कई बार, लेकिन फिर लगता है हे प्रभु तूने इतना सब कुछ दिया है, थोड़ी सी और हिम्मत दे, थोड़ी सी और सद्बुद्धि दे, और फिर उसी हिम्मत के साथ आप तैयार होके निकलिए। और अभी जितना हमने कर चुके हैं समाज में, अपने घर परिवार के लिए किया है, अभी हमारी जो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है समाज के लिए भी कुछ दायित्व बनता है, हमें अपने समाज के लिए भी कुछ करना है, अपने इन्वायरमेंट के लिए भी कुछ करना है। और कैंसर सर्वाइवर ये जितने भी हैं, जैसे अब काजलपल्ली पीस विद कैंसर के लिए पिछले 20-22 साल से कितनी फाइट कर रही है। अब आप सोच सकते हैं कि उसकी आधी चीज इसमें जा रही है, पॉजिटिविटी आ रही है, 10 लोगों को उसने सैकड़ों लोगों को कनेक्ट किया है, सोसाइटी के लिए कुछ कर रही है। अब डॉक्टर मैडम बासु ने बोला कि आपकी सोसाइटी के लिए जो भी कुछ बनेगा मैं करूंगी। सेम जब फर्स्ट टाइम मैं मिली और इन्होंने बोला, मैंने कहा यार जितना मेरे पास टाइम मिलेगा मैं जरूर कोशिश करूंगी कि जहां आप बुलाएंगे मैं जरूर आऊंगी और जो अपना एक्सपीरियंस है वो जरूर शेयर करूंगी। तो मेरा बस आप सब अब यही है एक मैसेज कि हम डरे नहीं, डर के आगे हमेशा जीत मिलती है साहब। हमें यूनिफॉर्म सर्विसेज में सिखलाया जाता है डर के आगे क्या है, जीत। कारगिल की लड़ाई में जिन लोगों को गोलियां लगी और जिन्होंने हिम्मत दिखाई, 5 किलोमीटर नीचे आके उतर आए, आज वो जिंदा हैं, मोटिवेशन पूरी दुनिया को दे रहे हैं। और जो बिना गोली लगे उनकी गोली की आवाज से बेहोश हो गए, डर के मर गए, मतलब अपनी हार उन्होंने वहीं पे मान ली, वो आज दुनिया में नहीं है। तो कोई भी चीज आती है, कोई भी प्रॉब्लम आए, हमें बहुत अच्छी तरह से फेस करना चाहिए और डरना नहीं चाहिए और डराना भी नहीं चाहिए। जैसे कहते हैं ना, हाय अब तो 4थी स्टेज है, 5वीं स्टेज है, ऊपर वाले ने सबके लिए एक एक दिन और एक एक सांस लिखी है, वो बात अलग है। डॉक्टर बोले कि आप 4 दिन के मेहमान है, बंदा 5 साल बैठा हुआ है। साइंस एडवांस हो चुकी है, लेकिन जब इसके साथ साथ आप प्रभु से भी कनेक्ट हुई, अपने आप को पहचानिए, अच्छी चीजें करिए, समाज के लिए कुछ करिए, अपने आप के लिए सेल्फिश बनिए। सेल्फिश होना बहुत अच्छी चीज है। मुझे ये चीज कैंसर होने के बाद रियलाइज हुई कि नहीं, अभी तक आप सिर्फ और सिर्फ दूसरों के लिए जी रहे हो। आपने जो कमाया उसका 10% भी खर्च नहीं किया मैंने तो अपने ऊपर। मैं हस्बैंड को बोलती हूँ इतनी तनख्वाह लेके मैं तो एटीएम बनी रही, आज मैं जीऊंगी तो अपने लिए जीऊंगी, चल उठा गाड़ी और चलो बाहर, है मेरे को अभी दुनिया भी देखनी है। तो इस तरह से अपने आप को और बच्चों के लिए, सबके लिए यही कि भैया सबके लिए सारी चीजें हैं, अपनी हेल्थ आपके अपने हाथ में है। ये ऐसी चीजें हैं, आप कितनी भी एक्सरसाइज करते रहिए। हम इतने एक्टिव थे, हमने सोचा नहीं था हमारे कैंसर हो जाएगा। 10-10 किलोमीटर दौड़ते हैं, पति पत्नी 40-30 किलोमीटर साइकिलिंग करते थे, ट्रैकिंग कर रहे थे, लेकिन आपकी बॉडी के अंदर क्या चल रहा है वो तो नहीं डिसाइड हो सकता ना। तो फिटनेस के साथ साथ भी आपको ये चीजें आ सकती है, ऐसी कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है। तो फिट भी रहिए और अवेयरनेस रखिए और समाज के लिए भी कुछ कीजिए। मैं एक बार फिर से आप सबको धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ। थैंक यू सो मच, आपने इस लायक समझा। सबसे बड़ी खुशी, आपने मरीजों को वॉरियर बना दिया। आई फील सो गुड। नहीं तो कहते हैं अरे ये तो कैंसर का पेशेंट, अच्छा अच्छा वेट करो उधर बैठो। और आज काजलपल्ली, दास साहब, इन लोगों ने कैंसर वॉरियर का जो सम्मान किया है वो तारीफ के काबिल है। मैं एक बार फिर से आप सबका हार्दिक आभार प्रकट करती हूँ। धन्यवाद, जय हिंद।
थैंक यू सो मच सुमन जी। सर मैं आपको एज अ केयर गिवर, मिस्टर यादव, मैम ने आपका बहुत बार जिक्र किया, आपकी और उनकी जर्नी। हम जनरली ये जानते हैं कि वर्दी वाले जो लोग होते हैं वो कभी डरते नहीं हैं, वो किसी चीज से नहीं डरते हैं। और आपने सुमन जी का जितना साथ दिया है वो मैं खुद पर्सनली जानती हूँ। लेकिन क्या आपको कभी डर लगा? हम जनरली ये कहते हैं कि वर्दी वाले लोग तो किसी चीज से नहीं डरते, मरने से नहीं डरते, बॉर्डर्स पे जाते हैं। तो हम जानना चाहेंगे कि आपका सफर एज अ केयर गिवर सुमन जी की जर्नी में कैसा रहा? सर प्लीज।
आज मंच पर विराजमान सभी अतिथिगण और मेरे जैसे सामने बैठे श्रोतागण, सभी का अभिनंदन। आज जो सवाल पूछा गया है ये बड़ा ही जरूरी सवाल है, क्योंकि बीमारी चाहे कैसी भी हो, उसकी जो घर वाले देखभाल करते हैं उसके ऊपर उसकी 95% रिकवरी डिपेंड करती है। अच्छे से अच्छे डॉक्टर उसको प्रिस्क्रिप्शन लिखेंगे, मेडिसिन लिखेंगे, डाइट लिखेंगे, लेकिन अगर देखभाल करने वाले ने समय से दवाई नहीं दिया, खाना नहीं दिया, एक्सरसाइज नहीं कराया और उसको मोटिवेट नहीं किया, आगे जीने की तमन्ना नहीं बढ़ाई, तो मुझे पूरा विश्वास है पेशेंट के मन में कोई जीने की तमन्ना नहीं बन पाएगी। और अगर एक टाइम की दवाई मिस हो जाती है तो उसकी जो नेगेटिविटी है कितनी बढ़ेगी उसका अंदाजा नहीं लगा सकते। तो जो केयर गिवर है, उस केयर गिवर का चाहे वो किसी भी रूप में हो, उसके बच्चे भी हो सकते हैं, उसके सास ससुर भी हो सकते हैं, पति भी हो सकता है, उसके ऊपर बहुत डिपेंड करता है। इस वाले केस के अंदर जो मेरा व्यक्तिगत अपना विश्वास था, मैंने सुमन को उस स्टेज में देखा था जब ये लोग टीवी के अंदर जूडो कराटे के डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन दिया करते थे। हमारे पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री श्री राजीव गांधी बड़े शौकीन थे स्पोर्ट्स के लिए, और अगर आप 90s के टीवी के एडवर्टीजमेंट पे चले जाएं तो वहां पर इन लोगों को जूडो कराटे करते हुए प्रशिक्षण देते हुए देख सकते हैं। तो मैंने इनको जब उस फिटनेस के साथ देखा है, प्लस अपने पोस्टिंग्स के दौरान में जगह जगह पर पोस्टिंग हुई है और ज्यादातर पहाड़ी एरिया, दुर्गम एरिया, सब जगह में रह चुका हूं मैं। हर जगह इन्होंने साथ दिया है। एक कॉमन नागरिक जो मैंने अक्सर देखता हूं, महिलाएं इवन वैष्णो देवी जाएंगे तो पीछे जाएंगे या तो चल के या फिर घोड़े पे चढ़ जाएंगे, लेकिन जब मेरी पोस्टिंग हाई एल्टीट्यूड एरिया में थी, गुरेज वैली है, गुरेज वैली से भी आगे थी जहां पर फैमिलीज भी अलाउड नहीं थी, लेकिन हमारे जो सीनियर कमांडर थे उन्होंने परमिट किया और मैंने इनको बुलाया। बच्चे छोटे छोटे थे उस टाइम पर, और तकरीबन 3 महीने ये लोग उसी तरह से जैसे हम लोग रहते हैं, बंकर्स में रहते थे, उसी मौसम में, मौसम -20 नॉर्मल है उधर, केवल समझिए जून के 15 से लेकर के और सितंबर 15 तक 3 महीने यानी कि तकरीबन वहां पर आप चल फिर सकते हैं ठीक से, और कुछ कंस्ट्रक्शन का काम है वो हो सकता है एक्सट्रीम क्लाइमेट से, अदरवाइज रात को तो रोज -11 तो होना ही है। तो जब उस माहौल के अंदर रह करके ये जी गए और सब कुछ तरीके से रह गए, कोई छुप के नहीं रहे कहीं पर भी, तो जब ये कैंसर वाली बात आई थी तो मेरी पोस्टिंग कूच बिहार में थी। इन्होंने अपनी इनिशियल स्क्रीनिंग के बाद में, चेकअप के बाद में फिर मेरे पास कॉल किया। सबसे अच्छी बात इनकी ये है कि बीमारी की जो इनिशियल स्टेज है कभी नहीं बताती है। क्यों? इनको भी मालूम है मेरी सर्विस किस तरह की है और कितनी मुश्किल से छुट्टी मिलती है, किस लेवल से सैंक्शन होती है। ये नहीं कि आज बताया तो मैं कल सुबह की ट्रेन पकड़ के आ जाऊं, नेवर। तो जो 5-6 डेज थे इन्होंने अपने आप टॉलरेट किया उसको, और 5 अक्टूबर को मैं आया था, 7 को बेटी का बर्थडे था, रिपोर्ट्स बीच में आ गई और डॉक्टर ने भी बोला कि आप 8 तारीख को एडमिट हो जाएगी, फिर उसके बाद करेंगे। बात केयर गिवर की आती है, जब सर्जरी सक्सेसफुल हो गई उससे पहले मोटिवेट करना। अदरवाइज मैंने बहुत सारे लोग देखे हैं ऑपरेशन थिएटर में जाने से पहले ही बीमार हो जाते हैं, उनकी बीपी इतनी हाई हो जाती है कि ऑपरेशन नहीं हो सकता। खास तौर पे सर्जरी के बाद में, चाहे किसी भी तरह की सर्जरी हो, अगर हाथ में सर्जरी हुई है तो हाथ को हिलाना बहुत जरूरी है। और इनके साथ तो डॉक्टर साहब ने, मैंने पता है सुबह के टाइम में सर्जरी हुई थी, शाम को डॉक्टर ने अपने राउंड के दौरान आकर के पूछा कि, इन्होंने सवाल किया, डॉक्टर मैं टॉयलेट के लिए वो बुला सकती हूँ? बोला नहीं, अपने आप करने जाना है। तो वो रूम के अंदर ही अपना मैक्स हॉस्पिटल में थे, तो अपने आप केवल सपोर्ट दिया मैंने इनको, बाकी सब इनकी मर्जी से चलता रहा। और नेक्स्ट डे उन्होंने डिस्चार्ज भी कर दिया। तो घर में आकर के भी सेम केयर, और जितना हो सकता है मतलब पेशेंट को कॉन्फिडेंस देना चाहिए, उसके अंदर अपने आप जागरूकता आनी चाहिए। दर्द सभी को होता है, इवन अगर पैर में, हाथ में कहीं सुई भी लगती है तो भी दर्द होता है। तो वो सर्जरी है, 60 स्टिचेस थे, रिकवरी में टाइम लगेगा, सेंस आने में टाइम लगेगा, 1 साल ऑलमोस्ट हो जाता है तब सेंस आता है। तो अभी अभी इतने दिन के बाद में अभी आना शुरू हुआ है इनको। तो जब सेंस नहीं होता है तो दर्द भी महसूस नहीं होता है। सर्जरी की सबसे बड़ी खासियत ये है कि आदमी को फील नहीं होता है कि इतना सर्जरी हुआ है। और नॉर्मल केयर करते रहो, जो डाइट बताई है उसको फॉलो कर लो, एक्सरसाइज बताई है उसको फॉलो कर लो, और सिंपैथी जरूर रखो। और सबसे बड़ी चीज है, उसके मन में नहीं आना चाहिए कि मैं कैंसर पेशेंट हूं, या इतने बड़े जो सोसाइटी में फैला हुआ है कैंसर वाला तो सरवाइव नहीं करता है, तो सब नेगेटिविटी को दूर करना है। हम ये जो अभी बताया इन्होंने पिक्चर वाली बात मीडिया की, परसों हम डिस्कस कर रहे थे इस चीज को कि पिक्चरों के अंदर कैंसर पेशेंट दिखाएंगे और फिर उसको मरता हुआ दिखाएंगे, सिकुड़ता हुआ चेहरा होता जाएगा उसका, उसके बाद राम राम। कभी नहीं दिखाएंगे गुटखा खाने वाले को ओरल कैंसर हुआ, या फिर लिकर कंजम्पशन वाले को पैनक्रियाटिक कैंसर हुआ। वैसे भी हो जाता है, कोई जरूरी नहीं है। सिगरेट पीने वाले को लंग कैंसर हुआ। क्यों? बहुत बड़ा बिजनेस है इस सब के पीछे, बहुत बड़ी एम्पायर है सिगरेट गुटखा, बहुत बड़ा एम्पायर। अगर मीडिया ने इस चीज को लिया तो शायद उसको प्रमोशन के लिए, जो फिल्म के शुरू में दिखाते हैं प्रमोटेड बाई, वहां पर नाम नहीं आएगा उनका। तो इतना ही है मेरा कहना। बाकी हिम्मत वाले हैं और सभी को इतना हिम्मत रखना चाहिए। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सो मच सर। मैं बुलाना चाहूंगी अब मिसेस भावना सक्सेना को। भावना सक्सेना मल्टीपल माइलोमा की सर्वाइवर हैं। इनका स्टेम सेल ट्रांसप्लांट हुआ है और इनके डोनर जो हैं वो इनके खुद के भाई थे। अच्छा, शी यू आर ऑन ओके, शी वाज herself donor of her stem cells। तो इनकी जर्नी हम इन्हीं से जानते हैं। आइए, थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू सो मच। सबसे पहले आप सबको मेरा प्यार भरा नमस्कार। और काजल, जैसे आपने बताया, मेरा ऑटोलोगस ट्रांसप्लांट हुआ था। उसमें सेल्फ अपने खुद के सेल्स को डिसइंफेक्ट करके वापस डाला जाता है। तो पहले मैं आपको अपनी कैंसर की जर्नी के, तो वैसा मेरे को फील होता था। फिर शुरू में तो 1 हफ्ते 10 दिन मैंने कहा ये ठीक हो जाएगा, कुछ सच में ही कुछ छू लिया होगा गर्म बर्तन एंड ठीक हो जाएगा, बट वो ठीक नहीं हुआ। देन फाइनली मैंने सोचा चलो फिजिशियन, अगेन फिजिशियन का बहुत बड़ा रोल होता है स्टार्टिंग में। सो हम मेरे हस्बैंड आर्मी में थे, अभी उन्होंने प्री मैच्योर रिटायरमेंट ले लिया है 1.5 साल पहले। तो मैं बेस हॉस्पिटल में गई, वहां पे हमारे स्टाफ सर्जन होते हैं जो मेडिकल स्पेशलिस्ट होते हैं, उनके पास गई। उनको मैंने बताया कि ऐसे ऐसे मेरे फिंगर्स में रफनेस है, कुछ अजीब सा फील कर रही हूँ। ठीक है मैम, कुछ ऐसे ही होगा, कुछ आप मल्टीविटामिन लीजिए एंड ये सब कैल्शियम लीजिए, शायद से ठीक हो जाएगा। तो उन्होंने बेसिक स्टार्टिंग में उन्होंने ये दिया एंड फिर भी अबाउट 4-5 दिन कुछ भी फर्क नहीं पड़ा। तो मैंने सोचा मैं फिर से जाती हूँ। मैं फिर से गई डॉक्टर के पास, तो डॉक्टर ने मुझे बेसिक टेस्ट सारे करने के लिए बोला, CBC, बायो एंड ESR भी करने के लिए बोला, शुगर, फास्टिंग, PP, सब कुछ। ये सारे टेस्ट, मोस्ट ऑफ द टेस्ट मेरे नॉर्मल आए, बट एक चीज इसमें गड़बड़ आई, ESR was 74 and I think ESR की रेंज 20 तक होती है, 0 to 20। तो डॉक्टर ने बोला क्या आपको सर्दी जुकाम तो नहीं है? मैंने कहा नहीं है। तो बोलते ठीक है, ESR आपका बढ़ा हुआ है, आप फिर से आइएगा 1 वीक के बाद, फिर चेक करेंगे। सो 1 वीक के बाद मैं फिर से गई, फिर मेरा ESR 54 आया। सो अगेन इट वाज हायर साइड। तो डॉक्टर ने तुरंत सोचा कि अब क्या करना है। उन्होंने मेरे डिजीज से रिलेटेड एक टेस्ट होता है, प्रोटीन इलेक्ट्रोपोरेसिस, उसमें M बैंड को डिटेक्ट करते हैं वेदर इट इज देयर और नॉट। तो उन्होंने स्ट्रेट अवे वो टेस्ट करने के लिए बोला एंड उसकी रिपोर्ट आते आके अगेन 4-5 दिन हो गए, पॉजिटिव आई, M बैंड निकला। सो स्ट्रेट अवे डॉक्टर ने बोला आप RR हॉस्पिटल जाइए, RNR हॉस्पिटल है हमारा दिल्ली कैंट में। सो फाइनली उस टाइम पे मैं वेकेशंस पे जा रही थी केरल। मैंने कहा नहीं कुछ नहीं। उस टाइम पे ये नहीं समझ आया कि RNR एक मल्टी स्पेशलिटी हॉस्पिटल है, वहां जाने का मतलब कुछ है, सीरियस नोट हो सकता है। तो मैंने कहा नहीं, मेरे को ना अभी वेकेशन पे जा रही हूँ, मैं आके देखूंगी कि क्या है इसका। सो वी हैड गॉन टू केरल फॉर अबाउट अ वीक। आए, दिवाली थी, फिर भी नहीं गई। फाइनली दिवाली खत्म हुई, फिर सोचा चलो जाके दिखाते हैं। तो रिपोर्ट्स दिखाई, डॉक्टर्स को दिखाई। डॉक्टर ने बोला मैम आपका तो ये M बैंड आया है, बोन मैरो टेस्ट करना है। हालत खराब हो गई, जैसे सुमन जी ने बोला मूवी वाला चीज, मूवीज में बोलते थे बोन मैरो टेस्ट, और वो उसी को मेरे को याद करके मेरे को तो रोना आ गया। मैंने कहा नहीं मेरे को नहीं कराना। सो फाइनली डॉक्टर ने बोला ठीक है मैम, टेक योर टाइम, कम आफ्टर 1 day or 2 days। सो फाइनली मैंने 4-5 दिन लिए। मेरे सारे फैमिली मेंबर्स ने मुझे समझाना शुरू किया कि नहीं भाई, जब टेस्ट बोला है आपको कराना ही है, कोई इसमें ऑप्शन नहीं है। सो फाइनली मैं गई, अगेन टेस्ट हुआ बोन मैरो, उसमें कंफर्म हुआ कि मुझे मल्टीपल माइलोमा है। चलो, मल्टीपल माइलोमा मुझे 2014 दिसंबर में डिटेक्ट हुआ एंड 2015 जनवरी ऑनवर्ड्स मेरी कीमोथेरेपी एंड स्टेरॉइड्स के थ्रू ट्रीटमेंट शुरू हुआ। एंड कीमो में ड्रग्स देते थे, ओरल ड्रग्स एंड इंटरवेनस इंजेक्शंस के थ्रू भी होता था ट्रीटमेंट। एंड जो उस टाइम पे ट्रीटमेंट देते हैं, बॉडी बिल्कुल ऐसे फूल जाती है एंड यू फील वेरी डिस्कम्फर्टेबल कि क्या हो रहा है आपकी बॉडी में, सारे चेंजेस होते हैं। बट स्टिल मेरी फैमिली की बहुत अच्छी सपोर्ट थी एंड मेरे जो डॉक्टर्स की टीम थी, आई मस्ट से दे वर वंडरफुल। मतलब कोई भी दिक्कत, मेरे को फोन पे भी मैं उनको कॉल कर लेती थी, दे यूज्ड टू पिक अप इन अ रिंग, हमेशा फोन उठा लेते थे एंड मेरे डाउट्स को क्लियर करते थे। एंड फाइनली अक्टूबर तक मेरा कीमो एंड ये ओरल मेडिसिन चली। अक्टूबर में कंप्लीट रिमिशन मिला एंड देन डॉक्टर्स डिसाइडेड टू गो फॉर ट्रांसप्लांट। तो ट्रांसप्लांट से पहले ये लोग डॉक्टर्स प्लान करते हैं कि उनका ऑटोलोगस करना है या एलोजेनिक ट्रांसप्लांट। बेसिकली व्हाट आई नो, पहले ऑटोलोगस ट्रांसप्लांट करने के लिए वो प्लान करते हैं, जो कि पेशेंट के खुद के सेल्स को, प्लाज्मा सेल्स को निकाल के एंड वो प्रॉपर मेथड से इन्फेक्ट करके वापस डाला जाता है। So they planned for autologous transplant for me and that was in December 2015. I stayed for 14 days in RNR hospital and throughout that time मेरे husband मेरे साथ थे। RNR में क्या है कि ये जो ट्रांसप्लांट का डिपार्टमेंट है जहाँ पे पेशेंट्स रहते हैं, ग्लास चैम्बर्स के अंदर है। मेन डोर था, उसके अंदर 5 ग्लास के चैम्बर्स थे, फिर मेरा रूम था। सो लकीली मैं अपने बच्चे मेरे बहुत छोटे थे, मेरे पेरेंट्स मेरे घर में थे, इन लॉज भी आते थे, पूरा सपोर्ट सिस्टम था। और लकीली मैं मिल नहीं पाती थी, बट एक चीज मेरे को बहुत अच्छा एक एडवांटेज मिला कि मेरा जो रूम था वो मेन डोर के सामने था, सो आई कुड सी कि वहां पे मेरे बच्चे, मेरी फैमिली, मेरे पेरेंट्स सब खड़े हैं, एंड मैं फोन पे इन लोग से बात करती थी, बस आंखों से कनेक्ट एंड फोन पे बात। बट वो जो टाइम था वो बहुत हार्ड टाइम था, दैट वाज लाइक अ लाइफ एंड डेथ सिचुएशन। आज भी मैं सोचती हूँ तो चिल्स हो जाते हैं पूरे बॉडी में, बट हाँ, दैट वाज लाइफ एंड डेथ सिचुएशन। बट उस सिचुएशन ने मुझे एक बहुत ही हिम्मत वाला इंसान बनाया है, एंड उसके बाद मैंने एक अपने कसम खा ली थी कि कोई भी ऐसा पेशेंट, कोई भी पर्सन जिसको इस कैंसर जैसी चीज से वो लड़ रहा है, मैं आगे बढ़ के उससे इंटरेक्ट करूंगी, उसके जो भी मन में डाउट्स हैं उनको क्लियर करूंगी एंड सपोर्ट करूंगी। और मैं काजल पल्ली से भी कई बार बोल चुकी हूँ कि प्लीज टेक माय हेल्प इन वॉट एवर वे, आई एम देयर टू सपोर्ट यू, हेल्प यू, you are supporting me, I will always help you. So मैं आप सबको ये कहना चाहती हूँ कि कैंसर एक वर्ड है, जो पहले बोलते थे ना कैंसर हो गया, ये तो बहुत बड़ा बीमारी है, अब तो कुछ नहीं हो सकता, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है। आज के जो टाइम है, अपनी मेडिकल साइंसेस ने इतना प्रोग्रेस कर लिया है कि ये कैंसर एक छोटा सा टर्म रह गया है, इट इज ऑल देयर इन द माइंड। अगर आप माइंड में पॉजिटिव एटीट्यूड रखेंगे, एक विल पावर रखेंगे कि नहीं ये तो मैं जीत सकती हूँ या जीत सकता हूँ, आपको दुनिया का कोई भी चीज हरा नहीं सकता। हमेशा आप पॉजिटिव एटीट्यूड रखिए, भगवान जी में फेथ रखिए, अपने डॉक्टर्स में बहुत ज्यादा फेथ रखना जरूरी है, क्योंकि जो डॉक्टर्स ट्रीटमेंट करते हैं वो सबसे बढ़कर है। अगर डॉक्टर्स ट्रीटमेंट करें और आप उनमें फेथ नहीं रखेंगे, उस ट्रीटमेंट का कोई भी फायदा नहीं होगा। तो आपको डॉक्टर्स में फेथ, अपना स्ट्रॉन्ग विल पावर, अपने फैमिली की सपोर्ट सिस्टम पे भरोसा, और भगवान जी जो ऑल माइटी है उनमें विश्वास रखना चाहिए। आप किसी भी जंग से जीत सकते हैं। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सो मच भावना जी। एंड आई कैन फील कि जब आप अपनी फैमिली को उस ग्लास के दरवाजे से देखते हैं और आप बात नहीं कर सकते, तो वो क्या फीलिंग होती है। वो दर्द जो होता है वो कैंसर से कहीं ज्यादा बड़ा होता है। मैं अभी कॉल करना चाहूंगी जोगेंद्र जी को। इन्हें तब कैंसर हुआ जब ये 6 साल के थे, और जब उन्हें ये पता भी नहीं था कि कैंसर का मतलब क्या होता है। और आई थिंक उनको बहुत टाइम तक उनके फादर ने उन्हें बताया भी नहीं कि उन्हें कैंसर है, क्योंकि एक 6 साल के बच्चे को ये बताना कि तुम्हें कैंसर है, और जैसे अभी हम बात कर रहे हैं कि टीवी का जो असर है कैंसर के नाम पे, वो बहुत एक 6 साल के बच्चे के लिए बहुत डरावना हो सकता है। तो हम जोगेंद्र जी से जानेंगे कि कैसी रही उनकी जर्नी और उन्हें कब पता चला कि उन्हें कैंसर है।
हेलो एवरीवन, आप सभी को मेरा राधे राधे। मैं ज्यादा समय नहीं लूंगा, सिर्फ 10 मिनट लूंगा। जर्नी मेरी ऐसी थी, एज 6 ईयर थी और मेरे फादर, जिन्होंने दिल्ली तो नहीं, शादरा दिल्ली और इंडिया का ऐसा कोई क्लिनिक या हॉस्पिटल नहीं छोड़ा जहां वो मुझे लेकर ना गए हो। मैं अपनी लाइफ का सबसे बड़ा श्रेय अपने फादर को दूंगा कि जिन्होंने मेरे को हर जगह सपोर्ट किया और आज भी करते हैं। और जब मुझे भी पता चला कि मेरे को भी इविंग सरकोमा बोन कैंसर है, तो मैंने उनसे पूछा कि होता क्या है ये। कह रहे कुछ नहीं होता, छोटी सी बीमारी है, ठीक हो जाएगा, तो खा पी एंजॉय कर। मैंने कहा ठीक है भाई, जैसा आपने कहा ठीक है भाई। फिर हमें किसी ने राह दिखाई धर्मशिला हॉस्पिटल की, जो वसुंधरा में है। वहाँ मेरा ट्रीटमेंट चला डॉक्टर मलयानंदी के साथ। कुछ महीने ही उन्होंने ट्रीटमेंट किया, उसके बाद उन्होंने मेरी फाइल क्लोज कर दी। लेकिन मेरे फादर ने हार नहीं मानी। उन्होंने कहा यार पैसा तो खर्च हो ही रहा है, चल कहीं और चलते हैं। तब मेरे फादर वहीं बैठे रहे, माँ की डॉक्टर मिसेस खन्ना और डॉक्टर पुनीत गुप्ता बैठे हैं। मैं कहना चाहूंगा कि हमने मूवीज में देखा है कि डॉक्टर, लोग कहते हैं कि डॉक्टर भगवान का रूप होते हैं। मैं कहता हूँ हाँ होते हैं, मैंने देखा है, और वो ये बैठे हैं। इन्होंने मेरा केस हाथ में लिया और कहते हैं ना कि जब कीमो और रेडियोथेरेपी चलती है, जब कुछ नमकीन नहीं खाते हैं या मीठा नहीं खाते हैं, इन्होंने मुझे बोला कि तू खा, मैं तेरे साथ हूं। और इन्होंने मुझे अपने हाथ से खिलाया हुआ है। कैंटीन में ले जाकर इन्होंने मुझे अपने हाथ से खिलाया, अपनी गोदी में मुझे खिलाया। अब आप समझ सकते हैं कि उस टाइम मेरी एज क्या थी। मैं इवन आज भी आधी रात को भी इनको कॉल करता हूं तो ये मेरा कॉल पिक करते हैं। मुझे खांसी हो, जुकाम हो, पैर में दर्द हो, सर में दर्द हो, मैं किसी डॉक्टर को कॉल नहीं करता हूं, मैं डायरेक्ट इनको ही कॉल करता हूं। मेरी लाइफ में सिर्फ दो ही लोगों को मैं इंपॉर्टेंस देता हूं, एक मेरे फादर और एक मेरे डॉक्टर पुनीत गुप्ता। बाकी मैं किसी की बात को नहीं मानता, कोई मुझे कुछ ही कह ले, मैं किसी को कुछ भी नहीं समझता। मैं सिर्फ अपने फादर जो कहते हैं वो, और ये डॉक्टर पुनीत गुप्ता कहते हैं वो। ये कहते हैं कि भाई तेरे को ये करना है, मैं वो करता हूँ। वो कहते हैं ये करना है, मैं वो करता हूँ। आज 1995 में मेरे को डिटेक्ट हुआ था और आज 2020 है, मैं आपके सामने खड़ा हूँ। जो भी हूँ उसका श्रेय सिर्फ दो आदमी को है, एक मेरे फादर और एक डॉक्टर पुनीत गुप्ता। धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू सो मच योगेंद्र। डॉक्टर पुनीत गुप्ता का बहुत सारे लोगों की जिंदगी में बहुत बड़ा हाथ रहा है, क्योंकि जब मेरे भाई को कैंसर हुआ और दुनिया का कोई डॉक्टर उसका ट्रीटमेंट करने को तैयार नहीं था और किसी ने 2 महीने का टाइम भी नहीं दिया था उसको 2005 में, तो हमें किसी ने रेफरेंस दिया कि आप एक बार इनसे मिल लीजिए, अगर ये कहते हैं कि वो बच जाएगा तो वो बच जाएगा। और मुझे याद है डॉक्टर पुनीत, तब ऐसे डॉक्टर पुनीत नहीं हुआ करते थे। मैं इनसे पहली बार मिली और मुझे इनके देख के ये लगा, क्योंकि बस मेरे भाई की लाइफ और डेथ की बात थी, तो मुझे लगा यार ये इतना फैशनेबल सा डॉक्टर ये ट्रीटमेंट क्या करेगा। और मैं वापस आ गई। अगले दिन मैं फिर इनसे मिली और हमने डिस्कस किया, तो उन्होंने मुझसे कहा कि देखो इस बार, उसको हॉजकिंस लिम्फोमा था, डॉक्टर पुनीत ने कहा इस बार तो मैं बचा दूंगा, दोबारा दूसरी बार हुआ तो मैं ट्रीटमेंट कर दूंगा, और तीसरी बार हुआ तो ट्रीटमेंट भी करने का कोई फायदा नहीं है, लेकिन इस बार मैं बचा दूंगा। मेरे भाई का 3 रिलैप्स के बाद 2013 में उसने इस दुनिया को छोड़ा, और जहां डॉक्टर्स 2 महीने का टाइम नहीं दे रहे थे वहां उसने इतनी सारी जिंदगी जी। तो उसका श्रेय भी कहीं ना कहीं डॉक्टर पुनीत को जाता है। और आई थिंक वो मेरा विजडम रहा कि मैंने इनका फैशन सेंस देख के ट्रीटमेंट रोका नहीं और इनसे नेक्स्ट डे मिली। मैं अब कॉल करना चाहूंगी डॉक्टर निखिल को। डॉक्टर निखिल खुद एक फिजिशियन है, और जब एक डॉक्टर को खुद को कैंसर होता है तो बहुत सारे क्वेश्चंस हमारे दिमाग में आ जाते हैं कि ये तो डॉक्टर है, इसको कैंसर कैसे हुआ, और क्या ये अपना इलाज, ये इसको पता नहीं चला था या इसको सिम्टम नहीं पता चले थे। तो हम डॉक्टर निखिल से जानेंगे कि उनकी जर्नी कैसी रही, और एज अ डॉक्टर, क्योंकि जहां तक मुझे इनका पता है ये एक रेगुलर मेडिकल ब्लड टेस्ट करवाने गए थे जहां पे इनका कैंसर डिटेक्ट हुआ। डॉक्टर निखिल।
सबसे पहले सभी लोग जो आज हमारे साथ यहाँ हैं और जो ऑनलाइन भी सुन रहे हैं, सभी लोगों को नमस्कार। एंड अगेन काजल पल्ली जी का पीस विद कैंसर एंड एमिटी यूनिवर्सिटी को थैंक यू फॉर गिविंग मी सच अ नाइस अपॉर्चुनिटी एंड हैविंग दिस इवेंट। मेरी कैंसर की जर्नी थोड़ी सी डिफरेंट है बाकी लोगों से, मुझे ऐसा लगता है एटलीस्ट। एंड बहुत सारी चीजें हैं जो आज मैं कहना चाहता हूँ, बट लेट्स सी कितना टाइम है और क्या हम कर सकते हैं। तो जैसा काजल जी ने बताया, मुझे कोई सिम्टम नहीं था। मेरी एक हैबिट थी कि मैं रेगुलर अपने इन्वेस्टिगेशंस कराता था और अपनी फैमिली के भी बेसिक ब्लड टेस्ट हम हर साल में या कभी 6 महीने में भी करा लेते थे। वैसे मेरा 2010 में मेडिकल कॉलेज फिनिश हुआ था और 2012 की ये बात है, जुलाई की। हमने एक रूटीन अपना टेस्ट कराया। जब उसके रिपोर्ट्स आए तो उसमें मेरा जो WBC काउंट होता है आजकल मैक्सिमम लोग टेस्ट कराते हैं तो काफी लोग जानते हैं, उसकी रेंज आपकी नॉर्मल 11 to 12,000 तक होती है। मेरा 60,000 के करीब आया था। बिकॉज मैंने उस समय MBBS किया था, तो हम लोग ग्रेजुएशन में बहुत ज्यादा ऑन्कोलॉजी नहीं पढ़ते हैं, तो मुझे एग्जैक्टली नहीं पता था, लेकिन ये पता था कि ये है कैंसर से रिलेटेड ही इशू। फिर अगेन मैंने अपने जैसे जनरल फिजिशियन की बात करी थी पहले, उनको कॉल किया इमीडिएटली कि ऐसे ऐसे प्रॉब्लम है, तो उन्होंने मुझे आगे एक और टेस्ट कराने को कहा। उसकी भी जब रिपोर्ट आई, फिर उन्होंने मुझे हेमाटोलॉजिस्ट के पास भेजा। तो वहाँ मुझे याद है सैटरडे था जिस दिन ये सब हुआ। उसी दिन मैंने टेस्ट कराया और फिर अपने जो हेमाटोलॉजिस्ट हैं उनसे बात की। उन्होंने कहा कि भाई बिकॉज एज बहुत कम थी और मैं बिल्कुल हेल्दी था, कोई सिम्टम नहीं था, तो उन्होंने सारे टेस्ट दोबारा रिपीट कराने को बोले हॉस्पिटल में जाके। तो सैटरडे के ही शाम को मैंने सारे टेस्ट दोबारा दिए रिपीट के लिए। बट उस समय तक ये समझ चुका था कि ये अनलेस कोई एरर है, ये कैंसर ही है। फिर अगले दिन संडे को जब उसकी रिपोर्ट्स आ गई थी, मैंने मॉर्निंग में अपने जो हेमाटोलॉजिस्ट हैं उनसे बात की फोन पे। उन्होंने कहा कैंसर है और कल आप आ जाओ, हम आपके एक दो बोन मैरो बायोप्सी करेंगे और कुछ और टेस्ट करेंगे। तब तक भी मैंने अपने घर में किसी को भी नहीं बताया था इस बारे में, सिर्फ जो मेरे फिजिशियन है वही जानते थे। तो सैटरडे से लेके मंडे तक भी किसी को नहीं पता था, बस मैंने अपने कजन को बताया और हम लोग हॉस्पिटल गए, बोन मैरो बायोप्सी कराई। और उस समय तक जैसा मैंने कहा कि मुझे बहुत ज्यादा नहीं पता था कैंसर के बारे में। मेरा प्लान था कि मैं खुद ही कैंसर का ट्रीटमेंट कराऊंगा। घर पे मैंने ऐसी स्टोरी बनाई कि मेरा एक कॉन्फ्रेंस है बैंगलोर और मैं 2 महीने के लिए, मतलब एक शॉर्ट कोर्स है, तो 2 महीने के लिए मैं बाहर जा रहा हूँ और मुझे कुछ उस कोर्स के लिए पैसे चाहिए। ये सब करके मेरा प्लान था कि मैं शायद 2 महीने में ट्रीटमेंट खत्म करके वापस आ जाऊंगा और किसी को कुछ नहीं पता चलेगा। फिर मंडे को जब हम बायोप्सी के लिए गए, उस समय रास्ते में मैंने अपने भाई को बताया कि ऐसे ऐसे सिचुएशन है। और फिर जब बायोप्सी हुई उसके बाद जो डॉक्टर हैं उन्होंने काउंसलिंग की, उन्होंने बताया कि इसका ट्रीटमेंट का खर्चा भी बहुत ज़्यादा होगा और लंबे ड्यूरेशन का ट्रीटमेंट है, तो पेरेंट्स को इन्वॉल्व करना ही पड़ेगा डेफिनेटली। उसके बाद सैटरडे से मंडे दोपहर को घर में पता चला। जब हम लोग बायोप्सी करा के घर गए तब तक सबको पता था और घर में ऐसा माहौल था कि सब लोग समझ चुके थे कि अब इसकी लाइफ खत्म हो गई है, कुछ एक आध महीने की बात है, क्योंकि ऐसा ही एक परसेप्शन है कैंसर का। और उसी दिन सेम डे मेरा एडमिशन हुआ। जो डॉक्टर थे उन्होंने कहा कि आज ही एडमिट करके आज ही ट्रीटमेंट शुरू करना पड़ेगा, बिकॉज ऑलरेडी काउंट 60,000 तक जा चुके थे। तो ये इनिशियल चीजें थी। उस समय मुझे नहीं पता कि मेरे अंदर इतनी स्ट्रेंथ ज्यादा थी या मैं शॉक में था, मुझे समझ ही नहीं आ रहा था कि क्या रिएक्ट करना है। बट तब तक मैं सैटरडे से मंडे तक भी ना मेरे आंखों में एक भी आंसू आया, ना मैं रोया, ना मेरे को कोई फीलिंग्स ही नहीं थी। मैं बिल्कुल नॉर्मली जैसे घर आया सोया, अपने नॉर्मली सारे काम रूटीन की तरह ही चल रहे थे। बट मुझे आज तक भी नहीं समझ आता कि वो सब कैसे हुआ। और इससे पहले भी मेरा जो लाइफस्टाइल था बहुत ही अच्छा था और बहुत ही मेरी लाइफ नॉर्मल थी। मैं लाइफ को एंजॉय करता था जितना कर सकता था। जैसे मेडिकल स्टूडेंट्स में ग्रेजुएशन के बाद सबको टेंशन होती है कि आगे हमें MD करना है या DM करना है। मेरे को करना सब कुछ था, बट ऐसा नहीं था कि उसके बिना लाइफ नहीं है। मेरा लाइफ का कंसेप्ट था कि मुझे एक अपना 9 to 5 काम करना है, उसके बाद एंजॉय करना है और हर 2-3 महीने में एक अपना ट्रिप लगाना है। बस इसी तरह की लाइफ थी, प्लानिंग थी। तो शायद इसी वजह से, और अगेन मुझे डेथ का फियर कभी भी नहीं था। कैंसर से पहले भी मुझे ऐसा लगता था कि डेथ तो पार्ट है एक लाइफ का, जब मरना है तो मरेंगे, जब तक है लाइफ तब तक उसको अच्छे से जीना है। और शायद यही सोच मुझे कैंसर के जर्नी में बहुत ज्यादा हेल्प करती रही। तो जब मेरा एडमिशन हुआ, फिर पहला एडमिशन 1 महीने का था, 1 महीने तक कीमोथेरेपी चली और बहुत कैजुअल मेरा एटीट्यूड था। मतलब मैं मेदांता में एडमिट था और जैसा आप लोग जानते हैं कॉर्पोरेट हॉस्पिटल्स काफ़ी ज़्यादा आई वुड से लग्जूरियस होते हैं, होटल के जैसे होते हैं। और करीब 10-15 दिन बाद डाइटिशियन आई, उन्होंने कहा आप रोज सेम डाइट लेते हो, आपको बोर नहीं हो गए हो? तो मैंने कहा मुझे तो पता नहीं और क्या ऑप्शंस हैं। तो उन्होंने बताया कि यहाँ पर हमारे पास कॉन्टिनेंटल भी है, चाइनीज भी है, सब कुछ है। तो मैंने कहा ठीक है, फिर रोज डिफरेंट ला के दो मुझे। तो बेसिकली मैं कोई ऐसा स्ट्रेस में नहीं था। डेफिनेटली जब कीमो के इफेक्ट्स होते थे, वॉमिटिंग होता, पेन सब कुछ होता था, तकलीफ होती थी, बट मैं बहुत कैजुअल था कि ठीक है जो है चल रहा है। डॉक्टर्स बहुत अच्छे थे, बहुत सपोर्टिव थे, उन पे भरोसा था। तो ये था कि ठीक है सब मैनेज कर लेंगे। प्लस मेरा फैमिली सपोर्ट बहुत ही अच्छा था। हमारी एक्सटेंडेड फैमिली है, कजन्स हैं, सब लोगों ने मतलब एक तरह से अपनी लाइफ का सारा काम धंधा सब कुछ छोड़ के बस मेरी केयर में लग गए थे। एंड फॉर्चुनेटली फाइनेंशियली भी हम लोग अच्छे हैं, तो वो भी कोई दिक्कत नहीं थी। तो इस तरह से चलता रहा। फिर 3-4 कीमो सेशन से उसके बाद ट्रांसप्लांट हुआ। ट्रांसप्लांट का टाइम बहुत ज़्यादा डिफिकल्ट था। जैसा अभी भावना जी ने बताया कि आइसोलेशन रूम में 15 दिन तक रखा, कोई मिलने जुलने का सिस्टम नहीं था, बस शाम को 5 मिनट के लिए पेरेंट्स आते थे, बाकी पूरा दिन अकेले रहना। बहुत सिवियर माउथ अल्सर्स हुए थे, करीब हफ्ते 10 दिन तक सिर्फ आईवी न्यूट्रिशन पे था मैं। मतलब उस समय ऐसा था कि पानी भी पीता था तो मुंह जलता था। तो ये सब चलता रहा। उसके बाद रिकवरी हुई, ट्रांसप्लांट सक्सेसफुल हो गया और सारी चीजें बहुत अच्छी हो गई। उस समय सबको लगा कि ठीक है अब तो हम कैंसर से जीत गए हैं, प्रॉब्लम खत्म हो गई। फिर करीब 10 मंथ्स बाद मुझे रिलैप्स हो गया। इस समय भी कोई भी सिम्टम नहीं था। अगेन सेम रूटीन इन्वेस्टिगेशन में आया कि काउंट्स बहुत बड़े हुए हैं और फिर रिलैप्स का ट्रीटमेंट शुरू हो गया। कीमो हुई अगेन, उसके बाद ट्रांसप्लांट नहीं किया, एक DLI एक करके एक प्रोसीजर होता है, वो हुआ मेरा। तो DLI का एक कंसेप्ट है कि उसमें जो GVHD करके एक चीज हम बोलते हैं, तो उसमें वो कैंसर सेल्स को भी मारती है, साथ साथ हमारे बॉडी के नॉर्मल सेल्स को भी उतना ही अफेक्ट करती है। तो मेरे डॉक्टर जो थे उन्होंने DLI करने से पहले बताया कि ऐसे ऐसे है ये, इट इज अ डबल साइडेड स्वॉर्ड, जितना ये कैंसर को मारेगी उतना आपके बॉडी के सेल्स को भी नुकसान कर सकती है। बट आई वाज लाइक कि सर जो कुछ डिसाइड करना है आपको ही करना है, मेरा डिसीजन था आपके पास आने का, अब इसके आगे जो कुछ है वो आपका डिसीजन है, आपको जो बेस्ट लगता है आप कीजिए। वो सब हुआ। फिर करीब 2-3 महीने बाद मुझे लंग्स GVHD शुरू हो गया, जो आम भाषा में कहते हैं फेफड़े में पानी भर गया, सांस में बहुत ज़्यादा दिक्कत हुई और भी प्रॉब्लम्स हुई, फिर लंग बायोप्सी हुई। तो इस तरह की चीज़ें चलती रही हैं। GVHD मुझे लंग्स का आज भी है। जो लोग कोविड में एक्सपीरियंस कर रहे हैं, नॉट एग्जैक्टली वैसा, बट उस तरह की चीज़ें मुझे, जो निमोनिया है साल में आज भी एटलीस्ट 3 बार 4 बार हो जाता है, और कम से कम साल में 1 बार मुझे एडमिट भी होना पड़ता है, 10 दिन 15 दिन का भी, 1-1 महीने के लिए भी। बट ये सारी चीज़ें अब एक लाइफ का पार्ट बन गई हैं। जिस समय होती हैं तकलीफ होती है, बट ऐसा नहीं लगता कि क्या हो गया। GVHD में जो ट्रीटमेंट है वो मेनली स्टेरॉइड्स होता है। तो मुझे करीब 4.5 साल तक मैंने रोज स्टेरॉइड खाए हैं। एज अ डॉक्टर हम किसी पेशेंट को 1 हफ्ते भी स्टेरॉइड देते हैं तो हमें लगता है कि जल्दी से जल्दी वो बंद करें, क्योंकि उसके काफ़ी साइड इफ़ेक्ट्स होते हैं। बट अगेन एंटीबायोटिक्स का भी ऐसा ही है। करीब 4 साल तक रोज मैंने एंटीबायोटिक्स लिए हैं, स्टेरॉइड्स लिए हैं। उस सब की वजह से फिर मुझे आंखों में कैटरैक्ट हो गया, दोनों आईज में, वो उसकी सर्जरी हुई। उसके बाद मुझे हिप आर्थराइटिस हुआ दोनों हिप्स में, उसमें एक साइड की सर्जरी हो चुकी है और एक की अभी होनी है, इसीलिए मैं अभी स्टिक यूज करता हूँ। तो बेसिकली इश्यूज बहुत हुए, चलते रहे, और हो सकता है आगे और भी इश्यूज आए। मेन थिंग इज, जो मेरे अपने एक्सपीरियंस में जो मुझे हेल्प की, वो डेफिनेटली जो डॉक्टर्स की हेल्प है, जो फैमिली का सपोर्ट है, फाइनेंशियल है, उसके लिए मैं जितना कहूँ वो कम है। लेकिन इस सब के साथ जो मेरी अपनी विल पावर थी, अपनी जो स्ट्रेंथ थी, जो एक कंसेप्ट था कि मरना तो है ही, उसको कोई नहीं रोक सकता, ना कोई जानता है कि कब मरेंगे, लेकिन जब तक जी रहे हैं वो हमारे हाथ में है कि कितना अच्छा हम जीना चाहते हैं, कितना अच्छा जी सकते हैं। उसमें कमी नहीं करनी चाहिए। डेफिनेटली आज भी मुझे प्रॉब्लम्स हैं। अभी मैं बोल रहा हूँ तो शायद आप लोग समझ भी सकते हैं कि मुझे बोलने में दिक्कत आती है थोड़ा, लंग्स कैपेसिटी की वजह से। मेरी लंग्स की कैपेसिटी करीब 55% है नॉर्मल से। लेकिन इस सब के बावजूद बहुत कुछ है जो हम कर सकते हैं। और बहुत मैं ये कहूँगा कि कैंसर तो छोड़ो, जो नॉर्मल लोग हैं जिनको कोई बीमारी नहीं है, वो भी अपनी जिंदगी नहीं जी रहे। अभी हम लोग यहाँ बैठे रहे, मैंने योगिंदर जी से पूछा, क्योंकि मैं फर्स्ट टाइम मिला हूँ इनसे, मैंने कहा क्या करते हो, तो इन्होंने कहा कि लाइफ एंजॉय करता हूँ। तो यही चीज है जो सबसे ज्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है और सबसे ज्यादा मिसिंग है सभी लोगों में। दूसरा, एक अभी बात हुई है पॉजिटिविटी की बहुत ज्यादा, तो पॉजिटिविटी डेफिनेटली बहुत जरूरी है, उसमें कोई डिबेट करने की गुंजाइश ही नहीं है। लेकिन एज अ कैंसर पेशेंट हम सब लोगों को सिखाते हैं, सब कहते हैं पॉजिटिव रहो। मुझसे भी बहुत कैंसर पेशेंट बात करते हैं, सलाह लेने की कोशिश करते हैं, मैं भी कहता हूँ पॉजिटिव रहो। लेकिन उसके साथ एक चीज बहुत जरूरी है कि पॉजिटिविटी हमेशा होना जरूरी नहीं है। एक जो कहते हैं टॉक्सिक पॉजिटिविटी, वो कंसेप्ट भी काफी ज्यादा हो गया और वो गलत है। अगर आप कैंसर पेशेंट हैं या आपको कोई भी इस तरह की क्रॉनिक बीमारी है, या बीमारी भी नहीं है और भी बहुत सारी सोशल इश्यूज होते हैं, तो आपकी लाइफ में तकलीफ है, आपको डिप्रेशन आता है, आपको रोने का मन होता है, किसी भी तरह के इमोशंस आते हैं, एंजाइटी है, डर है, वो सारे इमोशंस इक्वली इम्पोर्टेंट है। उनको इग्नोर नहीं कर सकते, उनको नेग्लेक्ट नहीं कर सकते, और उनको एक्सेप्ट करना एज अ पेशेंट और एज अ केयर गिवर बहुत जरूरी है। ये भी बहुत होता है कि जो केयर गिवर है, एक्चुअली उनको पता ही नहीं होता कि कैंसर पेशेंट के साथ कैसे बिहेव करें, क्योंकि उनके लिए तो पहला एक्सपीरियंस है, ये कहीं किसी ने सीखा नहीं है कि क्या करना है। तो वो पेशेंट को हमेशा कहते हैं कि आप पॉजिटिव रहो, हिम्मत रखो, सब ठीक हो जाएगा। तो वो जरूरी भी है, लेकिन बहुत ऐसा भी नहीं होना चाहिए अगर कोई परेशान है, दुखी है, तो उसको एक्नॉलेज ही ना किया जाए। बिकॉज उस समय पेशेंट जो तकलीफ में है, उसको पता है कि अगर मेरे को दिन भर वॉमिटिंग हो रही है, दर्द हो रहा है, कोई भी तकलीफ हो रही है, उस समय हम कहें कि कुछ नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है, ऐसे ही है, तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि पेशेंट को ज्यादा तकलीफ होती है। उनको लगता है कि ये शायद मेरी तकलीफ समझ नहीं रहे। तो वो एक बैलेंस रखना अगेन बहुत डिफिकल्ट है, बिकॉज किसी को उसका एक्सपीरियंस नहीं है, सबके लिए वो नई चीज है, सब सीख रहे हैं, बट ये बात भी करना बहुत जरूरी है। देन स्क्रीनिंग के बारे में मैं थोड़ा सा कहूंगा। जैसे मेरा कैंसर है, मुझे कोई सिम्टम नहीं थे, कुछ भी नहीं था, जस्ट क्योंकि मैंने रूटीन टेस्ट कराए थे तो उसमें पता चला। तो कैंसर स्क्रीनिंग बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है, और एज अ फिजिशियंस सभी डॉक्टर्स को ये बात एम्फेसाइज करनी चाहिए, जब भी पेशेंट किसी भी बीमारी के लिए आता है, किसी भी चीज के लिए आता है, तो उसको समझाएं कि कैंसर स्क्रीनिंग बहुत जरूरी है। और एज अ जनरल पब्लिक भी आजकल बहुत ज्यादा टेस्ट पैकेजेस का सिस्टम चल रहा है, तो बहुत ज्यादा मार्केटिंग भी है, लोग ब्लड टेस्ट तो करा लेते हैं, पूरे पूरे पैकेज, जिसमें दुनिया भर के मेटल्स का, मतलब जिन चीजों की एक्चुअल में जरूरत भी नहीं है। अभी 2 दिन पहले मेरे पास एक रिपोर्ट थी, उसमें कम से कम 15-20 मेटल्स का लोगों ने टेस्ट कराया हुआ था, और जितने भी वाइटामिन हैं सबका टेस्ट कराया हुआ था। तो उन सब की एक्चुअल में जरूरत नहीं है। जो कुछ रूटीन टेस्ट है वो कराएं, साथ में जो कैंसर स्क्रीनिंग टेस्ट है वो आमतौर पे लोग नहीं कराते। कुछ लोगों को पता नहीं है, और कुछ लोग सोचते हैं कि जब तक कि हमें तो शायद कैंसर होगा ही नहीं। और इसी तरह से जैसे आज का ये अवेयरनेस सेशन है, काजल पल्ली जी भी बहुत ज्यादा अपने सोशल मीडिया के थ्रू अवेयरनेस के लिए कुछ कुछ करते ही रहते हैं, मैं भी थोड़ा बहुत करता हूँ, तो वहाँ लोग बहुत कम उन चीजों में रुचि लेते हैं। तो उसके मतलब मेरा ये मानना है कि 2 मेन रीजंस हैं। कुछ लोगों को लगता है कि अगर हम कैंसर के बारे में बात करेंगे तो शायद हमें कैंसर हो जाएगा, कुछ लोगों को लगता है कि हमें तो कैंसर कभी होगा ही नहीं। दोनों ही चीजें गलत हैं। जितना आप जानेंगे, जितना समझेंगे, उतना आप उस चीज को प्रिवेंट कर पाएंगे। और बाई चांस आपको या आपके किसी नोन को कैंसर हो जाता है, और अगर आप उसके बारे में जानते हैं, तो आप उनको बहुत अच्छे से सपोर्ट कर पाएंगे, हेल्प कर पाएंगे। तो इन चीजों का ध्यान रखना बहुत जरूरी है। हेल्दी लाइफस्टाइल बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है कैंसर प्रिवेंशन में। हेल्दी लाइफस्टाइल में अधिकतर लोग खाने को और एक्सरसाइज को इम्पोर्टेंस देते हैं, बट स्ट्रेस को भूल जाते हैं। स्ट्रेस का बहुत ज्यादा रोल है मेरे एक्सपीरियंस में, और जैसा मैं कैंसर ग्रुप्स में देखता हूँ। अभी करीब 2 हफ्ते पहले कैंसर ग्रुप में किसी ने पोस्ट किया था कि हेल्दी लाइफस्टाइल ना होने की वजह से कैंसर का रिस्क बढ़ जाता है। तो वहाँ काफी लोग ऑफेंड हो गए, उन्हें लगा कि हम अपनी कैंसर के लिए जिम्मेवार हमें बताया जा रहा है। तो उन्होंने कहा हम लोग तो बहुत हेल्दी खाते हैं, रेगुलर एक्सरसाइज करते हैं, तो हमारी तो इसमें कोई गलती नहीं है। और उस जिसने पोस्ट किया था उसी को नेगेटिव बोलने लग गए। वहां मैंने यही देखा कि किसी ने भी स्ट्रेस के, स्लीप के बारे में बात नहीं की, जबकि ये बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट है। आप कितना भी अच्छा खाना खाएं, कितनी भी एक्सरसाइज करें, लेकिन अगर आपकी लाइफ में एक रेगुलर क्रॉनिक स्ट्रेस है, अगर आप ठीक से नींद नहीं लेते हैं, तो आपको बहुत ज्यादा डिफरेंट बीमारियों का रिस्क बढ़ता है, जिसमें कैंसर भी एक चीज है। तो इन चीजों का ध्यान रखना बहुत जरूरी है। जो भी रहे, जो भी प्रॉब्लम है वो प्रॉब्लम रहेगी। उस प्रॉब्लम के लिए एक पार्ट है जो हमारे कंट्रोल में है, एक पार्ट है जो हमारे कंट्रोल में नहीं है। मैक्सिमम लोग उस पर फोकस करते हैं जो हमारे कंट्रोल में नहीं है। करना चाहिए उस पर जो कि हमारे कंट्रोल में है। आज किसी का भी कैंसर डायग्नोज होता है, बहुत कॉमनली पेशेंट्स ग्रुप्स में या अदरवाइज मुझसे पूछते हैं कि रिलैप्स ना हो जाए उसके लिए हम क्या करें। मैं उनको ये कहता हूँ, अभी आपको डायग्नोज हुआ है, अभी आप उसके ट्रीटमेंट पे फोकस करो, उसको ठीक होने दो। रिलैप्स आपको होगा या नहीं होगा ये तो कोई जानता ही नहीं, तो आज से आप उसकी चिंता क्यों कर रहे हो। तो पहले जो सामने जो चीज है उसके लिए आपको जो करना है उस पर फोकस करो, उसको ठीक होने दो, अपना लाइफस्टाइल अच्छा रखो, डॉक्टर से रेगुलर फॉलोअप रखो। क्या पता आपको रिलैप्स हो ही ना और आप आज से ही उसकी टेंशन में हो। तो इसी तरह से कोई भी बीमारी, किसी भी परेशानी की हम लोग टेंशन ज्यादा लेते हैं और उसका जो सॉल्यूशन है उस पर बहुत ही कम फोकस करते हैं। तो वो बहुत जरूरी है। और एक दो चीजें और मैं बोलना चाहता हूँ कि एक ऑल्टरनेट ट्रीटमेंट्स के बारे में बात थी, आज कई स्पीकर्स ने बात की। तो ऑल्टरनेट ट्रीटमेंट्स के लिए मैं उनके अगेंस्ट नहीं हूँ डेफिनेटली, बट ऑल्टरनेट ट्रीटमेंट में प्रॉब्लम ये है कि बहुत लोग, बहुत सारे प्रैक्टिशनर्स और बहुत सारे जनरल पब्लिक के लोग जिनका हेल्थ से या मेडिकल सिस्टम से कोई लेना देना नहीं है, वो बहुत ज्यादा आके ऑल्टरनेट ट्रीटमेंट के बारे में बोलते हैं और ऐसा कहते हैं कि इनके कोई साइड इफेक्ट नहीं है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, आप कितना भी कैसे भी कर लो। प्लस क्लेम करते हैं कि बस आपने ये लिया तो आपका कैंसर या कोई भी बीमारी 100% खत्म हो जाएगी। वो कंसेप्ट बहुत गलत है। जैसा आपने कहा था कि कैंसर में या किसी भी चीज में एक हर चीज का अपना डिफाइंड रोल है और वो डिफाइंड रोल को इग्नोर करना गलत है। अब आज आप सोशल मीडिया पे, यूट्यूब पे कहीं भी देखें, बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो होम्योपैथी के, आयुर्वेदा के या नेचुरोपैथी के, वो कहते हैं बस आप हमारे पास आओ और आपका चाहे स्टेज 4 कैंसर है, कुछ भी है, हम खत्म कर देंगे। वो चीजें गलत हैं। जिस तरह से एलोपैथी मेडिसिन के साइड इफेक्ट्स होते हैं, आयुर्वेदिक मेडिसिन के, होम्योपैथिक के भी साइड इफेक्ट होते हैं अगर आप गलत तरीके से लेंगे। अगर आपको विश्वास है आयुर्वेदा में, होम्योपैथी में, डेफिनेटली आप एक अच्छे प्रैक्टिशनर के पास जाओ, उनसे कंसल्ट करो, जो ट्रीटमेंट उन्होंने बताया उस हिसाब से लो। लोग क्या करते हैं कि आयुर्वेदा के तो कोई साइड इफेक्ट नहीं है, दुकान पे जाएंगे, खरीद लेंगे और दिन भर किसी भी हिसाब से, किसी भी डोज में दवाइयां लेते रहेंगे। बहुत ज्यादा लिवर और किडनी को डैमेज होता है उनका, वो लोग नहीं समझते हैं। इसके लिए अवेयरनेस भी बहुत जरूरी है और लोगों को समझना भी चाहिए कि कौन सही आपको गाइड कर रहा है। कोई किसी भी चीज में, अगर कोई चाहे मेडिकल डॉक्टर भी है, वो आपको कहता है कि आज आप मेरे पास आओ, मैं आपकी बीमारी महीने भर में गायब कर दूंगा, वो भी गलत है। तो थोड़ा सा समझें, जो अवेयरनेस सेशंस होते हैं इस तरह के, उनको अटेंड करें। जो लोग अटेंड कर रहे हैं वो अपने फ्रेंड्स को, फैमिलीज को, सब लोगों को इस चीज के लिए एनकरेज करें कि अपना कभी कभी महीने में एटलीस्ट एक सेशन अटेंड करें, किसी भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का हो, अच्छी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का। एक घंटा 2 घंटा आप लगाएंगे तो आपको बहुत ज्यादा फायदा करेगा, इंस्टेड ऑफ जो अननेसेसरी सोशल मीडिया पे बिना काम की चीजें लोग देखते रहते हैं, उसमें 10-10 घंटे रोज लगा देते हैं, लेकिन काम की चीजें हैं उसको महीने में 1 घंटा भी नहीं कोई सुनना चाहता। तो यही मेन चीजें हैं। और बाकी कोई नया और सेशन होगा तो फिर और कुछ बातें हम डिस्कस करेंगे। आज के लिए इतना ही। थैंक यू सो मच। थैंक यू एवरीवन।
थैंक यू सो मच डॉक्टर निखिल। मैंने अपने भाई की डेथ के बाद जब रिसर्च शुरू किया तो मेरा एक बहुत बड़ा क्वेश्चन था कि हम लोग जब भी कुछ, हमारे बॉडी का एक सिस्टम है, हम जो भी खाते हैं या पीते हैं, हमारा बॉडी उस खाने से और उस पुणे से जो उसके फायदे की चीज होता है वो निकालता है, एक्सट्रैक्ट करता है, मल्टीविटामिन, जो भी हमारे प्रोटीन चाहिए होता है, जो भी चाहिए होता है वो सब निकालता है और बाकी बॉडी से निकाल देता है। पर उन इमोशंस का क्या, जिसे हम रात दिन एब्जॉर्ब करते हैं, उन पेन्स का क्या, उन स्ट्रेस का क्या होता है जो हम रात दिन एब्जॉर्ब करते हैं, वो बॉडी से कैसे निकलते हैं? तो बहुत सारे रिसर्चेस भी पढ़े हैं मैंने और बहुत सारी स्टडी भी की है। तो वो जो इमोशंस हम नहीं निकालते हैं, जो हम जिस बारे में बात नहीं करते हैं, जो डॉक्टर निखिल ने कहा टॉक्सिक पॉजिटिविटी, कि सब अच्छा है, तो उसको निकालना उतना ही जरूरी है जितना हमारे बॉडी का वेस्ट निकालना जरूरी है। आपके इमोशंस भी वेस्ट जो हैं उनका निकालना बहुत जरूरी है, और वो फिर एक बीमारी का कारण लेकर आते ही हैं, चाहे वो आपका दर्द हो, नॉर्मल आपका बैक पेन हो, कमर का दर्द हो, आपकी गर्दन का दर्द हो, या फिर कैंसर हो। कहीं ना कहीं किसी ना किसी रूप से वो बॉडी उसको बाहर निकालेगा। अभी हम केयर गिवर्स की जर्नी भी जान रहे थे। जब उनकी फैमिली में किसी को कैंसर होता है, तो मैं सार्थक सक्सेना से ये जानना चाहूंगी कि जब उन्हें पता चला उनकी मदर को कैंसर है, और वो भी कुछ बहुत बड़े नहीं थे, आई थिंक 11th में थे, तो उनका एज अ केयर गिवर, एज अ सन, क्या एक्सपीरियंस रहा और उसको उन्होंने कैसे कोप किया? सार्थक।
Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving me the stage to speak about this. So I was in standard 12th. In fact, मेरे pre-boards exams just खत्म हुए थे, and I was in my preparation for my boards. जब पता चला कि मम्मी को ये problem है, ये disease है, so in that time, like, you know, having that kind of a mindset, free-spirited mindset, you know, not having a lot of problems in your life, not even understanding what is happening in the real world, right? Because we are all kids and we are just attending the school. हमें ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा पढ़ाई करनी होती थी और इससे ज़्यादा लाइफ में कोई स्ट्रेस नहीं था। जब पता चला तो obviously like we were taken aback and we were completely new to this idea, new to this thing called cancer, right? Multiple myeloma. But then I think, you know, seeing my mother, we were so confident that the power of will that she had, in spite of whatever circumstances were there, she stood really tall. And in spite of whatever the circumstances were, how many times we had to go to the hospital, हम लोग ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा, you know, being kids, we used to handle the administration at home, right? And my father was very actively involved in this. In fact, he even stayed with my mother during the whole of the treatment. So again, I am super thankful to God and super thankful to my mother's will that she stood high, that she you know, took this in a very positive spirit, that she knew that if she follows whatever the doctors are telling her and whatever, you know, family support she's having, she'll completely get back to normal. And I'm very thankful to the destiny, to the Almighty, that even after so many years of the treatment, she is completely healthy. And in fact, we have had the wonderful years after her treatment as well. So again, like, in spite of any circumstance, I think as a 16-year-old person that time, I would just say that, you know, life में बहुत कुछ कभी भी कुछ हो सकता है, and you would never know. As you know, one of the other person also told that he was just 6 years old, and you know, he was facing a lot of difficulties at such a tender age. So again, I was just a supporter, I was a family member, but then again, my mother actually, you know, traveled through all the impediments, all the difficulties, and now again, I'm super happy that, you know, everything panned out so well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sarthak. And I know as a child it is very difficult. Now I would like to call another Sarthak, Sarthak Prasad, my son. Sarthak Saxena knew her mother is going through cancer, and he has faced the treatment. My son just heard about it, just heard about my stories, just heard about. He is always there in all my activities and all my work. as a child, when you hear the stories of cancer, when you hear the suffering of cancer, so I'm very open person. I'm little short tempered also. So I never hide anything from him. Everything about me, about my illness, he knows. So I just want him to share, when you hear stories of your family going through cancer, how a child feel about himself, about family, और कितना डर लगता है उस बच्चे को कि मेरी फैमिली में इतने लोगों को कैंसर था, तो मेरी लाइफ आगे कैसे होगी. क्योंकि सार्थक, मुझे याद है जब ये 3 साल का था, इसने कुछ नंबर्स दीवार पे लिखे थे और मैंने इसे पूछा ये क्या नंबर लिखे हैं, तो इसने मुझसे कहा कि ये डॉक्टर के नंबर हैं, अगर तुम्हें कल को कुछ हो जाएगा तो मैं डॉक्टर को फोन कर लूंगा. ही वाज जस्ट 3. So that is the impact. And एक बच्चे का 3 साल की उम्र में अगर वो नंबर्स डॉक्टर्स के अपने बेड के पीछे लिख के रख रहा है, तो उसका इम्पैक्ट कितना गहरा होगा. और जब ये ऐसे I never saw him getting fearful about cancer. So I just want him to share with you what is his journey as a child of a cancer survivor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kajal ma'am. Look, I was a very, very carefree child, and I still am. So for me, whole writing numbers thing, that was merely a precaution. As a child, my mom often told me that she had cancer. Like, she would often tell me, she wouldn't go into a lot of details, as of course at that time that was not something that I needed to know. And I'm talking, I was very young, I was like 3 or 4 years old. And after that, I remember when I was in school and people used to ask me ki, what happened to your mother, because she would sometimes be unwell, and I'd tell them, and when people would ask ki kya hua, I'd tell them that she had cancer. And the reactions I got from them, it was almost like I was hearing about a totally different person. Because for me, my mom is like sitting right here, she's completely fine. Even back then, she was not, at the time I wouldn't say that she was completely strong. She was hard as rock, unko kuch feel nahi hota tha. But she was still normal. She was like you and I. So I thought, yaar, itna kya hype hai? Why is this so feared? And one day I sat with her and I had a very long conversation, and by the end of the conversation, I had goosebumps. My cousin was there, so we both were just asking questions. We had goosebumps. I never, ever imagined my mother to go through any of that, to go through the chemos and go through the chemos, the entire diagnosis. She was very young when she got diagnosed with cancer. I remember like a few months ago, there was this event where she met another person who was also diagnosed with cancer at a very young age. And then she got into a little bit more detail. Like, she used to tell me, of course, but उस दिन मेरे को वो feelings कि how it was back then, how scary it was for an especially young person to go through this stuff. I honestly, yeah, I am standing here, I am a caregiver, but I would honestly credit the original caregiver, and that was my nani. She stood by my mother at all costs. She supported her at times when it would feel like the entire world is against her. My nani passed away before I was born, but I still hear stories and I have the highest degree of respect for her. She also had cancer, and yeah, if anyone is to be credited to support her to above and beyond, that would be my nani. She stood with her. That would sometimes even feel like she was standing against the entire world. So that's all I have to say. I'm just 16 years old. I don't really have years of experience, years of knowledge. मेरे को जो भी पता है, it's all because of her. And I'm honestly glad. I genuinely think I'm privileged to know about these things, stand among such intellectual people at a very young age. So, yeah, that would be all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarthak. Uh,
Now, I would like to call here the dad of Sarthak, how he has handled such a difficult situation. Since Sarthak has mentioned that he was just a kid, little child, and he learned from the parents how, So please come and share your the experience, how you have coped up with this tough situation. Twice he got cancer, she, fought.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Well, I've been called here to speak about my experience dealing with a cancer patient. Firstly, she is not a cancer patient. She had a medical condition which, has gone by. She has won the battle. So what we are dealing with is, set of emotions on daily basis. Sometimes she is upset, sometimes I am upset, sometimes my son is upset. So it's all about, managing that particular moment. So that's how it has gone by. It is not the strength of, caregiver. It is the strength of the patient, how strong he or she is standing. That gives, the motivation and fighting spirit to the family. So that's what she has done. So that's it.
yeah, he's a man of a very few words. Journey about me. I'm 48 years and surviving cancer from 24 years. I got cancer when I was 19. I just gave my final year exams, and my future, as I planned, was a brightest future. I was doing my software engineering, and that time in 95, software engineering was a big deal. And I gave all the exams of being recruited in MNC and with a high paid jobs. And I was taking tuitions for some children because my father always made us understand that you have to earn for yourself. So you have to stand for yourself. So I started taking tuitions when I was in 12th. And I remember it was my first surgery was 13th November 1995. I was just losing my weight and I had a back pain. And like we all are कि पढ़ाई बहुत ज्यादा करते हैं, कमर झुका के पढ़ते रहते हैं, तो शायद इसलिए कमर में दर्द है और पढ़ाई करते करते खाने का ध्यान नहीं रहता है, इसलिए वीक हो रहे हैं. It was some government hospital holiday and मेरी मदर ने कहा कि तेरा ये रोज रोज का कमर का दर्द रहता है, चल एक बार डॉक्टर को दिखाते हैं. We went to सफदरजंग हॉस्पिटल और थोड़ी देर में उस कमरे का माहौल जहां पे डॉक्टर्स देख रहे थे, एक गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल में एक डॉक्टर देखता है, उसके आसपास 4-5 और डॉक्टर्स होते हैं और ऐसा ऐसा वो जितने डॉक्टर्स थे वो मेरे पास इकट्ठा होने शुरू हुए और मुझे ये समझ में नहीं आ रहा था कि ये डॉक्टर्स मुझे ऐसे क्यों देख रहे हैं. और मेरे दिमाग में ये चल रहा था कि ये लोग मेरा कितना टाइम खराब कर रहे हैं, मेरे पास अभी 2 इंटरव्यूज और हैं. और डॉक्टर्स मुझे देखते रहे और कोने में जाके कुछ बात करते रहे और एक डॉक्टर ने मुझसे कहा कि बेटा आप जाके बाहर बैठिए. और मेरा पहला थॉट था ये अब 1 घंटा और खराब करेंगे मेरा. मेरी मदर एज माय सन सेड बहुत स्ट्रांग थी और सफदरजंग हॉस्पिटल मेरे घर से 15 मिनट के वॉकिंग डिस्टेंस पे था. एंड शी वॉज अ लेडी हु विल नेवर टेक ऑटो और नेवर टेक एनी कन्वेंस. शी प्रेफर टू वॉक. She just came out and she's like कि चल ऑटो लेके चलते हैं. Then I realized something is not right. मेरी मदर कह रही है ऑटो लेके चलते हैं, पैदल नहीं चलते हैं, तो कुछ तो गड़बड़ है. I just came home and थोड़ी देर में देखा मेरा भाई मुझसे 6 साल छोटा था, मेरी बहन मुझसे 3 साल छोटी है, सब रोने लगे और मुझे वो समझ ही नहीं आया कि हुआ क्या। मेरी मदर ने मुझसे कहा कि डॉक्टर्स कह रहे हैं तुझे कैंसर है। Without any polishing, without any choosing of words, she simply said कि that you have a cancer। और डॉक्टर्स ने कहा है कि अगर ट्रीटमेंट नहीं होगा तुम सरवाइव नहीं करोगी। सरवाइव तुम वैसे भी नहीं करोगी, हम ट्रीटमेंट सिर्फ इसलिए करवा रहे हैं कि हमें तुम्हारे सिर्फ एक चांस लेने के लिए। वो कभी भी कोई भी चीज घुमाकर नहीं बोलती थी, वो बहुत सीधा बोलती थी। एंड सब मुझसे पूछते हैं, और आज मैं भी अगर याद करती हूँ क्योंकि मेरा रिएक्शन क्या था, मेरा रिएक्शन कुछ भी नहीं था। आई वॉज ब्लैंक, बिकॉज मुझे कैंसर कैसे हो सकता है? मैं बाहर का पानी भी नहीं पीती, मेरे कोई दोस्त भी नहीं है, मैं पार्टी नहीं करती, मैं बाहर घूमती नहीं हूँ, मैं सारा दिन पढ़ाई करती हूँ, मेरा लाइफस्टाइल अच्छा है, मुझे कैंसर कैसे हो सकता है? मेरे घर में किसी को कैंसर नहीं है। फॉर 3 days आई वॉज कंप्लीटली नम, और मुझे वो समझ ही नहीं आ रहा था कि मुझे कैंसर कैसे हो सकता है। देन माई मदर केम टू मी एंड शी वॉज लाइक कि क्या हुआ, चुप क्यों है? मैंने कहा मेरी अभी इंटरव्यूज हैं, मेरा करियर है, मैं ट्रीटमेंट के लिए इतने टाइम कैसे खराब कर सकती हूँ? मेरी मदर ने कहा कि तेरे को पता है डॉक्टर्स क्या कह रहे हैं कि तू जिंदा भी नहीं रहेगी और तेरे को अपने करियर की बड़ी है। एंड देन आई रियलाइज नो, आई हैव टू टेक केयर ऑफ माई सेल्फ। एंड ट्रस्ट मी, कैंसर होने से पहले जब आप कैंसर के टेस्ट कराने जाते हैं ना, तो वो बाल गिरे हुए चेहरे, फ्रेजाइल बॉडी, ट्यूब्स लगे हुए पेशेंट, मार्क्स, सर के मार्क्स और रेडिएशन हुए चेहरे देखकर आप ट्रीटमेंट से पहले ही बहुत टूट जाते हैं, क्योंकि उन चेहरों में आप उन पेशेंट्स को नहीं देख रहे होते हैं, आप खुद को देख रहे होते हैं। आई हैड अ वेरी ब्यूटीफुल हेयर, और मेरे को सबसे आया पहले हुआ था कि अरे मेरे बाल निकल जाएंगे। जैसे जैसे आप एक चेहरा देखते थे उस कैंसर ट्रीटमेंट का, किसी के सर पे मार्क्स हैं, किसी के बाल नहीं है, कोई रेडिएशन से बिल्कुल हड्डियां बन चुका है, आप उन चेहरों में सिर्फ खुद को देख रहे होते हो, और ट्रीटमेंट से पहले ही आप बहुत गिर चुके होते हो अपने आप को वहां इमेजिन करके। मेरी रिपोर्ट्स आई, मुझे गैस्ट्रो इंटेस्टाइनल कैंसर था, और डॉक्टर्स ने कोई होप नहीं दिया था क्योंकि 95 में इतना मेडिकल रिसर्च नहीं था कैंसर पे, और कैंसर सिर्फ एक बीमारी नहीं थी, कैंसर एक स्टिग्मा था। कैंसर एक अछूत जैसी एक बीमारी एक पूरे घर पे लगती थी। आपके घर में अगर कोई कैंसर पेशेंट है तो कोई आपके घर से उस टाइम पे पानी भी नहीं पीता था। एंड दिस इज नॉट द स्टोरीज, दिस इज व्हाट आई हैव गॉन थ्रू, मैंने खुद ने देखा है। और एक अनमैरिड लड़की को अगर कैंसर होता है तो वो उससे बड़ा एक स्टिग्मा होता है। सर्जरी हुई और मेरा ट्यूमर कैंसर निकाल दिया। मेरा एक पैर चलना बंद हो गया था क्योंकि ट्यूमर सर्जरी जब वो कर रहे थे तो कुछ एक नस गलत कुछ प्रॉब्लम हो गई थी, तो डॉक्टर्स ने कहा था इसका एक राइट पैर नहीं चलेगा। एम्प्यूटेशन क्योंकि वो सूखने लगा था तो डॉक्टर्स ने कहा कि वो पैर काटना पड़ेगा। माई मदर शी अगेन केम टू मी एंड शी वाज लाइक कि डॉक्टर्स कह रहे हैं पैर काटना पड़ेगा। मेरे पास तब भी कुछ जवाब नहीं था। और हम जितनी स्टोरी सुनते हैं ना, सब में ये होता है कि विल पावर, एंड ट्रस्ट मी, आई वॉज द वीकेस्ट पर्सन इन माई फैमिली। मेरे घर में कोई अगर जोर से चिल्लाता भी था तो घर का जो सबसे कोना वाला कमरा होता था जहां पे आवाज नहीं आती थी, मैं वहां जाके बैठ जाती थी। तो विल पावर, स्ट्रेंथ जैसी कोई चीज नहीं थी। मेरी मदर ने मुझसे कहा कि जो होना है वो तो होना ही है, कोशिश करते हैं, डॉक्टर्स के थ्रू चलते हैं तो शायद तेरा पैर बचाया जा सके। मुझे पता है मैं गिर जाती थी, बहुत चोटें लगती थी, बट शी नेवर गेव अप ऑन मी। एंड ट्रस्ट मी, मेरा आज भी मैं अपने दोनों पैरों पे चलती हूँ और मेरे पैरों में कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। जिस दिन मैं डिस्चार्ज हुई, मेरे डॉक्टर्स ने मुझसे एक बात कही थी कि काजल ये फिर आएगा। कुछ टेस्ट हुए थे जिनमें डॉक्टर्स ने कंफर्म किया था कि ये फिर आएगा। और मैंने आज तक इतना कमिटेड किसी को नहीं देखा जितना कैंसर था। एग्जैक्टली 3 साल के बाद 1998 में ये फिर वापस आया और इस बार किडनी कैंसर था। मैं अपनी जॉब शुरू कर चुकी थी, अपने करियर में सेटल थी और ये फिर आया। इस बार सारी यादें थी। पिछली बार मुझे ये पता नहीं था कि वो कीमो के जलन कितनी होने वाली है, रेडिएशन का दर्द कितना होने वाला है, और हॉस्पिटल की सर्जरी के बाद जब आपको होश आएगा तो आप चल नहीं पाओगे तो क्या तकलीफ होने वाली है। इस बार वो सब कुछ बहुत ताजा था और शायद हिम्मत भी नहीं थी वो सब बर्दाश्त करने की, क्योंकि वो इट वाज हॉन्टिंग मी कि अभी डॉक्टर्स ले जाएंगे ओटी में, ये होगा, फिर पोस्ट ओटी होगा, फिर कीमो होगा। So everything was there. I was not able to manage my second cancer, and I started collapsing. My body started giving up, and at the age of 22, I was just 25 kgs, completely bones. वो स्किन को एकदम से चिपका देते हैं जैसे हड्डियों के ऊपर, मैं वैसी हो गई थी। और किडनी जहां से निकली थी वहां पस भरनी शुरू हो गई थी रेडिएशन की वजह से। मुझे सुनाई नहीं देता था, मुझे दिखाई नहीं देता था, फीवर 103 104 तक जाता था, सब बंद हो जाता था। मुझे एक इंसिडेंट याद है कि मैं रेडिएशन रूम के बाहर व्हील चेयर पे इंतजार कर रही थी अपने टाइम का, और किसी को टक्कर लगी व्हील चेयर पे और मेरी गर्दन जो थी वो टेढ़ी हो गई। एंड आई वाज दैट वीक कि मैं वो गर्दन वापस नहीं रख पाई और क्रैक्स आके खून निकलने लगा। मैं तब भी अपनी गर्दन सीधी नहीं कर पाई। कैंसर बहुत कमिटेड है। कोई उम्मीद नहीं थी। डॉक्टर्स ने मेरी मदर को बोला कि आप इसको घर ले जाइए, यहाँ पे जो भी आपका पेपर्स होते हैं डेथ के वो बहुत आपको मुश्किल करेंगे, आप इसको घर ले जाइए। मेरी मदर मुझे घर ले आई, लेकिन उन्होंने कहा मैं ट्रीटमेंट नहीं छोड़ूंगी। मैं घर लेके जा रही हूँ लेकिन मैं ट्रीटमेंट नहीं छोड़ूंगी। एंड आई स्टिल रिमेम्बर कि वो मेरी नाक पे उंगली रखकर लेके जाती थी कि रास्ते में जब भी सांस बंद हो जाएगा हम लोग वहीं से वापस आ जाएंगे। 24 December 1998 आई स्लिप्ड इनटू कोमा। ये बॉडी बहुत वीक हो गया था और पस जो थी वो बॉडी संभाल नहीं पाया और स्टिचेस खुल के पस बाहर आ गई थी। जब मैं कोमा में गई तो ठंड थी और जब मैं बाहर आई तो अच्छी खासी धूप थी। मुझे आज भी नहीं याद है कि मैं कितने टाइम कोमा में थी। 98 से 2000 में मैंने चलना शुरू किया। सिर्फ कैंसर एक ऐसी जर्नी नहीं थी जो सिर्फ एक हॉस्पिटल पे खत्म हो रही थी। मेरी मदर को लोगों ने अपने घर में बुलाना बंद कर दिया था क्योंकि उन्हें ये लगता था इसकी बेटी को कैंसर है, ये हमारे घर में आके बुरी वाइब्स देंगी। एंड आई एम फ्रॉम अ पंजाबी फैमिली और सबको ये लगता था कि इसकी शादी नहीं होगी तो क्या होगा। माय फादर वाज अल्कोहलिक एंड आपको एक बोझ वाली फीलिंग आने लगती है। बाल चले गए थे, चेहरे पे कीमो के बहुत निशान थे, चल फिर पाते नहीं थे आप, तो हर इंसान सिर्फ आपको एक बोझ समझता है कि इसको सारी जिंदगी बैठ के खिलाना पड़ेगा। एंड एक्चुअली दिस वाज द मेंटालिटी इन 95-98। मेरी मदर मुझे एक ही चीज कहती थी कि कुछ काम जरूर करना, चाहे घर बैठ के ही करना, कुछ काम जरूर करना। एंड शी नेवर इनकरेज्ड मी कि ओ गॉड तेरे को कैंसर हो गया। कभी भी नहीं किया उन्होंने। मेरे को नहीं याद कि मेरी पूरी कैंसर की सर्जरी में ट्रीटमेंट में उन्होंने मेरे को कभी भी कहा हो कि अरे तेरे को कैंसर हो गया, अब तू कैसे जिएगी, क्या करेगी। शी नेवर डिड इट। वो मेरी स्ट्रेंथ रही है हमेशा। 2000 में मैंने चलना शुरू किया। मेरे हस्बैंड ने मेरी मदर से कहा कि वो मुझसे शादी करना चाहते हैं। तब मुझे 2 ड्रेन बैंक्स लगे हुए थे एंड एवरीबडी इंक्लूडिंग माय डॉक्टर्स they were just blasted on him कि तू पागल हो गया है क्या, she will not survive, she is not able to conceive, उसका बॉडी में जान नहीं है। मेरे डॉक्टर्स ने इनको बिठा बिठा के सारी रिपोर्ट्स दिखा के बोला था कि पॉसिबल ही नहीं है, तुम अपनी जिंदगी खराब करोगे, एंड यू आर वेरी हेल्दी पर्सन, अब तुम क्यों शादी करना चाहते हो? तो इन्होंने बोला कि अगर शादी के बाद कैंसर हो जाता तो क्या मैं छोड़ देता? तो आज भी मैं क्यों इस चीज से पीछे हटूं कि कैंसर है, जो इतना अगर साथ रहना होगा तो 15 दिन भी बहुत है, नहीं तो 15 साल भी साथ रह के कुछ नहीं होता. दिस इज हाउ आई गॉट मैरिड. एंड यस, इट वाज अ डिफिकल्ट टाइम. जैसे मैंने कहा, कैंसर बहुत कमिटेड है. 2000 में मैंने चलना शुरू किया और 2001 में मेरी मदर को सर्विक्स कैंसर हुआ. विल पावर की हम बात करते हैं. दिसंबर 2003 में डॉक्टर के पांडे राजीव गांधी के तब डीन हुआ करते थे, और उन्होंने मेरी मदर की सर्जरी की है. डॉक्टर डावल, डॉक्टर पांडे, उन्होंने मुझे बुलाया कि बोले कि काजल, थिंग्स आर गोइंग टू एंड, तुम्हारी मदर 8 महीने से ज्यादा नहीं जिएंगे. मैं और मेरा भाई पार्क में बैठ के खूब रोए, क्योंकि हमें अपनी माँ के बिना जीना आता ही नहीं था. हम सोच ही नहीं सकते थे कि माँ के बिना कोई जिंदा कैसे रह सकता है. हम पार्क में रोए, मुंह हाथ धोया, उनके पास गए. शी जस्ट लुक्ड एट हर फेस एंड लाइक कि डॉक्टर ने जवाब दे दिया. पहला सेंटेंस उनका यही था कि डॉक्टर ने जवाब दे दिया. हम लोगों ने बहुत कोशिश की नॉर्मल रहने की, लेकिन उन्हें पता था. उन्होंने एक चीज कही मुझसे और मेरे भाई से कि मेरी वेडिंग एनिवर्सरी है मार्च 19 को, वो मेरी 30th वेडिंग एनिवर्सरी है, और उससे पहले तो मैं नहीं मरूंगी. और हमें समझ में नहीं आ रहा था कि हम इस चीज को लेके खुश हों या रोएं कि डॉक्टर 8 दिन कह रहे हैं और ये 3 महीने की बात कर रही हैं. 19th March 2004, she passed away, celebrating her 30th wedding anniversary. She was at home. She cut all the cakes. She called everybody home. उनको अपनी वेडिंग एनिवर्सरी, 13 वेडिंग एनिवर्सरी मना के जाना था, और वो वेडिंग एनिवर्सरी मना के गई. दैट इज द पावर ऑफ होप. दैट इज द पावर ऑफ योर माइंड. दैट इज द पावर ऑफ योर विल. मैं बहुत मोटिवेशनल स्पीकर्स को सुनती हूँ, स्पिरिचुअल टॉक्स सुनती हूँ, बट व्हेनेवर आई लिसन एवरीथिंग, एनीथिंग, आई ऑलवेज गो बैक टू माय मदर. बिकॉज जो भी मोटिवेशनल स्पीकर या जो भी स्पिरिचुअल लीडर्स बात करते हैं, वो वैसे ही करती थी. शी वॉज जस्ट होम साइंस ग्रेजुएट फ्रॉम पंजाब, बट दैट इज द नॉलेज ऑफ हर कोर. माय मदर पास्ड अवे 19th March 2004. My brother got Hodgkin's lymphoma in 2005 August. After my mother's death, my father shifted to Punjab, and he never wanted to come back. उनको ये लगता था कि इस दिल्ली ने मुझे बहुत कुछ मुझसे छीन लिया, मुझे वापस नहीं आना. मेरे भाई को जब कैंसर हुआ, he came back to Delhi. कोई डॉक्टर 2 महीने से ज्यादा का टाइम नहीं दे रहा था. तब मैं मिली थी डॉक्टर पुनीत से, क्योंकि हम लोग इतना सह चुके थे. तो डॉक्टर पुनीत को देख के मुझे बहुत वो हुआ कि ही कैसे ट्रीटमेंट करेंगे, ये इतना टाइम तो खुद के तैयार होने में लगाते होंगे, ये हॉस्पिटल कैसे पहुंचते होंगे. आई जस्ट नो ही वॉज विद ऑल द गैजेट्स. मतलब वो बेल्ट पर भी गैजेट होते थे, इनके कानों में भी गैजेट होते थे. एंड फर्स्ट मीटिंग आई स्टिल रिमेम्बर, आई वॉज इन अपोलो, आई थिंक -2 में आपका ऑफिस होता था. I just looked at him and I cancelled the appointment and come back. नहीं यार, वो डॉक्टर नहीं है, उसको मॉडलिंग में होगा वो. I just came back. Then one doctor told me कि काजल, अगर उन्होंने बोल दिया ना कि वो हॉजकिंस लिम्फोमा के पेशेंट को बचा देंगे, तो वो बचा देंगे. Then I thought to trust him. My brother was completely out of cancer by 2007. He got it again in 2011. During the treatment only, he got again in 2012, and he passed away in 2013. That is the foundation of Peace with Cancer. Peace with Cancer is not here, or not an NGO, or not some organization to build or to support or to do anything with other world. It is just my gratitude towards my mother, and love towards my brother. That I want to do something about it, which took them from me. It has nothing to do with me. And पीस विद कैंसर मेरे से भी कहीं ज्यादा ऊंचा है, क्योंकि वो मेरी मदर और मेरे भाई के साथ कनेक्टेड है. हम लाइफस्टाइल की बात करते हैं. मेरे माय फादर इज 82 नाउ. फॉर द एंटायर लाइफ ही वाज अ अल्कोहलिक, a heavy smoker, but he is perfectly doing fine. He doesn't have even a high BP. I spoke to Dr. Das. He said that there is a genetic issues, but one thing I know about him is he was very loud. Whatever comes to his mind, he just take it out. He just speak about it. He just shout about it. He just fight about it and release it. Then drink and sleep. अपना रात को पियो और सो जाओ. सुबह उठ के पूछो अच्छा रात को क्या हुआ था, खत्म. He is doing perfectly fine. Even yesterday he called me, like यार मेरे बादाम खत्म हो गए, कब ऑर्डर करेगी? So we have to understand, me being a very sensitive child, got a cancer. My father was alcoholic and they have some issues. So she got a cancer. My brother, she felt that he is not able to do anything in life. He got a cancer. My father, who is a complete careless man, and it is not that he is doing some businessman or something. He was a director of Intelligence Bureau. And it is not that he was a common man. He was a high grade government officer. But that was his lifestyle. That is how he was. I never saw him in my entire life that he is bringing any stress of office to home. He comes home at 6 and forget about his office, forget about things. So what I learned from my cancer is that you have to talk about how you feel. You can come out of, I think, 90% of problems if you actually are authentic and genuine about to yourself. As Mrs. Suman has said, I have become very selfish. It is not selfish, it is self-love. अगर आप खुद से प्यार नहीं कर सकते तो कोई आपसे प्यार क्यों करेगा? जब आप अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी नहीं उठा सकते, आप खुद से प्यार करने की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी नहीं उठा सकते. अगर आप सारा दिन दूसरों को खुश करने पे लगे रहेंगे, आप खुद को खुश कब करेंगे? Thank you so much. This is the journey of Peace with Cancer, and this is the Peace with Cancer for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kajal ji, for sharing your experience. Such a wonderful, the information you have shared with us. Before we move for the vote of thanks, may I kindly request Dr. B.C. Das sir to give concluding remarks.
Yeah, now we have listened to the journey of the cancer survivors or the warriors, and we have had the whole day journey to learn about their history, how they have faced the cancer and won the cancer. So everybody has their own story, and all stories has a really many things to learn from them. And somebody has one cancer, somebody has still with the cancer and still having the effects, but they are still fighting, and I'm sure they will win at the last. And somebody has 1 or 2 cancer, has the Peace with Cancer. It's a very nice name given, and founder of which is Mrs. Kajal Pali, who is really experienced the trauma and the all types of experience, starting from her the very adolescence period. There are the end of the adolescence period, 19 years old, and there are many things have been discussed. So, having spent 50 years of the almost half a century in the cancer research, though I am not a clinical person, but I have been doing cancer research since my PhD days, and I have worked with the Nobel laureate, which has developed, for which research, my research and his research joined together has developed the cancer vaccine for the women, that is the human papillomavirus vaccines. So there are many researches going on. We have the strong group to work on, and still now we have to understand. I know many people, those who are cancer survivors, they have said, and it is true that we have traveled a lot. We have a lot of research and innovations have been made in the field of early diagnosis and treatment and biomarkers and all. We have gone to the far and far the molecular level. The treatment has, Dr. Puneet Gupta is here, so he knows those who are medical oncologists. They are the, I would say, they are in the top of the world because everything has gone molecular now. Though you have to have a medical knowledge, but many things have gone molecular. If you want to treat, there are a lot of biomarkers has to be studied, lot of, and accordingly, treatment could be designed. And it is a strategy, and it depends on the individual clinician's brain and mind. Though there are standard treatment, I have been involved in developing several the standard treatment protocol for cancer treatment, and particularly cervix cancer and head and neck cancer. I have spent 35 years in ICMR and remain associated with the cancer research, and I retired as a cancer institute director. So you can imagine the importance that being a non-cancer clinician, become a cancer institute director, it's not a easy job. I have not seen anybody has become a cancer institute director who has just having the non-cancer background or basic scientist background. So journey has been, and I have learned a lot from because when I joined in Maulana Azad, my director, Professor Salutra, who was the additional director general, is to come as the honorary director half day, every day. She used to say, "Oh, you basic scientists do not know anything. Go to the clinic and go to the gynae clinic." I was afraid or ashamed of going to because main program was the cervical cancer, which was the #1 cancer in the country. So in 1982, I joined, and she used to say, "Go to the clinic along with the gynecologist, learn the language of the cancer, that what is the language, what is dysplasia, what is CIN1, CIN2, CIN3. So these things, a hard way we learn. And then there are also been suggested, there are Nikhil Agarwal and Dr. Gupta has said many of the things. So they are true, many of the aspects. But from the research point of view, in that it is not the questions that we have to, as a modern medicine, allopathic has to hate the other system of medicine. But what we say, I am also not very prominent, but then important is that there are different Indian system of medicine, but we cannot be blind that those who are in their discipline, they will never say, barring the modern medicine, there others will not say that homeopathy is bad, because homeopath practitioners will never say their system is bad, or in the Ayurveda practitioners will say that their system is bad. But there is some good things. Every system has some good things. But we need to find out, and we have to be very judicious, and we have to be very careful, because many of the medicines in modern medicine, we use, they are derived from the natural sources, plant sources or Ayurveda sources, like Taxol, named Paclitaxel. There are many medicine, colchicine, and which is not been used because of the high toxicity. We are always in search of the lot of new medicine that I have not in my talk added in the research aspects or anything. So it is half century being in the field, so you can imagine. So I only talked with the expecting that the students and other non-scientific people will be here, so that, but there are a lot of less populations because of there are at a time there is also today is the tobacco
World No Tobacco Day.
all tobacco day. So there is being also, I was asked, being dean, asked by the public health department to address, but I told that I am here, I cannot come. So, but then, so that lot of experience we have gained, but there are not of knowledge we have to also gain. There is ample opportunity, as casually Dr. Gupta mentioned during tea time, or I think lunchtime or tea time, that that Nobel Prize is waiting for India. Really, if Nobel Prize comes, if it may be clinician, it may be basic scientist, because there are a lot of things can be done, because what is there in the cancer in US and Europe, it is something different in India, because many of the cancers, you see, we have seen in our, during the career, when we started your career, and I think Dr. Gupta, who is very, you will agree with me, when he started his career, many of the cancer was that time not very high, like breast cancer was very low, only cervix cancer was number one. There was very less colorectal cancer, very less prostate cancer, but it suddenly, like you know, that the food habits have changed. We have become Americanized. So as soon as the McDonald's and all these things, food habits came, so our the village style eating, the chapati and all these, the fiber food has disappeared, and our children and all, they become obese, and they started following this. I know there is, now it is little less, but then there is so much of rush in the McDonald's and KFC and all, that has led to all the lifestyle changes. And these are the disease. Cancer is one of the disease, including cardiovascular and diabetes. There are major three cancer disease, which are diseases which are related to the lifestyle factor. So if we take our lifestyle carefully, I think 90% of the things can be taken care of. And our environment and cancer is 80% of the cancers are related to the environment. So we live without environment, we cannot live. But we do not in India, do not care for the environment. We do whatever we like. Even government failed to the stubble burning in the Haryana and the Rajasthan and all these places. But it has been stopped, but this stubble burning has not stopped. But burning in all these places, it has been stopped. We don't know. It is not just smoking. That the smoke you expressed in your own Indian type of kitchens, and the passive smoking. There are many things which are. The ladies do not know. I have done my whole life, very good life, very vegetarian food and all. I have never touched anything. But my husband is non-smoker and all this. Why should I have got the cancer? And it is blaming to the God. And why God has the cancer? But we do not know. We have started knowing that what type of all these cosmetics we use, starting from the lipstick and the rose powders and all these, all the cosmetics what we use, they are with the source of there is a plasticizers, plastics. That's why single-use plastic is now banned. There is some chemicals, so phthalates and all these chemical bisphenol, they are mixed with their leaching. That's why we initially used in the microwave, lot of the plastic was used for the or warming our foods and all without knowing anything. Why these glass bottles are here? It is all plastic has been removed from in MET. Everywhere is the glass bottles. It is because plastic is leaching. That plasticizers, that chemical is being leached. They are prepared with these chemicals, use these chemicals to preparation of the all types of plastics, including your PVCs and all these things. And in houses, we use the water coming through PVC pipes and all these things. And there are nowadays the pipes, the iron pipes are removed. What is that called? GS pipes or some pipe. What is that? It is replaced with the plastic pipes. So they say it is safe, but I don't know how far it is safe. So they are leaching out day by day. So we say that how we are exposed. So if we see that, I told in my talk that in the morning to evening, we are getting exposed every day, and someone can be affected, and we are susceptibility of our difference. So it is, it's a excellent, those who have missed, I will say that they have missed a lot of knowledge that has been shared here from the talks of the experts, and as well as those who are the cancer warriors. They have experienced there how they have started, how they have conquered this cancer and the great disease. So it is a great moment. I thank all the speakers, all the experts, all the cancer survivors, and all participants, those who are still sitting here, and our organizer, coordinator, Dr. Dhruv. So I just asked him, because he takes all the interest of this popularization of the public awareness and all programs he generally organizes. So it is on like a awareness program. That's why I said, so there are 20 faculty, there are all hardcore researcher, but I asked him because he takes interest in this line. So he is the best person to organize. So he did that very nicely. And the great thing that we had to get introduction with Ms. Kajal Pali, that she has we have learned her story. I'm sorry that our wonderful Vice Chancellor were busy with some urgent things, so she could not participate, but she was invited by her as well, and she expressed her lot of desire to come, but then she could not. So nevertheless, we thank our honorable founder president. He is extremely busy. He is a great visionary. He generally participates. He said he will come at the last moment, but he remains extremely busy. You can imagine his mail comes at 2 o'clock night, 2 o'clock. Yesterday at 11:30, his phone comes, and there are at least half a dozen people we were discussing something that from tomorrow at BHU some meeting is being held. So there our representative has to go, and BHU, the MET is the organizer. So that I will not go extend all these things. So he is extremely busy. Otherwise, he would have lot of. He is a great person and philosopher, and he has a great connections with the God. Rather, what he says, it happens, and his prayer is very important, and he is a godly person. So, and he is our founder, and he is around. I don't know, nobody knows his age. So, but he is so, and when he sleeps, we do not know. And he always research and innovation, and this institute was his creation, and he created this Amity Institute of Molecular Medicine and Stem Cell Research, where the major cancer research occurs and stem cell research. So this is what, and in ourselves, that I have taken too much of time at the last, and the whole day we had a very long journey. So I now hand over to Dr. Dhruv. So for the last words, and then someone will, I don't know who will.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And it's a time for the felicitation of our the guest, the cancer winners, those who have shared their views, experience here. So may I kindly request Kajal ji, Dr. B.C. Das sir, and Dr. Puneet to felicitate Sumanji, please. It's a small token of appreciation. Next, may I kindly request Bhavna ji, please come. Dr. Nikhil, may I kindly request you to please come. Yogender ji, please. Thank you. Now may I kindly request Kajal ji to give an official vote of thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dhruv. This program could not be possible without you. I know I'm a little hyper kind of a person, so I send him mail every morning, evening. Thank you so much, Dr. Das. And I remember when I first met Dr. Das, the person who connected me with him, she was like, he's the best person. He's the best person in the research. And if something get connected to him, he will definitely do this program. And he, I think not even once he just hesitated for this program. Thank you so much, Dr. Das, because cancer survivors need these stories of winning and what the research is going there. They must know. It must reach. It must not. It should not be on the papers. It should reach to people. So these.
We certainly look forward not this program only, in future several programs. You are now connected, and it is our Honorable Founder President's word. Once you come to MET, once you participate in MET's program, you become METians. So you become the family of MET members, family members of MET. So any program related to the cancer involved, so we came to know you late, otherwise you would have been in the cancer meeting in the March. It was a huge gathering, and it was a 4 sessions were going on at a time in the hybrid mode. 4 rooms, 4 big halls, and it was from the morning 9 o'clock to evening 7 o'clock, 7:30. Wow. So it was a huge gathering, and all over the world rather, and the whole country, big scientists of the cancer researcher, clinicians, all are here. Nobel laureates also. So next we generally have time to time. So we look forward for your continued, and we will try to support anything we can do. And that is always will for cancer, for the and the of the and all for the cancer.
Thank you so much, sir. This is a great support. I think with you, we can reach to people, reach to cancer survivor who actually needs to know what is going on. Thank you so much, Dr. Puneet. हमारा सफर बहुत लंबा है और I think कितने सालों से मैं सिर्फ आपको थैंक यू ही बोल रही हूँ, लेकिन आज की मीटिंग के लिए आपका एकदम से आना और अपना एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करना, I think बहुत लोगों तक पहुंचेगा और बहुत सारे एस्पेक्ट्स जो होंगे वो क्लियर होंगे. Thank you so much, Dr. सुमन जी. थैंक यू सो मच भावना जी. घर की जब किसी औरत को कैंसर होता है तो पूरे परिवार को कैंसर होता है, पूरा परिवार उसमें डूब जाता है. लेकिन हमारे बच्चे, हमारे हस्बैंड, हम लोग इतने प्रिविलेज्ड हैं कि कैंसर ने हमसे कुछ लिया जरूर होगा, लेकिन दिया भी बहुत कुछ है. आज अगर मेरी जिंदगी में कैंसर नहीं होता तो शायद मैं किसी MNC में 1.5-2 लाख की नौकरी कर रही होती. तो कैंसर ने मुझे बहुत कुछ दिया. लिया है पर दिया भी बहुत कुछ है, क्योंकि डिवाइन बैलेंस जरूर करता है. उसके बैलेंस का तरीका हमें समझ नहीं आता है, लेकिन वो बैलेंस जरूर करता है. थैंक यू सो मच योगेंद्र. आपकी जर्नी आपको समझ में देर से आई होगी, लेकिन डिफिकल्ट कितनी रही होगी, सो आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड. थैंक यू डॉक्टर निखिल. आप 2 ट्रॉफी लेके जा रहे हैं. As a physician, I know how important it is, because कैंसर सर्जन्स के पास, ऑन्कोलॉजिस्ट के पास उतना टाइम नहीं होता है कि वो फोन उठाते हैं या आपकी प्रॉब्लम्स आप इमीडिएटली उन्हें बता पाते हैं. तो फिजिशियंस बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट है, क्योंकि कैंसर पेशेंट और सर्वाइवर्स को हमेशा ये लगा रहता है अब कुछ ना हो जाए. और रेडिएशन के साइड इफेक्ट्स हमें पता है, खासतौर पे जब आपके पेट पे रेडिएशन होती है या गले पे रेडिएशन होती है, इट इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट टाइम. कैंसर से ज्यादा डिफिकल्ट होता है रेडिएशन से निकल पाना. सो I'm so thankful to everybody and the speakers who were there on a hybrid mode. I don't know much about them, but it was privilege कि इतने researchers और इतने बड़े doctors जो हैं, जिन्होंने इस event पे अपना time दिया. और हम लोग शायद कुछ नहीं होते social work करने वाले, लेकिन हम लोग अगर यहाँ पर आए हैं तो कुछ तो करके जाएंगे. कुछ इस दुनिया ने बहुत कुछ दिया है. मैंने बहुत सारे कैंसर पेशेंट देखे हैं जो इस जंग को हार गए. अगर हम आज जिंदा हैं तो शायद हमारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है. और डॉक्टर दास, डॉक्टर पुनीत, डॉक्टर ध्रुव और जो भी आज स्पीकर थे, उनके साथ के बिना हम सर्वाइवर्स शायद वो मिसाल नहीं कायम कर पाएंगे.
Kajal ji, I will just share here that the one thing, I am a great researcher, you have told, and I have told 50 years, but I do something like you do peace with cancer. I do something which is very, all my institute and colony people and wherever I am there in Delhi University or in this Amity University also, they know every day at least there are at least 12 cancer patients is referred by any part of the country. It is Tata Memorial Hospital, it is even Calcutta, there are 3 patients at the moment. They are Maman Chandi, under Maman Chandi. And here in the Dharmshala Hospital and in the cancer, in the AIMS. So what is it that being in the line that I have an immediate connection? So it is, as you told, that clinician do not have time if they are in the OT or somewhere, they do not pick up. But when I phone, they will pick up immediately, otherwise they will WhatsApp me, and I have a every time connection when there is in AIMS. Before 3 months, minimal 6 months, there is no bed available. But I can make it in 3 minutes or 3 hours time. I create a bed. But I request them, they keep that is the thing I do. That is a unwritten public service or the social work I do. You can say it NGO or a social work. That is what I do. So, and I follow up every time, and there are at least dozen present at this moment. Every time I get follow up, and I direct connection with the phone. So that is what I do. Besides my research.
That is the God's blessing, sir, because ऐसा मौका और ऐसी पोजीशन भी बहुत लोगों को नहीं मिलती है कि आप किसी की मदद कर पाएं, and this is the blessing the God has given you, and you become blessing for many people who actually needs the help.
Yes.
Thank you so much. आप हमारे साथ पूरे टाइम तक टिके रहे, और अगर इस सेमिनार से, इस प्रोग्राम से 2 कैंसर पेशेंट्स भी इस बात की हिम्मत कर पाते हैं कि हम ये जंग जो है बीच में नहीं छोड़ेंगे और लड़ेंगे, तो इस मकसद का, एमिटी का, पीस विद कैंसर का और इन सब सर्वाइवर्स का आज का हमारे इस प्रोग्राम का मकसद पूरा होता है. और अगर कोई भी कैंसर पेशेंट जो डाउट में है अपनी जिंदगी को लेके या अपनी ट्रीटमेंट को लेके, उसे ये हिम्मत आती है कि मैं ये इलाज करवा सकता हूं और मैं ये इलाज कराऊंगा, तो भी डॉक्टर पुनीत, डॉक्टर निखिल डॉक्टर दास, डॉक्टर ध्रुव जैसे रिसर्चर्स और डॉक्टर्स का सफल होता है ऐसे प्रोग्राम्स कंडक्ट करना. थैंक यू सो मच. थैंक यू.
Okay. At the end, I would like to say that Amity is not an institution, it's a family. We say Amity Family Group. And being as a family, ma'am, you have observed in the morning, not only me or Dr. Das or Dr. Ms. Kajal, it's the whole Amity group are involved in organizing this program. So on behalf of your organization, from our team, I would like to thank IT team, the administration team, management team, all those people, those who are involved in this, cameraman, photographer, all these people. Yeah. ESCO Studio. Yeah, they are very, very important people. So thank you so much, everyone. IT team. So thank you so much. It's not just one man, so it's everybody. Many people are involved here in this, in organizing this program. So thank you very much. All listeners, participants, organizers, everyone. Thank you very much.
ASCO, I cannot forget. From ASCO, at least 3 patients are coordinated by me.
Yeah. So great, and thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to organize this program here at Amity, and we look forward to have more such kind of events here in Amity. So thank you very much. So, sir, with your permission, shall we close this session now? Yeah. Thank you. IT team, you may close this session now.